Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 3149. There was indeed something wrong with the invitation. However, the problem was not that it would bring people into a dangerous situation where they would be at the mercy of others. Instead, it was that if it was not suitable, it would take away the owner's life. Long Chen and the four hegemons hadn't thought of this at first. It could only be said that the master god of chaos was very powerful and terrifying. He could send a fatal invitation to every ultimate divine emperor and ultimate god and instantly control everyone's life and death. It could only be said that he was more decisive and cruel than Long Chen had imagined. He was not here to negotiate with Long Chen at all. Why, if you doubt what I said, I can let you try. As soon as the Chaos God Master finished speaking, the invitations that belonged to Long Chen and the four great rulers floated beside them. As soon as the Chaos God Master finished speaking, a terrifying might was released from each of the invitations. It was like a death scythe that was attached to the bones. It could control the lives of the gods and demons of the myriad worlds at all times. I believe you. After Long Chen said that, the 5 invitation cards barely returned to normal. Under the control of the Master God of Chaos, they disappeared beside them. Long Chen guessed that these hundreds of invitation cards must be the same kind of creation divine weapon. Moreover, they must be of a relatively high grade. With their cultivation realm, they naturally knew that the power of the invitation cards was enough to kill a primordial ultimate god in an instant. It could even destroy a world on a large scale. In other words, the Master God of Chaos only needed to think about it to cause great casualties in the myriad worlds. Countless living beings would be wiped out, numbering in the trillions. Needless to say, the Master God of Chaos was very likely to do that. Long Chen, there's no other way. He's too strong. No matter how hard we try, it seems like it's all for naught. He's already at a level where he can practically ignore our deterrence. The 5 of them were far from being able to instantly kill all the ultimate gods in the myriad worlds. That alone was enough to prove the Master God's strength. The 4 rulers had no other way. The Master God of Chaos was very satisfied with their shock. I can assure you that all of you will be able to reach the chaotic divine world safely. Some of you have already arrived at the outermost layer of the chaotic divine world, the Dancing Fire Continent. Some of you have already arrived and are staying on the Dancing Fire Continent. You will be able to find them when you enter. As long as you arrive, the invitations will disappear automatically and will no longer be a threat to you. Moreover, the most important thing is the divine demon gathering of the myriad realms. Our chaotic divine race has spent a lot of time and effort to return to our homeland, the vast myriad realms. Therefore, we just want to have a chat with all the experts. Since the 5 of you have arrived, then in 5 days, the divine demon gathering will be held on the 9th chaos continent of the chaotic divine realm, which is also my divine lord continent. Friends who have received the invitation must arrive at the Dancing Fire Continent before that. Otherwise, I can't do anything if there's any tragedy. Please believe me, the Chaotic Divine Clan just wants to have a chat with you. At the end of his speech, Master of the Primal Chaos Gods paused for a moment before he said word by word, everyone, you know very well the difference between my Primal Chaos Gods world and all of you. I will announce a peaceful decision during the gathering of gods and demons. If I really want to invade and destroy the myriad worlds, I only need to think about it. Thinking about it from this perspective, you will understand easily. Indeed, his words were easy to understand. Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. What he meant was, you don't have to worry about me tricking you. Don't worry about me killing you in the chaotic divine realm. If I really wanted to kill you, I only need to think about it. Only an expert who truly stood above the 4 hegemons would be able to say such domineering words. The Master God of Chaos was such a person. This sentence was enough to suffocate Long Chen and the other 4 rulers. Finally, I welcome the 5 of you. 5 days later, I will be waiting for you at the Divine Lord Continent. My granddaughter, Fire Dance, will take you to the Dancing Fire Continent. If you don't like to crush the invitation, please go through the Chaos Formation map. The will of the Master God of Chaos dissipated after he said the last word. Long Chen and the four rulers could finally feel a little better. This last sentence was a form of invisible ridicule. It proved that Long Chen hadn't broken through the violet chaos formation diagram to establish his might. Instead, he was like a child trying to show off in front of an expert, thinking himself clever. Now, do you understand how ridiculous you are? Long Chen, can you still be proud of yourself? I can take a piss and look at my embarrassing appearance. What a bunch of cowards. I don't want to talk to you anymore. If you have the guts, hurry up and follow me to my dancing fire continent, hee hee. Primal Chaos Fire Dance's eyes flashed with extreme disdain. She swayed her hips, covered in silver light, and swaggered through the passage of the Primal Chaos Array, heading towards the real Primal Chaos Divine Realm. Her mockery was indeed very infuriating. Every dog has its day, and now it was her turn to be arrogant. However, Long Chen was definitely not as angry as she thought he would be. He was too lazy to say more and was thinking about the real important things. The four of you, in the face of absolute strength, we can only do as he says. We have to let the divine emperors and hierarchs arrive here in these few days. Then, no one knows what will happen in the celestial demon gathering 5 days later. The only change we can make is to adapt to the situation. No matter what, the outcome is not decided yet. We still don't know who will be laughing in the end. I agree, this is the only way. The Heavenly Law Divine Emperor was a rational person, and his view was the same as Long Chen's. Alright, if others are strong, then we are grandchildren. This has been the truth since ancient times. In all these years, I have never been suppressed like this. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor's face was filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. I also believe that with this Divine Master's ability, there is no need for him to play some tricks on us. Now, we can only see how peaceful his so-called method is, and how much we have to pay. God of Heaven Lu said. Chaos Fire Dance had already entered. Long Chen looked at the invitation card not far away from him and said, "Everyone, let me try this invitation card first. If there is nothing wrong, then it won't be too late for you to come in." Long Chen had 3 worlds, so he could escape no matter what. All right. After saying that, Long Chen did not say anything else. He directly grabbed the invitation card and instantly crushed it. A smooth layer of light enveloped his body. It was definitely the power of space that enveloped Long Chen. It was not much different from Lingxi's space rules, but it was more profound. He instantly controlled Long Chen's body and pulled Long Chen into the vortex of space. Because the distance was too close, Long Chen came out in an instant. He landed on a huge continent. This was the Chaos God Realm. It was said that this was the Fire Dance continent. Long Chen could roughly see the Chaos God Realm from the outside. At that time, it looked like a planet even larger than the Ancestral planet. However, the Divine Master seemed to have said that there were 9 Chaos continents. If the planet he saw was only the Fire Dance continent, there were obviously 8 equally large Chaos continents, but he did not know where they were. Otherwise, if it was just a planet that was about 3 times the size of the Ancestral planet, the Fire Dance continent that was 3 times the size of the Ancestral planet did not seem to be the territory of an original level world. After all, the Ancestral planet had companion stars, and the area of all the companion stars added up was about the same as the Fire Dance continent under his feet. The Divine Master of the Chaos God did not lie to us. With the invitation card, I can indeed stand on this continent without any restrictions. I can look up and see the 9-color chaos formation pattern, and I can also see you. As soon as Long Chen came in, he told the 4 dominators the news. When he just finished speaking, in fact, the chaotic Fire Dance continent had already passed through the chaos formation pattern and landed on top of his head. She looked down at Long Chen arrogantly, and her face was full of pride and arrogance. At that moment, she could not wait to slap Long Chen a few times to vent her anger. Hey, weren't you scared to death just now? Why are you using my grandfather's invitation card now? Are you going to destroy our chaos formation pattern, idiot? If there's a chance, I will, Longchen responded faintly, cutting off what she was about to say. To be honest, Longchen really knew how to do it. After devouring the purple chaos formation pattern, Mo Xiaolang had reached the consummate realm of Divine Master. If he devoured the entire 9-color chaos formation pattern, he would probably break through to the next realm, and that might be a turning point for him. Ignoring the chaotic fire dance continent and looking around, the entire fire dance continent was indeed equal to the entire ancestral planet plus its companion stars. It was about twice the size of Pangu continent. It was an ancient and sturdy world of the highest level. In this world, the energy flowing everywhere was of a higher level than Pangu's energy. This was a power that only an original level world could possess. The entire fire dance continent was rich in energy, with a hint of purple in it. Even a trace of purple energy was almost equal to the total energy of an entire world of primordial chaos. The gap between the levels of the worlds was so huge. Under the nourishment of such rich spiritual energy, the entire dancing fire continent was filled with countless primordial immortal essences and chaos treasures. With such rich spiritual energy, the Chaos God tribe had become so powerful. To them, becoming a god was an easy task. As far as the eye could see, the overall level of hundreds of trillions of chaos gods was completely above that of the barbarians on Pangu continent. It was truly a world with countless gods and demons, and this was only a small part of it. As soon as they arrived, Long Chen's divine kingdom had begun to automatically devour the original level energy here. Under the infusion of this energy, the dragons in the divine kingdom absorbed it hungrily, as if they had encountered a Gan Lin after a long drought. It was a pity that the realms of life and death and the tunnel of time could not absorb it, or else Long Chen would have absorbed enough before leaving. With such a foundation, it made sense for the chaos gods to be arrogant. The superior attitude of the chaos fire dance continent was also understandable. Compared to all the worlds in the myriad of worlds, they were indeed the number one world. At this time, the 4 sovereigns had crushed the invitation cards one by one and came to Long Chen's side. Long Chen raised his head and looked through the tunnel of the chaos array diagram. He could see their figures flashing and coming to his side. Around him, there were a few ultimate god emperors who had entered before but had lost contact with them. Only the divine venerables did not act on their own because they had a close relationship with the 4 sovereigns. It turned out that the masters of chaos gods were too lazy to trick them. Now that they finally saw the 4 sovereigns, the shocked god emperors hurriedly came up and bowed. Did anything happen to you these days? Ancient God Savage Wilderness asked. No, they told us to wait here for everyone. They are very strong. This world is too scary. Next to them, the Chaos Fire Dance continent could not help but giggle. A group of country bumpkins who have never seen the world and are still worried about the invitation cards. Be good and listen to me, and my grandfather will not make things difficult for you. You have just arrived a few days ago, so you must not have seen such a level of spiritual energy. This is the 9-colored chaos spiritual energy. Take this opportunity to absorb some. In the future, you may not be qualified to enter the chaos god's realm. At this time, the 4 sovereigns could only let the remaining divine venerables and god emperors come. Seeing that the chaos fire dance continent was very idle, Long Chen wanted to ask her about something. It was about the chaos gods. Chapter 3150. Just stay here. I'll come pick you up in 5 days. Remember, the fire dance mainland is my territory. Don't wander around, and don't hurt or kill my people. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't get away with it. The Chaos Inferno dance finally showed off in front of Long Chen, so she wouldn't let go of any chance to humiliate them. In fact, the Divine Master had arranged a place for Long Chen and the others to stay, but the Chaos Inferno dance wanted them to stay in this mountain range. Her silver moon armor emitted a cold light, setting off her cold temperament. She was like a goddess of the moon. In the eyes of the hundreds of trillions of living beings on the fire dance mainland, she was the supreme primal chaos holy sovereign. She was the owner of the fire dance mainland, above billions of gods and devils. Such an existence was defeated by Long Chen. That was an unforgivable humiliation for the Chaos Inferno dance. She had long sworn that she would avenge this humiliation. At least in the Chaos Divine world, she had never been humiliated. Since young, she had been the brightest star in the entire Chaos Divine world. Now, she was like a monarch overlooking the world. Even if the four sovereigns weren't weaker than her, there was only contempt in her eyes. Long Chen was calm now. He was not on the same side as the Chaos Inferno dance, so he couldn't be bothered to understand her insults. He asked, "You mean this is the fire dance mainland, and this isn't the Chaos Divine world?" The Chaos Inferno dance sneered and said, "A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. How can a world of origin be only as big as the fire dance mainland? My fire dance mainland is only the outermost layer of the Chaos Divine world. Through the Chaos Divine path, you can enter the Chaos Divine world. Let me tell you, from the Chaos Divine path, there are a total of 9 Chaos continents. The end of the Chaos Divine path is the core of the Chaos Divine world, the Divine Master mainland. That is where my grandfather is." Long Chen understood a little. The so-called Chaos Divine path must be somewhere in the fire dance mainland. It was like a bottomless pit that led to other continents. The fire dance mainland was the outer shell of the Chaos Divine world. Its structure was a little like the Chaos Array diagram. The fire dance mainland was the purple Chaos Array diagram, and the other continents were the other Chaos Array diagrams. The passageway that appeared in the Chaos Array diagram was naturally similar to the Chaos Divine Tao. In the entire Primal Chaos Divine world, the Primal Chaos Array diagram and the Primal Chaos continent seemed to have 18 layers. The Divine Master continent was the core. If you control the Fire Dance continent, does that mean that there is a Primal Chaos Holy Sovereign like you in every Primal Chaos continent? Long Chen probed. What? Are you trying to find out more about my Primal Chaos Divine world? Seeing Long Chen's intentions, the Primal Chaos Flame Dance said with disdain in her eyes. I don't care if you don't tell me. The key was still the Divine Master. There were a few existences similar to the four sovereigns, so it didn't matter much. The Primal Chaos Flame Dance smiled proudly and said, "Anyway, I've scared you enough today. I'm not afraid to tell you that your guess is right. In our Primal Chaos Divine world, there are a total of 8 Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns like me. They control 8 different Primal Chaos continents. I'm the weakest one, which is why I'm at the outermost layer. My grandfather, the Divine Master, is at the core of the Divine Master continent. One Divine Master, 8 Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns, hundreds of Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns, and countless Divine Emperors. 8. This number had indeed exceeded Long Chen and the 4 sovereigns' expectations. They originally thought that there would be 4 or 5, but they didn't expect there to be 8. Including the Divine Master, there were 9. On Long Chen's side, there were only 6 Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns, including Imo Xiaolang, who had just become a perfected ultimate god and was probably not a match for the Primal Chaos Flame Dance. However, the number of Primal Chaos Divine Masters was equivalent to several Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns. 8 Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns and hundreds of Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns. Thus, even without the Divine Master, the Primal Chaos Divine world strength was almost twice that of the myriad worlds. For example, the Primal Chaos Divine world had hundreds of Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns. In the entire myriad worlds, there were only about 60 to 70 Primal Chaos Holy Sovereigns. Why? Only now do you know what fear is? What a joke. The Primal Chaos Flame Dance crossed her arms and stood in front of those impressive peaks, looking down on Long Chen. Forget it, I can't be bothered to say more to you. Anyway, in 5 days, my grandfather will explain to all of you. You will also see how strong our Primal Chaos Divine world is and how it surpasses your weak myriad worlds. Just wait and see. Goodbye. The Primal Chaos Flame Dance retreated and disappeared into the purple radiance. She's bearing a grudge against you. Heaven God Luya appeared in front of Long Chen with a naughty smile on his face. Although she's powerful, she's just a spoiled child. I've encountered too many opponents like her, so she's not worth my attention. As for you guys, what do you think of the 8 primal chaos holy sovereigns and hundreds of primal chaos holy sovereigns? The 4 juggernauts looked at each other. What can we do? As long as they don't touch our limits, we'll lower our heads. We can't afford to lose, and the other party probably won't want to fight to the death. After all, Long Chen, you have the life and death realms and the time tunnel. The primal chaos holy master might not be able to kill you. Furthermore, you can destroy their primal chaos array diagram. The primal chaos holy master said directly. Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor said, Ancestor is right. The situation is more or less like this. After 5 days, we'll stick to a bottom line. Once the other party crosses the bottom line, we'll have to fight to the death. After all, we still have the primeval troll. In fact, we can find the best way to take a detour, but the plan won't be of much use now. After all, we don't know what the primal chaos holy master is up to. At this time, under the permission of the 4 juggernauts, the ultimate realm divine emperors and hierarchs arrived one after another. In the entire myriad of worlds, except for the life and death realms in the time tunnel, all the ultimate realm divine emperors and hierarchs quickly arrived. The primal chaos holy master helped Long Chen to count the number of hierarchs in the myriad of worlds. After all of them had arrived, there were a total of 64 ultimate realm divine emperors. The total of 700 ultimate realm divine emperors was less than the primal chaos holy master. That was the entire myriad of worlds. Now, all the experts in the myriad of worlds had gathered here. Many of them were still unaware of the situation. Since all of you are here, I, Long Chen, will take you to a place where you can talk and rest. We will return in 5 days. All right. Now that everyone knew that even the 4 juggernauts vaguely regarded Long Chen as their leader, there was nothing they could do. Among this group of people, there were the 3 Tao ancestors of the 3rd heaven, all the hierarchs of Panga continent, the Holy Mother of 9 heavens, Lord Taihao, Shangyang fairy of the demon clan who had lost to Long Chen, the beast mother, and so on. There were also some hierarchs from the northern galaxy who had not been seen before, such as the Heaven Punisher and Shin Yi. But one of them was missing, and that was Shin Jun. Shin Jun is not here. Maybe the primal chaos holy master did not track the primeval troll with the invitation card, so he escaped. Or maybe the primal chaos holy master knows about the existence of the primeval troll. There were these 2 possibilities. However, Long Chen still teleported all the experts above the ultimate God Emperor realm to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time in an instant. This way, the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time was a little crowded. Everyone, this is the Tower of Time. Time moves 1,000 times faster here. 5 days outside is equivalent to more than 13 years here. So, we have 13 years to prepare. Now, I'd better explain to you the situation we are facing. Under the instructions of the 4 juggernauts, as the young leader of the myriad of worlds, Long Chen shouldered this responsibility. It was not only a responsibility to them, but also to all living beings. Whether it was the Dragonrite continent or the myriad of worlds, they were all Long Chen's home. He had to protect his family and friends. Now that the primal chaos divine race was invading, he had come here with a mission to fight for the greatest chance of survival. In the following period, Long Chen explained to the God Emperors and Ultimate Gods what he and the 4 juggernauts had seen in the primal chaos divine realm. Therefore, the primal chaos divine realm has a primal chaos holy master who can instantly annihilate everyone present, 8 primal chaos holy masters who are equivalent to the 4 juggernauts in front of you, and hundreds of primordial ultimate gods. The primal chaos divine realm surpasses the entire myriad of worlds. Everyone knows what I want to say. The end of the myriad of worlds, some god emperors were so scared that their faces turned pale. When they heard that a world of origin had descended, they were actually scared out of their wits. In other words, it's very likely that the primal chaos divine race will annihilate all of us here so that they can rule the myriad of worlds. In the eyes of many, they were already in a rather negative mood. However, most of them were still determined. After all, they were all top figures, and some of them were ultimate gods. For the time being, they would not be frightened. Long Chen, what do you think we should do? Among the ultimate gods, a person whom Long Chen did not recognize asked. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, the 5 of us have already thought about it. For now, if the War of the Myriad Worlds were to happen, it goes without saying that we will definitely lose. We will also suffer heavy casualties. However, the primal chaos divine race will also be wary of us. After all, they are also worried about casualties, especially the 5 of us. As long as we have the chance, we can stir up a storm of blood in the primal chaos divine realm. The most critical moment is in 5 days. In fact, to us, it's 13 years. We will face them directly. When the time comes, it will depend on what the primal chaos holy master wants. To put it simply, if he crosses our bottom line, we can only fight to the death. In any case, we can't just sit and wait for death. However, if he respects us, we can respect him. Chapter 3151. With him taking the lead, everyone cheered. Long Chen's reputation immediately rose to the peak, and he soon became the pillar of support for everyone. Even though he was young, he was willing to take on the responsibility. Everyone was willing to admire him. Since everyone is willing, then at least when facing the Chaos God race, our myriad worlds will see Long Chen as our leader. The Heavenly Tao Divine Emperor directly said. With his sincerity, the gods were in an uproar. This could be considered as establishing Long Chen's position. Heroes were born in troubled times. At this moment, Long Chen was a superhero standing on the stage of history. With his current strength, he has already surpassed the 4 of us. With his temperament, hot-bloodedness, and terrifying potential, our myriad worlds have Long Chen as our leader. Everyone can be at ease. There is no need to be discouraged or give up until the very end. The true battle has just begun. Heavenly God Luya said. Ancient God Savage Wilderness also said, that's right. As experts, we naturally have the responsibility to protect the world. Now that our homeland is in trouble, the common people are in trouble, and the myriad worlds are in trouble, it is time for us to contribute our strength and protect our homeland. I hope that everyone will not shirk from this responsibility. Long Chen will be our greatest hope. The 3 human paragons all praised Long Chen. In addition, the Chaos Demon Ancestor also tacitly agreed. At least from the start, the myriad worlds had formed a core with Long Chen as the leader. This way, no matter what they did, it would be more convenient. Next, they had a large amount of time to prepare for the Celestial Demon Gathering. For those who weren't part of Long Chen's team, 13 years was actually just a blink of an eye. Their strength didn't increase by much. During this period of time, everyone had gathered together. Under the pressure of the same disaster, they had formed a rare friendship. After all, everyone was standing on the same rope at this time. Long Chen, on the other hand, was working hard to break through to a higher realm and more powerful laws. He had made great progress recently, but he was clearly far from reaching the end. Everyone surrounded Long Chen, fighting for the peace of the myriad worlds. Naturally, no one wanted to give up their homes, but the chaos gods would definitely want to invade these places. Tai Su said that the last place the second ancestral dragon appeared was near the chaos divine realm. Before the epoch, this place was actually not far from the dragon sacrificial continent. I just don't know if it still exists now. However, time was of the essence, and Long Chen did not have the chance to search for it. The news that Mo Shaolang had reached the perfect realm of ultimate god was known to the 4 rulers. Now that they had another ruler-level existence on their side, the 4 rulers were certainly happy. Thus, when he heard that Mo Shaolang didn't have an original incipient grade infinite divine technique, the Heavenly Path Holy Emperor took out an infinite divine technique called the Burning Sky Record and gave it to Mo Shaolang. Thanking him, Mo Shaolang quickly used the Burning Sky memory to transform his power to original incipient level. He now had the power of a complete realm divine venerable. These 10 years are more or less my explosive period. Big brother, don't worry. When the gods and demons gathering arrives, I will at least block a primal chaos holy venerable for you. Mo Xiaolang never bragged. He would naturally do what he said. Then there was Lingxi. Although it would be difficult for Lingxi to reach the perfect stage ultimate god realm from the primal chaos realm, Long Chen found that she had made great progress after getting the divine curse ring. Now, she was completely relaxed and was studying the silence curse and the divine destiny curse. Maybe she would really succeed one day. In the end, after 10 years, she told Long Chen that she was already confident that she could perform it. However, just like the progenitor, she could only use the silence mantra once a month, and the heavenly fate mantra consumed a lot of energy. Even with Long Chen's 3 lifetimes emotion silk supporting him, it would still take a lot of energy. Therefore, she went to study other primordial divine curses. Obviously, her talent in this aspect was stronger than the origin ancestors. Everyone was working hard. At least, no one gave up. Long Chen was very pleased to see that. All these years, the estrangement between him and the Chaos Demon ancestor had disappeared. Now that he understood what kind of person Long Chen was, the Chaos Demon ancestor could only sigh. Everything that happened back then could only be blamed on the Chaos Saint being too arrogant. Time would always pass. Even 13 years passed in the blink of an eye. In fact, the time that Long Chen looked forward to the most in the past 13 years was Kitten's awakening. However, another 13 years had passed and there was still no movement from that guy. He remembered Zhu Shi jumping up and down every day. This guy is really worrisome. If he can help me suppress the Master God Chaos, the crisis of the myriad worlds will obviously be solved in an instant. If Kitten woke up, he would obviously not be weaker than the Master God. According to Long Chen's guess, the Master God should be in the ultimate God realm. He had not reached the Ancestor realm and was certainly not a half-step Ancestor realm. It would be the best result if he could wake up before the myriad world celestial demon gathering. Unfortunately, he did not. Therefore, Long Chen had to bite the bullet and bring everyone to the myriad world celestial demon gathering. Time was up. Of course, Long Chen still had great hope for Kitten. 13 years later, Long Chen brought the strongest team of the myriad worlds to the fire dance continent from the time tunnel. Now that everyone had settled down, they had a great fighting spirit in their hearts. Therefore, when this team of more than 700 people came out of the Tower of Time, they still formed a certain impact on the chaotic fire dance continent. Boom! The experts of the myriad worlds arrived in the chaotic divine realm. On the fire dance continent, billions of people were instantly suffocated. Buzz buzz buzz. The majestic sound of the wind echoed in the fire dance continent. After recovering from her shock, Primal Chaos Fire Dance retracted her shocked expression. Her expression turned cold and soon, a mocking smile appeared on her smooth face. She said, "Aya, you've escaped. And here I thought you bunch of cowards would run away just like that and hand over the infinite worlds to us." Then, she looked at Long Chen and sneered, "What's wrong? I told you last time that we have 8 chaotic holy venerables. Did that scare you? Look at your pale face now. Are you afraid? But I have no choice. I still have to bring you to the myriad world celestial demon gathering. My chaotic god clan has been waiting for you." Long Chen's face did not turn pale. It was purely the chaotic fire dance continent's nonsense to feel superior. Although this woman was beautiful and everyone wanted to conquer her, she was a poison. Every frown and smile of hers was a deadly weapon. "Aren't you going to lead the way? Can you not waste time?" Long Chen was now the leader of the group. Their mighty aura was something the chaotic fire dance continent could not resist. The 4 sovereigns, all the divine venerables, and hundreds of god emperors in Long Chen's group had the same will. Ridiculous. The chaotic fire dance continent glanced coldly at Long Chen. Then, she twisted her hips and deliberately moved forward at her peak speed. Long Chen was a huge burden, so he would naturally embarrass himself if he could not catch up with her. However, as soon as she used that speed, she found that she had sunk into mud. "Aren't you going to run? Why are you so slow?" Long Chen led the group and caught up with her in an instant. "You!" The chaotic fire dance continent was furious. She remembered that this was Long Chen's terrifying law of time, the eternal whirlpool. Now that she was trapped in it, she naturally could not move fast. "Lead the way. Don't play any childish tricks. You're not a 3-year-old, and neither am I." Long Chen glared at her and said coldly. "Just wait and see. You're arrogant now, but when we reach the Divine Lord continent, you won't even have time to cry." The chaotic fire dance continent had no one to help her, and she could not do anything to Long Chen. So, she could only wait until they reached the Divine Lord continent. Therefore, she did not say anything more and led Long Chen and the others to cross the fire dance continent. There was a huge teleportation formation on the fire dance continent. Only one person could build a formation in an origin-level world, and that was the chaotic Lord God. It was extremely difficult to cross an origin-level world. With the formation diagram, Long Chen and the experts quickly arrived at the edge of the primal chaos divine Tao. There were 9 different colors in the sky, and the primal chaos divine Tao below their feet was the gathering place of the 9-colored primal spiritual qi. Large amounts of primal spiritual qi were emitted from the primal chaos divine Tao, and one could see many beautiful worlds inside. Did you notice that there are no gods and demons above the ultimate God Emperor realm in the entire fire dance continent? Heavenly God Lu whispered into Long Chen's ear. They probably brought them to the Divine Lord continent. Just in time to shock us, said Long Chen. At this time, the primal chaos fire dance had already rushed into the primal chaos divinity. With Long Chen in the lead, the experts of the myriad of worlds no longer had any fear in their hearts. They followed behind Long Chen and the 4 sovereigns, rushing into the primal chaos divinity that was filled with primal chaos spiritual qi, heading towards the next beautiful world in the depths. As they went deeper into the chaotic divine path, there was indeed another huge continent below. From that continent, the fire dance continent was their sky. However, Long Chen and the others would not stay on this continent. They did not know the name of this so-called continent that was slightly smaller than the fire dance continent, but obviously of a higher level. It was probably named after the person who controlled it. There were no experts above the ultimate God Emperor realm on this continent. Next was the 3rd chaotic continent, the 4th. They went all the way down to the core of the chaotic divine realm. The deeper they went, the smaller the territory, but the higher the level. The chaotic spirit qi was denser, and the colors were different. For example, in the 2nd chaotic continent, the chaotic spirit qi was mixed with blue, which was purer than the purple. Perhaps the chaotic formation map was set up according to the colors of the chaotic spirit qi. It was easy to guess that the densest color was gold. From the chaotic divine path all the way down, the experts of the myriad worlds were greatly shocked. They had to admit that the origin world was too beautiful. It was as if they had witnessed the true horror of the myriad worlds. Each of the continents was home to hundreds of trillions of people, all of whom were members of the primal chaos god race. Among them were countless god spirits. This was a world that truly belonged to the gods. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, the chaotic fire dance continent was very proud. She sneered, "You are a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. Don't celebrate too early. When you see the core of the Divine Lord continent, you will probably cry." Haha. What do you mean? What about the Divine Lord continent? Chapter 3152. The Godly Continent was an origin grade chaos treasure. It was the 9th grade of origin grade. At that moment, Long Chen almost suffocated. The strongest creation divine weapons he had ever seen were the half-origin primordial dragon sword and the curse ring. As for the origin dragon palace, it only stored the origin dragon soul and inheritance blood essence. For the time being, Long Chen couldn't use it at all. All of a sudden, Primordial Fire Dance said that the godly continent was an origin-grade chaos treasure. Even if it was a chaos treasure and not a creation divine weapon, it was still shocking. Back then, when the dragon sacrificial continent was on the brink of destruction, Di Jun used the eternal-grade creation divine artifact, the Eternal Incandescent Stone, to stabilize the dragon sacrificial continent, allowing even godly kings to descend upon it. As for the chaos divine realm in front of me, it's worthy of being an origin-grade world. The core of this entire world is actually an origin-grade chaos treasure. Long Chen and the four rulers looked at each other and saw the shock and helplessness in their eyes. Now it seemed that Long Chen's display of power to the chaos gods was really too weak. On the other hand, the other party could easily intimidate him. Now, they had arrived at the second-last chaotic mainland. As long as they passed through this chaotic mainland, they would be able to reach the core of the chaotic divine realm. Similarly, all the experts above the ultimate divine emperor realm had disappeared from this chaotic mainland. This second-last primal chaos continent was filled with an incomparably dense primal chaos spiritual energy. Mixed within it was a silver aura that could only be described as terrifying. Long Chen's time was limited, but if he swallowed a little of the silver aura into his divine kingdom, even if it was just a little, it could cause earth-shattering changes to his divine kingdom. With this origin-grade world, no wonder the chaos gods are so powerful. A world created experts. The nine-colored chaos spiritual chi had nurtured too many experts. This silver continent was only half the size of the fire dance continent, but it was grander, more solid, and of a higher level. Seeing Long Chen and the others' shocked expressions, Primordial Fire Dance was indescribably proud. She stood proudly in front of Long Chen with a scornful look. "We're almost there. You'd better be prepared. Don't get scared to death. That would be funny." Amidst the arrogant laughter of the primal chaos fire dance, the gods and demons of the myriad worlds passed through the primal chaos divine path and passed the second-to-last primal chaos continent. With a flash of light, they rushed into a starry sky. The primal chaos divine path in front of them disappeared, and what appeared was a void. In the silent void, there was a kind of nine-colored chaotic spiritual chi mixed with golden aura. This place was the most heaven-defying spiritual chi that Long Chen had ever been to. Many ultimate realm deity emperors had a sad look on their faces. Long Chen finally understood why only ultimate realm deity emperors and above could come here. This was because any god fiend below that level would probably explode from the nine-colored chaos spiritual energy. Under such a majestic chaotic spiritual energy, there was an incomparably shocking object in the center of the entire void. Everyone who had just entered naturally saw that planet at first glance. It was a small nine-colored planet shrouded in a nine-colored mist. Its surface area was only about 100,000th of the fire dance continent. However, this was an origin chaos treasure. It was precisely because of the origin chaos treasure that it gave Long Chen and the others so much pressure. A chaos treasure that was the size of a planet. No one would dare to imagine such a thing. The huge deterrence made it difficult for the ultimate realm deity emperors to raise their heads. They could only follow behind Long Chen and the others in shock. Even though they had experienced 13 years of stability, at this moment, they seemed to be trembling with fear. Their fighting spirit was also being worn down by this origin chaos treasure. Do you see that? This is our divine Lord continent, the Origin Oregon. My grandfather and thousands of gods and demons of the Chaos God clan are waiting for you there. The primal chaos fire dance said in an incomparably proud tone. Then, she glanced at Long Chen with a smug look and headed toward the divine Lord continent. As for the myriad worlds, the origin ore was too dangerous for them, so no one dared to go near it. They are on this divine Lord continent. They could almost feel the vast and majestic auras on the divine Lord continent, which were definitely stronger than the troops of the myriad worlds. Grandpa, these cowards don't seem to have the guts to land on our divine Lord continent. After returning to the origin ore, the primal chaos fire dance turned her head and placed one hand on her waist. Her divine body curved into a beautiful curve, but she laughed bitterly. As soon as she said that, the entire Divine Lord continent burst into laughter. Boom! 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 Too many gods and demons were mocking Long Chen and the others. When they released their auras, the primal chaos spirit chi on the origin or surged like the waves of a storm. It doesn't matter. Let's go out and meet them. These bastards from the myriad worlds are so cowardly. No wonder they came to our chaotic divine realm. Let's go out. We don't want to scare them. After all, they have never seen an origin-level divine item before. Under the agitation of the primal chaos fire dance, the primal chaos spiritual chi surged. All of a sudden, countless beams of light shot out from the Divine Lord continent. Each beam of light was a supreme being expert. Altogether, there were more than 1,000 beams of light. They rushed out from the 9-colored primal chaos spiritual chi, forming a majestic army with towering divine might. Both sides' eyes met. On Long Chen's side, there were about 700 people, which was the total number of people from the myriad worlds. On the side of the chaotic gods, there were more than 1,000 people, which was close to twice the number of people from the myriad worlds. All the experts from the chaotic gods charged forward. In terms of numbers and momentum, they were close to twice the number of people from the myriad worlds. Their appearance in the clouds, arrogant and ferocious, naturally brought great shock to Long Chen's team. Both sides had more than 10 rulers by several times. Close to 200 ultimate gods. Close to 2,000 ultimate god emperors. This kind of collision was simply a super grand event that had never happened before in the myriad worlds. Only such a scale could be qualified to be called the Myriad Worlds Celestial Demon Festival. Long Chen squinted his eyes. He was in front of the troops from the myriad worlds, with the 4 rulers beside him. On the opposite side, there were 8 primal chaos saints. The primal chaos fire dance was the last among them. Sure enough, the primal chaos fire dance did not lie to him. Their chaotic divine realm had 8 primal chaos saints, which were existences at the level of rulers. If Long Chen had not been born, they would have twice the number of people from the myriad worlds. With a single glance, he could tell that the 8 primal chaos holy venerates were very frightening. Not a single one of them was weaker than primal chaos dance fire or the 4 hegemons. In fact, he could tell at a glance that some of them surpassed the 4 hegemons. They had greater attainments in cultivation, and that chaotic sacred venerate might even have a half-origin destinable divine artifact in his possession. Not to mention the Lord God, Long Chen was almost sure that he, Mo Shaolang, and the 4 rulers could not fight against these 8 people. The Lord God had not appeared yet. The huge troops from both sides met. The primal chaos saints were shrouded in clouds and mist. They were arrogant, suppressing the gods and demons of the myriad worlds. Their faces were filled with arrogance and cold smiles. Just like the primal chaos fire dance, their eyes were filled with pure contempt. They did not take the experts in front of them seriously at all. At this moment, they made way for a passage. "Welcome, Lord God." All the primal chaos saints half-knelt in the void and shouted in unison. Their voices created a huge roar and lifted the large amount of chaotic spiritual chi that covered the surface of the origin incandescent stone. At this moment, the origin incandescent stone lit up. All the primal chaos saints, including the 8 primal chaos saints, looked at the depths of the origin incandescent stone with the most respectful eyes. Buzz. Although it was a little blurry, Long Chen could still see that in the deepest part of the origin incandescent stone, in the core position. Looking through the interior of the origin incandescent stone, he could see a person there. He did not move at all, as though he was sealed in the center of the origin incandescent stone. Because it was too deep, Long Chen could not see the person's appearance clearly. The only thing that shocked him was the pair of eyes. He could not describe what it felt like, but it was undeniably terrifying. This was a pair of eyes that could see through the heaven and earth, the universe, and the primordial era. Under the scrutiny of this pair of eyes, Long Chen felt that he had no secrets. There were too many secrets hidden in the depths of the origin incandescent stone. With just a glance, Long Chen could feel that this was a character that surpassed them. He was definitely the Lord God of the Primal Chaos Saints. It was because of the existence of this Lord God that the Primal Chaos Saints were so arrogant at this moment. He's actually in the depths of the Origin Incandescent Stone. Could it be that he's sealed and can't move? He's just trying to scare us. Seeing this scene, some of the people from the myriad worlds started discussing in secret. In fact, Long Chen had the same thought. However, he had a hunch that staying in the depths of the Origin Incandescent Stone was just a form of cultivation, improvement, or recovery. He was definitely not being sealed. This was his territory. The Divine Master Mainland was his home. Shut up. What they were talking about was danger. At this moment, the Lord God of the Primal Chaos responded. His voice penetrated the Origin Incandescent Stone and rumbled in the ears of the myriad worlds' gods and demons like thunder. Everyone was even more shocked. Many of the god emperors and godly venerables who were still discussing shut their mouths at this moment. The Lord God of the Primal Chaos had appeared. Then, the real show had begun. Long Chen stood at the forefront against the Lord God of the Primal Chaos. No matter how strong the other party was, he could not show any weakness at this moment. Welcome, friends from the myriad worlds, to today's Gods and Demons gathering. Chapter 3153. The Chaos Gods and the Gods and Demons stood opposite each other. The faces of the Chaos Gods were still filled with contempt and arrogance. As for the Gods and Demons of the myriad worlds, because they had a unified will, no matter how strong the Chaos Gods were, they tightly guarded their own will, not being attacked by the other party, not being frightened by the other party. Even if the Chaos God Master had shown up. In the origin the Chaos God Master raised his voice and said, "Now that everyone is here, I will announce the official start of the Gods and Demons gathering. First, let me briefly introduce to everyone that besides me, there are 8 more Chaos Saint Masters in the Chaos Gods clan. They are at the same level as the 4 rulers. They control the 8 continents." This was a show of power and deterrence. Of course, this was not the main point. While everyone was silent and waiting for him to speak, the Master of Chaos Overlord said, "I don't like to beat around the bush. From the perspective of the strength of both sides, the Chaos Overlord is twice as strong as all of you, even if I don't count myself in. Now that the Chaos Overlord has descended upon all realms, and as the only original level world in all realms, the law of the jungle prevails, I have decided that from today onwards, the Chaos Overlord will rule over all realms." This was what he meant by peace. God Master, how will the Chaos Gods clan rule the myriad worlds? The method was the key. Was it to destroy the gods and demons of the myriad worlds and replace them? Long Chen had expected that the Chaos God Master would not invite them as guests. Now that the Chaos God Master had made such a decision, he was no exception. In the midst of the laughter of the Chaos God clan, the Chaos God Lord said coldly, "We have decided on the method. From now on, I will send my Chaos God clan to manage each world together with you. For example, the 4 original incipient level worlds, I will send 1 Chaos God Saint Master and 5 to 10 ultimate gods to guard each world together with you. If there is any conflict during the management process, you have to follow the will of the Chaos God clan. Otherwise, you will be punished for challenging the authority of the Chaos God clan. Long Chen, this is my peaceful method. It is the biggest concession of the Chaos God clan. We will never change it. Today, I am just informing you. If you don't agree, we will have a life and death battle." Master Chaos's method was domineering and domineering. He didn't give Long Chen and the rest any chance to think or challenge him. He was a straightforward and decisive person. From these words, he could feel that the will of the Lord of Chaos was not to be challenged. He gave Long Chen and the others 2 choices. First, they could choose to share control with the Chaos Gods. When necessary, the Chaos Gods would take the lead. In fact, it was a request to hand over the management rights of the world. Second, they could choose to fight to the death. The result of the fight to the death was very likely to be the extinction of the gods and demons of the myriad worlds, and the chaos gods would directly control the myriad worlds. Sending a chaotic Saint Master and more than 10 chaotic Divine Masters to manage the Eastern Star region and the Monster Clan with me. When necessary, I'll have to listen to them. That's not like giving the Monster Clan's descendants to them as slaves. The Chaos Demon Ancestor was already filled with anger. If it weren't for Long Chen and the others beside him, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold it in. The so-called peaceful method was actually suppressing Long Chen and the others to the greatest extent. Ancestor, calm down. At least in this situation, we can avoid a head-on battle. There are other possibilities in the future. As long as we have time, we might not be suppressed forever. Ancient God Savage Wilderness sighed. Actually, he was referring to Long Chen. Long Chen was his future hope. God Lord is very interesting. He just happens to be pressing on our bottom line. Heaven Dao Divine Emperor said. At this level, they could either fight to the death or accept it. It was a difficult choice. But to all the gods and demons, this was definitely an insult, a huge insult. All of them would lose their power. In fact, it was very easy to understand. It was like the head of a family suddenly having another man come to the house and take over your wife, children, and home. You had no power to manage the family and had to listen to the other party. No one was willing to accept such an insult. Insulting them was worse than being killed. So when they heard the Chaos God Lord's decision, the eyes of many god emperors and godly venerables turned red. They even knew that the Chaos God Lord's method was extremely ruthless. It was very likely that Long Chen and the others could only agree. If they didn't agree, it would be a battle to the death. Many people would rather fight to the death. But when they thought of the huge casualties, their hearts still bled. Two choices. Choose one. I won't force you. Chaos God Lord said emotionlessly. All the pressure was concentrated on Long Chen. The gods and devils of the myriad worlds all looked at Long Chen with bloodshot eyes. Even they themselves felt that this was a difficult choice. Let alone them, this concerned their dignity and life. Should he choose dignity or life? What would Long Chen do? Primal Chaos Fire Dance covered her mouth with her hand and said with an evil smile, "Are you still hesitating? I seem to know that you don't have a world under your control. So, what else do you have to think about? Just nod your head. If you perform well, my grandfather might take you into our Primal Chaos God clan and let you work for us." That's right. The weak can only submit unless you are willing to die. We, the Chaos God race, will definitely not reject a battle to improve ourselves. Of course, we also want to get rid of all of you future troubles. For a moment, the Chaos God race started talking at once. Some of their words were even worse than the Primal Chaos Fire Dance. When the gods and devils of the myriad worlds heard this, they felt nervous and unconvinced. Their hearts were in chaos and they wanted to cough up blood. Many of them had never experienced such humiliation in their entire lives. Dignity and life. If Long Chen had to choose, he would definitely choose dignity. But he was making a choice for the entire world. When all the pressure was concentrated on him, he wasn't frightened by it. Instead, he found a way out. At this moment, he raised his head in front of the Chaos God race and looked at the Chaos God Lord. His voice was cold and resolute as he said word by word, "God Lord, you're right. The weak can only submit. But, at least until now, you haven't proved that we are weak. If you are really scary, we can submit to protect our lives." That's right. But, at least, I want proof. His voice could at least drown out the mocking laughter of the Chaos Gods, as well as the disdainful smile of the Chaos Fire Dance. After he finished speaking, everyone went silent. Obviously, Long Chen wasn't convinced. But, he was right. Everyone knew that the Chaos God race was strong. But, you haven't proved it yet. Without proof, how can you convince us? Suddenly, the gods and demons found a common point. Their faces were resolute. Right. You haven't convinced us yet and you want us to submit? Do you think we are that gullible? If you want to station your people in our territory, you have to at least show us what you are capable of. At this moment, the crowd was united. Their divine might be able to fight against the Chaos God race. It wasn't like they could gain absolute victory just because they had more people. With the support of the crowd, Long Chen once again spoke in a clear voice. To be honest, I admit that your Chaos God clan is powerful, and you, the Chaos God Lord, were once powerful. However, if you insist on a life and death struggle, don't think that I, Long Chen, won't be able to harm your Chaos God clan. At the very least, I can destroy billions of lives in your clan. If it really comes to that, you can give it a try. Therefore, it's not that we don't want to surrender, but we need a reason to surrender. He had the life and death realms, as well as the time tunnel, which was the ancestral dragon's territory. Of course, he was confident that the Chaos God Masters could not do anything to him. In reality, the destruction that Long Chen had caused to the Chaos God world was unimaginable if they really fought to the death. For a moment, all the Chaos God race seemed to be suppressed by Long Chen's words. They looked at the God Lord and waited for his reply. It was up to the God Lord to decide whether to destroy or submit. You are right. We, the Chaos God race, don't rely on words to make our opponents submit. We rely on our ability. The God Lord quickly responded. Then what do you think we should do? Long Chen asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. The Chaos God race had a whole new level of respect for him for being able to remain calm under such circumstances. Most importantly, he was risking the destruction of the myriad worlds to fight against the God Lord. In the end, the God Lord said, if I only rely on my own ability, you will definitely not be completely convinced. Anyway, we have plenty of time. Let's do it this way. We, the Chaos God race, will send out 9 experts. They are me and the 8 Chaos Saint Venerables. You choose 9 experts from the myriad worlds and we will fight against each other. Whoever wins more than 5 battles will be the winner. The God Lord weakened his own value and treated himself as one out of 9 factors in the outcome of the battle. He did this to convince Long Chen and the myriad worlds. After all, he had already shown his ability with the invitation. My request is that you can only choose 9 people, and that you are not allowed to participate in the battle repeatedly. In that case, if you are defeated, I believe that if you are still unconvinced, I can only destroy all of you. This is my final concession. 9 experts. There were 9 of them. 8 Chaos Saint Venerables and 1 God Lord. Long Chen's side was in danger. Then, if the Chaos God race wins, you will rule over the myriad worlds and send people to the other worlds. If we win, you will give up on the idea of ruling over the myriad worlds and stay in the Chaos God race and live in peace with the myriad worlds. What do you think? Long Chen raised his head and looked at the God Lord. The Chaos God race's desire to rule over the myriad worlds was too strong. In fact, the other worlds were not of much use to them. However, the will to rule was in their bones. Only by standing at the peak of all living beings would they feel superior. All right. The God Lord agreed in the end. Long Chen's actions could be considered to have won the initiative for the infinite realms. However, choosing the 9 people would be the greatest difficulty. There was one more thing he needed to do, and that was to stall for time. Chapter 3154. The Master Chaos listened to Long Chen's suggestion and chose this method to make the myriad realms' divine demons admit defeat. He wanted to shock them to the greatest extent and make them lose all hope. The power of the invitation alone was not enough to make Long Chen and the rest give up. Moreover, the Master Chaos was still in the origin incandescent stone. Long Chen and the rest also wondered if the Master Chaos had any restrictions. However, since he wanted to fight, it was obvious that there was no such restriction. This was a battle of dignity and honor. The myriad realms' divine demons naturally wanted to seize this last chance to fight and defend their dignity. As for the primal chaos god race, they naturally didn't think that there was any suspense. They just treated it as a show. At this moment, their hearts were filled with anticipation. Of course, they were looking forward to how their divine master and primal chaos Saint Venerables would torture the gods and demons of the myriad worlds so that they would be convinced. This is going to be a good show. That's right. Moreover, we have never seen the Master God in action. Including Long Chen, they have 5 perfect realm ultimate gods. Everyone, guess how many matches we will win. I'm guessing at least 8 matches. Nonsense, at least 9 matches. Haha. Although the gods and demons of the myriad worlds were qualified to challenge them, the primal chaos gods were still sneering in disdain. They had the advantage in numbers and had the support of the origin incandescent stone. Long Chen and his group of outsiders were indeed suppressed in terms of momentum. Fortunately, Long Chen could still handle it calmly. He said, "Divine Lord, let's have a battle every 5 days. How about it? 5 days after the first battle, we can make arrangements and choose our side's representative." Long Chen's actions might seem like a show of weakness, but his main goal was to buy as much time as possible. Of course, it was for Kitten. When the Chaos Gods heard his cowardly words, they burst into laughter. Sure enough, the Lord of Chaos Gods didn't care about these details. He said, "It's up to you. As long as it ends in about 2 months. As for our side, we will follow the order of the Chaos Continent. Fire Dance, 5 days later, you will fight the first battle." The Master God of Chaos, who had absolute power in the upper hand, was too lazy to arrange a battle strategy. In comparison, the gods and demons of the myriad worlds were indeed a little pitiful. However, they knew that Long Chen definitely had his reasons for doing this. Especially the time tunnel, with its 1,000 times speed, 5 days would be more than 13 years. A battle every 13 years. After the battle, it would be over 100 years later. Long Chen didn't believe that they wouldn't be able to undergo a huge transformation in 100 years. After 100 years, they would still lose. Everyone had their own dignity. Who would be willing to let others take charge of their own homeland? Since that's the case, we'll take our leave first. We'll definitely return 5 days later. At that time, everyone will know who will be the first to fight. Long Chen was prepared to bring the gods and demons of the myriad worlds to the time tunnel. Wait. Primal Chaos Fire Dance looked at the gods and demons with disdain. Finally, her eyes fixed on Long Chen. She smiled coldly and said, "I know you won't be the first to fight. Remember to arrange a slightly better opponent for me. If it's too boring, I can't guarantee that I'll kill your people on the spot." A bunch of trash from the myriad worlds. How dare you challenge the Chaos Gods? Along with Primal Chaos Fire Dance's laughter, all the Chaos Gods also smiled mockingly. "Don't worry. I'll definitely arrange a person to smash your butt, face, and mouth." This kind of humiliation was basically useless against Long Chen. If she wanted to take advantage of him with words, the key was that she wasn't afraid of humiliation. However, Primal Chaos Fire Dance couldn't stand humiliation. Therefore, she could only lose in a quarrel with Long Chen. "You." When Primal Chaos Fire Dance was furious, Long Chen took control of the situation. He opened the gate of the time tunnel and brought the gods and demons of the myriad worlds into the Tower of Time. Immediately, they arrived at the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time. The time here was 1,000 times faster than the outside world. The gods and demons of the myriad worlds gathered around Long Chen. Everyone looked at Long Chen. Among the 4 rulers, the chaos demonic ancestor immediately said, "Long Chen, we have to thank you for fighting for this opportunity for us. After all, Primal Chaos Fire Dance is right. You are different from us." Different meant that Long Chen didn't control a world like them. However, after knowing that Long Chen's dragon sacrificial continent had been destroyed, the chaos demonic ancestor couldn't say it out loud. Actually, it's the same. The myriad worlds are also my home. I want to make this place better. Naturally, I have to restrict the chaos gods. Long Chen said firmly. The heavenly Tao Holy Emperor said, now, we are definitely of one mind. Long Chen, you've done well. This is an important opportunity for us. As long as we win more than 5 battles, the chaos gods will naturally keep their promise and we can also have peace. However, the problem is that our opponents are 8 primal chaos holy venerables and divine masters. All of them are existences above the perfection realm. How are we going to send out 9 people? That was the biggest problem. To be honest, as long as they weren't perfection realm divine masters, they would definitely lose. We can use the method of using the strongest to fight the weakest. The chaos gods are arrogant. They arranged the order based on the success of the primal chaos continent. At the beginning, they will be the weakest. They will get stronger and stronger. Finally, it will be the divine masters. We only need to win the first 5 battles. Long Chen, you and the 4 rulers can do it. An ultimate god from the southern starfield said. The heavenly Tao Holy Emperor shook his head and said, you're thinking too simply. Although the opponent's order is set, even the weakest primal chaos fire dance is basically at the same level as the 4 of us. Not to mention the other 7. Even if the 5 of us fight at the beginning, it's basically impossible for us to win 5 battles in a row. The 4 rulers had already calculated that none of the 8 primal chaos holy venerables were easy to bully. Even the weakest primal chaos fire dance had 3 original incipient grade creator divine weapons. It would probably be good if they could win 3 out of 5 battles. Let's not talk about the order for now. Let me first arrange the people who will fight. Long Chen interrupted the crowd. Everyone's fiery gazes focused on him. In fact, many people wanted to fight, but they knew their limits. If they went up against a primal chaos holy venerate, it would be a waste of an opportunity. Under everyone's gaze, Long Chen said, first, me and the 4 rulers. That's already 5 people. This was, of course, publicly acknowledged. Then, Long Chen called Mo Xiaolang over and said to the crowd, this is my brother, Mo Xiaolang. Everyone should know him. He recently reached the great circle of the ultimate god realm. Although he is still lacking, we have more than 100 years. He has improved a lot. It's not impossible for him to defeat a primal chaos holy venerate. Also, he was the one who broke the primal chaos formation. Actually, everyone had some understanding of Mo Xiaolang. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight. There were 6 of them now. They still needed 3 more. Everyone continued to look at Long Chen. 3 more. Who's going to fight? In fact, Long Chen wouldn't let his beloved woman fight unless he had no other choice. However, Lingxi took the initiative to stand up and said, everyone, although I'm a primordial divine venerate, I have a semi-origin destiny divine weapon. It's a divine curse ring from the ancestral planet. I can use the ancestral planet's primordial divine curse. With Long Chen supporting me, I can participate in this battle. If possible, I'll try my best to win this battle. Lingxi isn't very famous in the infinite worlds, but everyone knows she's Long Chen's woman. In Long Chen's team, even one of his brothers has reached the great circle of the ultimate god. There's no reason his woman would be weak. Most importantly, she has a semi-origin destiny divine weapon. That's something even the 4 rulers don't have. No one said anything, but everyone agreed. Lingxi's appearance had gradually given them confidence. Little she, Long Chen pursed his lips. She was still the same, willing to share his burden. Chen, don't worry. The opponent might not be able to withstand the power of the primordial divine curse. I can use the love thread of 3 lifetimes to maximize your strength. Lingxi was still very reliable. Alright, you should participate in this battle. In that case, there were already 7 people. Only 1 person was missing. Of these 7 people, 4 were the 4 sovereigns, while the other 3 were actually on Long Chen's side. Only then did everyone truly understand how enormous Long Chen's power was. Since Lingxi was going to fight, there was no reason for Li Xuanji not to appear. Although she was pregnant, she was still very quiet and basically could not be seen. This time, Long Chen needed her. She can use all my laws and all my destiny divine weapons. She's like my clone. She can fight. Long Chen held Lingxi's hand with his left hand, and Li Xuanji's hand with his right. These two great beauties were so powerful that they were envious of them. Li Xuanji rarely fought, but many people knew that she had used Long Chen's power to defeat the Dark Sky ruler. Moreover, the Dark Sky ruler was also present. Long Chen, you're a miracle. Even the four rulers didn't expect that Long Chen could come up with such a team. Indeed, as he grew stronger, Li Xuanji naturally grew stronger. Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi had also caught up. These four people's team was actually very strong. They weren't any weaker than the four rulers. Now, there were 8 of them, and 4 of them were on Long Chen's side. Moreover, after listening to Long Chen's introduction, everyone suddenly felt that there was a lot of hope for this battle. This was a sacred war that would affect myriad worlds and change history. Although it was happening in the chaotic divine world, it was bound to shake the myriad worlds. Even the outside world knew about the confrontation between Long Chen and the Primal Chaos Lord, as well as the current situation. The people outside also wanted to know about the chaotic divine world and the current situation. Obviously, the entire myriad worlds were in an uproar after knowing about the situation. Perhaps it was fear, or perhaps it was passion. Long Chen didn't bother to find out about this, because everyone was waiting to see who would be the last person to fight according to his plan. Facing everyone's questions, Long Chen said, "I'll keep the last person a secret. This person is currently at a critical moment. If he can wake up in 100 years, he will be a match for the Primal Chaos Lord. If he can't wake up, then we can only give up on the battle with the Primal Chaos Lord." When he said this, he was looking forward to it in his heart. "Kitten, you must succeed in about 110 years. Chapter 3155. The battle between the deities and demons of the myriad worlds and the chaos gods swept across the entire myriad worlds in a very short time. Everyone in the world knew that their future, and the future of the entire world, depended on the outcome of this sacred battle. Even the four rulers could only decide 1/9 of the fate of the world. The news that Long Chen was leading 3 people to battle spread throughout the world. This made his reputation and status rise above the 4 rulers. Invisibly, Long Chen had become the publicly acknowledged king of the world. The sovereign of the world in the hearts of countless people. If he could really lead the gods and demons of the world and win this sacred battle that was almost impossible, then his position in the world would be completely solidified. He would become the faith and the hero in everyone's hearts. 5 days. Another 5 days passed. Everyone was counting down the days. When the day of the first battle arrived, all the living beings in the myriad of worlds and the gods and devils held their breaths, waiting for the results. No one was willing to live a life of slavery. Therefore, when the primal chaos god race descended, everyone longed for the victory of the world. This battle would be the greatest battle in the past tens of millions of years. It would be written into history and passed down for tens of millions of years, perhaps even further. If the world still had such a long lifespan. After the 9 people were decided, the biggest problem was the order of battle. They had to decide who would participate in the first battle. Then, they had to decide how to arrange the first 5 battles. Therefore, Long Chen and the 4 rulers were discussing this. "The 4 of us and you have a slight chance of winning. We can squeeze into the first 5. I have a 60 to 70% chance of winning against the Primal Chaos Fire Dance in the first battle." God Luya usually had a cheeky smile on his face, but now he couldn't smile anymore. "Me too." Ancient God Savage Desolation and the Heaven Dao Divine Emperor said at almost the same time. Chaos Demon Ancestor said, "Then one of you 3 will go. You must ensure victory. After all, she is the weakest on the other side. If she can't win, then we really have no chance." We need to give it our all in the first 5 battles. Let's listen to Long Chen. The order of battle was very important. Even the 4 rulers didn't know what to do. Long Chen thought about it and said, "As for me, I have more than an 80% chance of defeating the first 6 opponents. As for the last 3, except for the Lord God of Chaos, I have more than a 60% chance of defeating the remaining 2. Therefore, it doesn't matter if I fight in the last match. I will definitely win 1 match. Therefore, in the first 5 matches, we should be able to win 4. Yes, you don't need to waste your time arranging the first few battles." God Luya agreed. The key is that the first few matches go smoothly. If the opponent is getting stronger and stronger, then we can put all our hopes on these 5 matches. We can't arrange it from strong to weak. We can only get stronger and stronger, but we can also suppress them in every match. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor shook his head and said, "That's the case, but in reality, there's not much difference between the 4 of us. It's very difficult to determine the victor. To be honest, there's almost no need to arrange the order of our appearance. I think the next few opponents won't be much stronger than the Chaotic Fire Dance. Let's talk about the first battle. Do the 4 of you have a 60% chance of defeating the Primal Chaos Fire Dance? Let's talk about the first battle. Do the 4 of you have a 60% chance of defeating the Primal Chaos Fire Dance?" The 4 rulers looked at each other. They had watched the battle of the Primal Chaos Fire Dance. It should be about the same. Logically, it would be fine to put one of them in front. However, Long Chen thought about it carefully and felt that it was a waste. Since they were going to fight, there was no need to put the 4 rulers in front. He looked around and saw Lingxi, Li Xuanji, and Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen was going to leave him to deal with a Primal Chaos Holy Lord who had the Fire Rule Force. That Primal Chaos Holy Lord was 3rd from the bottom and was considered very strong. However, Mo Xiaolang was very tough and could be challenged. Li Xuanji could use the Eternal Whirlpool and the Primordial Dragon Sword. In reality, it was also very likely that she could fight in the 4th from the bottom, which was the 6th from the top. Long Chen put himself in the 8th battle, which was the battle before the Master Chaos Holy Lord. Obviously, it was also a great challenge for him. That was the number 1 person below the Master Chaos Holy Lord. He controlled the Silver Continent. He was definitely not weaker than him. Then, only Lingxi had not been arranged. Lingxi and the 4 rulers would fight in the first few battles. In fact, Long Chen's battle strategy was different from what the 4 rulers thought. He was more inclined to fight with his life on the line. Compared to the 4 rulers, he trusted Mo Xiaolang and company more because they were monsters that Long Chen had nurtured. For Li Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang, even if the first 5 battles did not have the expected results, they still had a chance to fight to the death. Do you have any confidence in defeating the Chaotic Dance of Fire with the Divine Silence Mantra and the Divine Destiny Mantra? Long Chen asked Lingxi softly. She will underestimate me. Therefore, I think there is an 80% chance that she will lose if she gets hit. The power of the Primordial Divine Mantra was not to be doubted. Moreover, the arrogance of the Chaotic Dance of Fire could be used. Only Lingxi looked like a Primordial Divine Venerable. Using the contempt of the Chaotic Dance of Fire would have the most unexpected effect. Long Chen knew Lingxi's thoughts the best. You think the same as me? Long Chen smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, I know who will deal with the Chaotic Dance of Fire." Lingxi. The 4 rulers thought that it was one of them. Everyone, don't worry. Lingxi will definitely give us a perfect start. However, after Lingxi, we will need 4 people to fight in the next 4 battles. Since the 4 of them are about the same, we will first understand what the 4 primordial divine venerables are good at, then arrange the order and try to restrain them. Since this is your arrangement, we all believe in you. The Heavenly Tao Divine Emperor's words were concise, but his trust also allowed Long Chen to carry out his plan more boldly. The 4 rulers wanted to win the first 5 battles, but Long Chen felt that there was too much uncertainty. Therefore, his goal was the overall situation. The first 5 battles were a guarantee, and the last 4 battles were for them to risk their lives. 13 years. Long Chen stayed by Lingxi's side to protect her. Lingxi was quietly familiarizing herself with the God Curse ring and the primordial God Curse. Long Chen gave her strength and a wider field of vision. Occasionally, he would simulate battles with her and analyze the chaotic dance of fire's personality. Long Chen had fought with the primal chaos fire dance before, so he naturally knew everything about the primal chaos fire dance. He had even analyzed the 9-star chain, the ancient primal chaos, and the star and moon divine hell's 3 laws clearly with Ling Shi. Once the star moon divine prison appears, you will most likely lose. Hence, in this battle, you must do it quickly and accurately. If your opponent underestimates you, you can first show weakness and let her be complacent and arrogant for a while. Then, you can instantly use the silence mantra. When she is the most complacent, it is the time when she is most vulnerable. Hence, you are the best candidate to defeat her. Chen, do you want me to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? What do you mean by pretending to be a pig? You are a pig. Don't try to anger me. I am not as easily angered as the chaotic dance of fire. Lingxi squinted her eyes and smiled. She looked extremely cute. After being seduced by her, Long Chen was not in the mood to analyze anymore. He pounced on her and started licking her. Suddenly, Long Chen stopped. What are you doing? Lingxi complained. I will pull Xuanji out. I want the 2 of you to serve me together. Scoundrel. 13 years passed in the blink of an eye. The tense moment had finally arrived. On this day, the gods and demons of the myriad realms gathered around Long Chen. Everyone looked at Long Chen and Lingxi, who was going to fight first. To be honest, many people did not understand Long Chen's decision to let Lingxi, who seemed to be the weakest, fight in such a crucial first round. They were also privately discussing whether such a strategy was wrong. Of course, these were only private discussions. After all, this was agreed upon by the 4 rulers. The first battle was closely related to confidence, morale, and hope. Long Chen was very calm. He had practiced with Lingxi thousands of times. Everyone, no matter what happens in the first battle, we will give everyone and the myriad realms a satisfactory answer. Before victory, everything else is just empty talk. Please wait and see. Having said that, Long Chen didn't bother to be pretentious. He brought everyone out of the time tunnel. The team of more than 700 people from the infinite worlds appeared beside the origin or in an instant, right in front of the chaos gods. 5 days, to the chaos gods, was just the blink of an eye. Before the gods and demons of the myriad worlds came out, the entire chaos god race was still chatting and laughing. Most of them were surrounding Han Dan Huowu like stars surrounding the moon, making her feel superior. Those words of praise made Han Dan Huowu blush. Even her smile seemed to contain honey. Holy Sage Fire Dance, with your talent, we are about the same age, but we are still far behind you. In the so-called myriad realms, there is no one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you. This bunch of trash from the myriad worlds only knows how to hide and whisper to each other to discuss schemes and conspiracies. How disappointing. Now that Long Chen and the others had appeared, the killing intent and fighting spirit between the 2 sides was instantly ignited. The chaos gods immediately stopped smiling and used cold and contemptuous eyes to look at the gods and demons of the myriad realms. Chaotic Dance of Fire looked over and saw Long Chen's calm eyes. She sneered and said, pretending to be calm again. How shameless. You will definitely not fight today. So, no matter who it is, I will make him die without a burial place. This was her revenge against Long Chen. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. Originally, it was noisy, but now it was dead silent. There was only cold fighting spirit and hatred in the eyes. Long Chen said, God Lord, 5 days are up. According to our agreement, today is the day for the first battle. The Chaos God Lord was still in the Origin Oregon. He said, all right, the battlefield is here. You can just move aside. Chapter 3156. Primal Chaos Fire Dance placed one of her hands on her waist. Her body was graceful and curvaceous. She stared at Long Chen with her silvery eyes and said, "I told you, you have to arrange a decent opponent for me. Who is going to fight? Hurry up and tell him to get his ass out here." Her gaze swept across the 4 hegemons. As Primal Chaos Fire Dance spoke, all the chaotic gods retreated to the Divine Master mainland, which was the origin or, leaving the battlefield to Primal Chaos Fire Dance. At that moment, Primal Chaos Fire Dance was peerless. You'll know soon enough. Long Chen and the others also needed to give up the battlefield and retreat. At this time, he made a retreating hand gesture. While the gods and demons were confronting the chaos gods, they also retreated in an orderly manner. Long Chen was also among the retreating troops. Only one person remained in front of Primal Chaos Fire Dance. A person that Primal Chaos Fire Dance could not imagine. In a short period of time, Long Chen and the gods and demons had retreated almost to the divine path of chaos, making the battlefield extremely spacious. The battle could begin at any time. However, Primal Chaos Fire Dance could not help but gape at the person in front of her. It was a silver-haired ethereal girl. Her silver hair was different from Primal Chaos Fire Dance's. It had a more beautiful and bright luster. She wore a simple white dress but had the most breathtaking beauty. She was like a fairy that did not belong to the mortal world. Her eyes and smile were so pure that it made people's hearts ache. In comparison, the chaotic fire dance was a kind of wild beauty. It was so beautiful that it made people have an incomparably strong desire to conquer it, wanting to press her under their bodies. She's fighting. Primal Chaos Fire Dance widened her eyes at Long Chen. She was first shocked, then angry. Long Chen, you're looking down on me. You're using a piece of trash to fight me. What's the meaning of this? Primal Chaos Fire Dance could not help but curse. She was really mad. Why did Long Chen have to humiliate her? Her hysteria was within Long Chen's expectations. On the Divine Master mainland side, some of the chaotic gods were laughing, while others were disdainful. Indeed, the myriad worlds are a bunch of cowards. They don't even have anyone to fight. They actually let a primordial divine venerable fight the first battle. There must be something wrong with their brains. If I were them, I would definitely win the first battle. At the very least, it would raise their morale. However, it seems like their decision-maker is very stupid. Ling Shi, who was enduring all of this pressure and insults, was actually very calm and collected. That was because she had long since anticipated all of this. Long Chen, give me a better one. Chaos Fire Dance was so angry that her breasts were surging. Lord God, we can begin. This was Long Chen's cold response to her. Humph, you dare to humiliate me? I'll make you regret it. If I'm not wrong, this beauty is your woman. I can tell from the look in your eyes. You'll really regret arranging for her to be my opponent. If you don't want to change your opponent now, then don't blame me for not knowing how to control my strength. If I accidentally destroy a flower, don't blame me. Such a fragile beauty. If I turn her into a pile of minced meat, let's see if you can still look so calm. No matter how much Primal Chaos Fire Dance cursed, she couldn't change the outcome of this battle. Ling Shi was calm and collected, her temperament elegant, forming a huge contrast with Primal Chaos Fire Dance's cursing. She said, Primal Chaos Fire Dance, please. Beauty, what's your name? Chaos Fire Dance's eyes were ferocious. As she spoke, her silver moon armor glowed. The silver spear in her hand, Chaos Green Fang, emitted a cold light that tore the sky and earth. The star moon tear on her wrist was a lethal weapon. The 3 original incipient grade creator divine weapons created Chaos Fire Dance's terror. On the chaotic god side, many gods were cheering and roaring for her. Their mocking laughter suppressed the myriad world's gods and demons so much that they couldn't lift their heads. Lingxi. Our hearts are linked by telepathy. She from dawn. Haha. At the moment she asked for his name, Primal Chaos Fire Dance wielded her Primal Chaos Green Fang and attacked. Although Lingxi looked soft and gentle, Primal Chaos Fire Dance didn't show mercy. As soon as she attacked, she burst out her terrifying lethality. Her original incipient grade power burst out and shook the void fiercely. Boom. The god emperors and divine venerables behind Long Chen had to protect him. Long Chen didn't even blink, gazing at Lingxi. The arrogant laughter of the chaotic gods lingered in his ears. 9-star chain. Primal Chaos Fire Dance leaped up like a moon war god. Silver light illuminated the world, even drowning out the color of the origin incandescent stone, sealing off everyone's vision. And at this crucial moment, 9 incomparably huge stars were born in front of her. Those silver stars shone with boundless radiance. Primal Chaos Fire Dance sneered. Primal Chaos Green Fang pierced through the 9 stars, causing them to intertwine. Boom. Boom. 9 explosions sounded. The destructive power exploded in front of Lingxi. Long Chen, your woman is ruined. Chaos Fire Dance's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. The 9-star chain was the rule that Long Chen and Lingxi were most familiar with. Lingxi knew what to do, so he wasn't worried. At this moment, countless Lingxi appeared in the void. My endless divine trace. The Chaos Demon Ancestor was startled. That was his space rule. She learned it after seeing it, Long Chen explained. She's a genius. Long Chen and Lingxi were the only 2 people in the entire universe who could see other people's rule and understand it themselves. Moreover, the Chaos Demon Ancestor could see that Lingxi's endless divine trace was already in a mature state. In the destruction of the 9-star chain, Lingxi was destroyed one by one. All of you, die. The Chaos Fire Dance roared. No matter how many Lingxi there were, they were all destroyed. Bang. With the last loud bang, the power of the 9-star chain passed. The Chaos Demon Ancestor had absolute confidence in the Chaos Fire Dance. Even if it couldn't kill Lingxi, it could severely injure her. Whoosh, Lingxi appeared in front of him. At this moment, her hair was disheveled, her face was pale, and her lips were chapped. Obviously, she was injured and almost couldn't take a single move from the Chaos Fire Dance. Lingxi looked at the Chaos Fire Dance with trembling eyes. For a moment, almost all the Chaos Gods were laughing. They weren't laughing at Lingxi, but at Long Chen. It was hard to understand why Long Chen would be so stupid as to send Lingxi to fight a battle that he was bound to lose. I know, Long Chen gave up long ago. Actually, he said he wasn't convinced because he wanted to save some face. Now that he has face, I guess they don't want to fight properly and just want to lose casually. What a bunch of cowards. They don't even have this bit of courage. I was excited for nothing. The entire Primal Chaos God race was filled with such voices. After hearing this, the gods and demons were enraged. They were so angry that their faces turned red. Losing the first battle was a huge blow to them. At this time, everyone was also confused. Why did they send Lingxi? Most of them wanted to curse at the Chaos Gods, but they didn't dare to do so. A small portion of them looked at Long Chen gloomily. They didn't know why Long Chen was so quiet at this moment. Below the battlefield, the Chaos Fire Dance stood in front of Lingxi with incomparable arrogance. She stared at Lingxi with her argenty chain eyes. She looked at Lingxi from the beginning to the end. Her eyes changed, and so did her voice. She said, "You look so delicate. You look so pitiful. I don't have the heart to attack you anymore. You can only blame yourself for following that useless guy, Long Chen. When you talk about it, you look so pitiful." Lingxi was startled. Although she was pretending now, why did this woman's eyes look a little strange? She was different from ordinary women. She was staring at her face, chest, waist, buttocks. That gaze was so aggressive and possessive. She had only seen such a gaze in men's eyes. It's a pity that you're not a pure woman anymore. You've been defiled by Long Chen. The Chaos Fire Dance's eyes suddenly turned cold. Cold killing intent appeared in her eyes. No matter what the other party said, this was indeed the time when Ling Shi was the most relaxed. It was also the time when Ling Shi was ready. To Ling Shi, other than the strange words that Chaotic Fire Dance had said, everything else was going according to her and Long Chen's plan. You're the one who was defiled. Although her words were incomprehensible, they were truly infuriating. Just as the primal Chaos Fire Dance was at its most confident and was the closest to Ling Shi, just as the gods and demons of the myriad worlds lost their confidence, Ling Shi used the threads of 3 lifetimes and Long Chen's power to the greatest extent, adding her own power to that. Instantly, the Ring of God spell shone on her finger. Ring finger. As soon as the Ring of God spell appeared, this place became a cursed world. Silence mantra. It was a great opportunity. She acted decisively. Half origin. At this moment, the Master God's surprised voice sounded. It was the first time anyone had heard the Master God surprise. Lingxi had hidden the divine curse ring far too deeply, all for the sake of making her move at this very moment. The silence mantra was like a phantom. The Chaos Fire Dance was right in front of her. She was about to kill Lingxi. She had just severely injured Lingxi, so she was naturally the most relaxed moment. Half origin? What? The Chaos Fire Dance was stunned. At this moment, the primordial mantra descended. The silence mantra didn't have any suspense. She was locked before she could react. The silence mantra condensed into a transparent jade stone beside her. The Chaos Fire Dance was completely sealed in it. The Chaos Fire Dance in the jade stone seemed to be still. Ling Shi was almost completely exhausted. It was all thanks to Long Chen that she was able to complete the divine silence incantation, but her spirit was also extremely exhausted. However, at least she had succeeded. Now, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone looked at this sudden change. They saw Ling Shi standing in the air like a fairy, while the primal Chaos Fire Dance was frozen in the middle of the divine silence incantation, still maintaining a shocked expression. Lingxi had completed her task. Chapter 3157. The moment the silence mantra was created, it was a moment that struck fear into the hearts of most people. When the primal Chaos Fire Dance was trapped by the silence mantra, the primal chaos gods and the gods and demons of the myriad worlds could feel how terrifying the silence mantra was. It was the same for Li Xuanji when she was afflicted by the silence mantra. Of course, Lingxi's attainment in the silence mantra was not as strong as the founding ancestor. She had also borrowed the strength of Long Chen. However, it was undeniable that she still had great potential in the future. In fact, the battle between Lingxi and Chaotic Fire Dance could only be considered as a few moments from the beginning to the end. Chaotic Fire Dance initially had the upper hand, but she was instantly trapped by Lingxi in the silence mantra. The chaotic god's mood fell from heaven to hell. For a moment, even after Ling Shi had finished speaking, there was only silence. Even on the side of the gods and demons of the myriad worlds, many widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Many deity emperors and ultimate gods could not understand Long Chen. Then, they developed a kind of longing and even worship for Long Chen. It turned out that everything was under his control. Lord God, the outcome is clear. We can prepare for the next battle. Everything was indeed within Long Chen's expectations. He let Ling Shi return to his side and spoke to the Lord of Chaos in a clear voice. You won the first round. That's right, but let Fire Dance go. The Lord God's voice was still calm. In fact, the chaotic gods knew that the Lord God doted on his granddaughter and could not bear to see Chaotic Fire Dance suffer. Hearing the Lord God's announcement, the gods and demons from various worlds were overjoyed. The victory at the beginning of the battle gave them great morale and hope. Suddenly, everyone was excited. Even if they did not cheer, the smiles on their faces were a blow to the chaotic gods. After all, they had repeatedly ridiculed the gods, and it was like a slap to their faces. A great victory at the beginning. The news swept across the various worlds like a storm. Everyone remembered the first name, Lingxi. Only then did Lingxi use the divine curse ring to remove the quiet god curse. Because she was the one who used it, it was relatively easy to remove. However, it still took a full quarter of an hour. From this, one could see how complicated the Serenity Mantra was. The primal chaos gods were the most arrogant and unbridled of all. If the four sovereign lords in Longchen defeated the primal chaos dance of fire, it wouldn't count for much. However, it was a primordial stage ultimate god who made a move. This was a slap to the face of the chaos gods. I can't accept this. They used a trick. This woman is no match for holy venerable fire dance. Some people even protested. The primal chaos fire dance was finally freed from the divine silence spell. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her gaze was cold to the extreme. Now, she narrowed her eyes, and there was only one person in her eyes, and that was Lingxi. Suddenly, she laughed. How interesting. Then, she looked at Longchen and saw him following Lingxi intimately. A jealous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She clenched her fists and said to Lingxi, I really didn't expect you to be able to subdue me. I didn't think you were interesting before, but now I do. Let me tell you, there is nothing that I, the primal chaos fire dance, can't get what I want. Lingxi was a little confused. What exactly did she want? Chen, she likes you. From Lingxi's understanding, it was probably similar to Biyao. After being tortured by Longchen a few times, she fell in love with Longchen. Longchen was really speechless about the perverted hobby of the primal chaos fire dance. This charming beauty actually had a problem. It was simply a waste of God's gift. He first let Lingxi return to the time tunnel to prevent the primal chaos fire dance from going crazy. Everyone, since the battle is over, we will take our leave first. As soon as he finished speaking. Wait. At this moment, a primal chaos god clan member appeared behind primal chaos fire dance, placing his hands on her shoulders. He looked similar to primal chaos fire dance. They both had an original incipient grade divine weapon, the silver moon armor. Moreover, their styles were similar. However, when this man wore it, he looked domineering with the aura of an emperor. His silver gray hair fluttered. His eyes were even colder and crueler. Deep inside his eyes, there was a flow of death chi. That death chi was like a tornado. Looking at him, one could see the entire world was a whirlwind of death. 5 days later, I, Primal Chaos Heavenly Spirit, will fight. Today, you have made Fire Dance angry. Primal Chaos Fire Dance pushed him away. Move. I'm not angry. Then, she crossed the Primal Chaos Heavenly Spirit and returned to the Origin Bright Stone. Perhaps, she was going to the Primal Chaos God Lord. Primal Chaos Heavenly Spirit sneered. He looked at Longchen and said slowly, it's true. Today, your worlds have won. But this is just the first battle. I can tell you that this is your only battle. In the next battle, you'd better discuss it clearly. Smart people, don't meet me. Because today, I'm very angry. The consequence of my anger is to kill. When I kill, no one can stop me. So, the only way to save your life is to admit defeat. But it's possible that I won't give you the chance to do so. So, cowards, go back to your nests and sneakily discuss your schemes. But don't embarrass yourself by pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger like you did today. In front of absolute power, schemes are just a joke for the weak. Primal Chaos Heavenly Spirit was not polite at all. Also, take care of your woman. Don't let Fire Dance go crazy. If she goes crazy, what's yours won't be yours anymore. I finally made her a little interested in men, but you let your woman appear. You really deserve to die. Luckily, you protected her. Otherwise, I would have killed her." He was done with his ruthless words. Long Chen said, "So this is what you want to say? If I knew, I wouldn't have listened. See you in 5 days, losers." Long Chen led the teams back to the Tower of Time. This way, they had more than 13 years of time. As soon as they returned, Long Chen arranged for Lingxi to rest. Then, he discussed with the 4 rulers who should fight. "I've arranged the last 4 battles. Now, only the 2nd to 5th battles are left. The 4 of you will fight. The next battle is Primal Chaos Heavenly Spirit. Who do you think is more suitable?" The 4 rulers were also thinking about this question. The Heavenly Law Divine Emperor said, "The Primal Chaos God race came too suddenly. We don't know anything about them. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Now, we are in a passive position. However, the Primal Chaos God race probably doesn't understand us too well. In these 13 years, which is 5 days, we won't be able to understand Primal Chaos Heavenly Spirit." After winning the first battle, no one wanted to lose the second. No one was willing to be enslaved by others, lose their dignity, and lose their homes. Now, all the experts gathered together, longing for the next victory. Long Chen thought about it and said, "As a Primal Chaos God race, they definitely have Primal Chaos laws, similar to Primal Chaos Fire Dance's Primal Chaos laws. Primal Chaos Fire Dance is also proficient in astral laws. From Primal Chaos Heavenly Spirit, apart from Primal Chaos, I also saw a death storm. This law should be related to wind. Actually, the next few should not be too far off." Heavenly God Luya said, "How about this? In any case, there's no way to predict. Moreover, the opponent has both Primal Chaos and Storm laws. The 4 of us don't seem to have an advantage, so I'll go first. My opponent might be easier to deal with than the later ones, but the pressure will also be slightly greater." The other 3 rulers didn't have much of an opinion. Then let Luya go first. After all, they were indeed not too far off. "Don't worry. Under normal circumstances, if Primal Chaos Heavenly Spirit isn't too much stronger than Primal Chaos Fire Dance, I don't think it'll be a problem," Heavenly God Luya said. "All right." After confirming the candidates, Long Chen went to do his own things. After all, Mo Xiaolang, Li Xuanji, and himself would all have to participate in the next battles. Moreover, they might all be very crucial battles. For the myriad worlds, for all living beings, for dignity. Long Chen was also racing against time. Everyone was racing against time. During this period of time, even Long Yan and Long Chen rarely accompanied him. Another 13 years passed. During this period of time, Long Chen focused all his energy on laws. With the support of a long period of time, many laws had new developments. Moreover, Long Chen was also trying to integrate new laws. As for the Shadow Dream Charm Dragon, he left it completely to Li Xuanji. It would still take some time for it to be completely clear. In the blink of an eye, time was up. He and Heavenly God Luya had discussed quite a bit. After the first battle, everyone had more confidence. At the start, they were indeed frightened by the Chaos Gods, but now the pressure was much less. The gods and demons of the myriad worlds descended once again. To the Chaos Gods, 5 days was a matter of an instant. To them, Long Chen and the others were hiding every time to discuss the candidates and strategies. This was something that only those who admitted that they were weak would do. "You're finally here. I thought that all of you had escaped." Chaos Heavenly Gui was at the battle position. He basically did not move for 5 days. Chaos Fire Dance returned to the origin Oregon. Her gaze was cold and sharp. She did not notice Lingxi in the group. Her hateful gaze landed on Long Chen. From afar, she gestured a throat-slitting gesture at Long Chen. "Long Chen, who will you send this time?" Master Chaos God asked. Heavenly God Luya exchanged glances with the rest. He descended from the sky and landed in front of Chaos Heavenly Gui. This seemingly ordinary guy had a pair of gossipy eyes. He was a fearsome character among the 4 rulers. The ruler of the Northern Star region. Hee. Chaos Heavenly Gui was satisfied. Lingxi's plan had succeeded previously. However, Chaos Heavenly Gui needed an opponent who could truly fight against him. He was satisfied with Heavenly God Luya. If it was Long Chen, he would be even more satisfied. Fine. Since you are here to die, I will fulfill your wish as soon as possible. Today, I will give the myriad worlds the biggest surprise. However, I do not want to tell you what this surprise is. Chapter 3158. The Second Battle of the Sacred War. Heavenly God Luya fought chaotic Heavenly Gui. On one side was the ruler of the Northern Starfield, and on the other side was the ruler of the second land of the Chaos God realm, the Heavenly Gui continent. Now that the gods and Chaos God clan had given the huge battlefield to these 2 supreme gods, everyone could not help but feel suffocated before the final battle. The Chaos God clan was not as arrogant as before. In front of them, it was an evenly matched battle. It was also a battle that the myriad realms had to win. Their goal was to win 5 matches. The first 5 matches were very crucial. Even if they lost one match, it would be a huge blow to them. I think there's only less than a quarter of an hour left before your long life comes to an end. Primal Chaos Sky Gui Een sneered. When he said that, the battle had begun. Both of them had their own specialties. Both of them had the original incipient grade divine technique. At this moment, their powers were equal. No one could subdue the other. They were relying on principles and the creation divine weapons. The original incipient level creation divine weapon that chaotic Heavenly Gui had used was the armor that protected him, the Silver Sun. It was a set with the chaotic fire dance's Silver Moon. Its power was similar, but on chaotic Heavenly Gui, the effect was even stronger. Compared to the chaotic fire dance, chaotic Heavenly Gui was cold and overbearing. The silver armor was domineering and full of murderous intent. In comparison, Heavenly God Luya was very ordinary. It was like the difference between a god and a mortal. However, everyone knew that Heavenly God Luya was not that simple. At least, Long Chen had a lot of confidence in Heavenly God Luya. In the past 13 years, he had fought Heavenly God Luya a few times and had a deep understanding of his situation. At least, he was not weaker than the Chaos Demonic Ancestor. Kill. The final battle began in an instant. At that moment, everyone was holding their breath. Heavenly God Luya was good at 2 kinds of principles, Eightfold World and Eye and Ear Divine Technique. He relied on himself to forge 8 worlds and carried them with him. The Eightfold World was hidden in his eyes. And Eye and Ear Divine Technique was the basis for him to see through all worlds. His eyes and ears could see through space. Now, when his opponent attacked, he wasn't weak at all. The 8 terrifying worlds were unleashed and shot out from his eyes, forming 8 boundlessly huge worlds around him. This was the world of gossip. In these tens of millions of years, Heavenly God Luya had been forging the 8 worlds. Now, the destructive power of the 8 worlds had reached the peak, almost reaching the level of the 9-colored chaos formation. They were, Qian represented heaven, Kun represented earth, Sun represented wind, Zhen represented thunder, Qin represented water, Li represented fire, Zhen represented mountain, and Dui represented lake. Heaven, earth, storm, thunder, ocean, sea of fire, mountain, swamp. Every world was a place where the destructive power was the most concentrated. For example, in the Sea of Fire, there were several kinds of divine fires that even Mo Xiaolang was tempted by. As for the world of storms and thunderbolts, as long as one was bombarded by them, one's body would simply fall apart. As soon as the Eightfold Worlds appeared, the Chaos God clan was startled. However, Heavenly God Luya wasn't that simple. He took out his original incipient grade divine weapon. Supreme God Pearl. 4 of the supreme divine pearls were in his left hand and the other 4 were in his right hand. A total of 8. These were the original incipient grade creator divine weapons that had been passed down from the ancient times in the Heavenly God sacred domain. Heavenly God Luya had implanted these 8 supreme God pearls into the eightfold world and made it the core of the eightfold world. The power of the eightfold world had doubled and become more stable. Thus, the eightfold worlds were like 8 swords surrounding Heavenly God Luya. 8 types of weapons. Heavenly God Luya controlled the eightfold worlds and charged towards primal chaos heavenly. His eightfold worlds are really hard to deal with. It's a headache. The Heavenly Path Holy Emperor said in a low voice. In fact, they were very confident in Heavenly God Luya. Primal Chaos Gate. Wearing the silver sun, Primal Chaos Heavenly God was still not satisfied. When he saw the Supreme God Pearls and the eightfold worlds descend, he smiled coldly. Without a word, he took out his second original incipient grade divine weapon. In terms of the number of original incipient grade divine weapons, he surpassed Heavenly God Luya. Currently, the 4 great rulers only had 2 types of divine weapons. Of course, Long Chen had already returned the Great Void Demon Sword to the Chaos Demonic Forefather. Thus, the Chaos Demonic Forefather had 3. The Primal Chaos Gate was a gray door. Inside the gray door was a gray vortex that emitted an immense primal chaos aura. Clearly, this was a divine weapon with the primal chaos attribute. It was even more troublesome than the primal chaos green tooth. Primal Chaos Heavenly God used this to fight against Heavenly God Luya's eightfold worlds. Paramitha World. Primal Chaos Heavenly Gui calmly used this fortune divine tool, displaying the laws that belonged to him. Under his cold gaze, the fluctuations on the gate of chaos became incomparably intense, and a world appeared in the vortex. It was a fascinating world. There was a clear river that flowed quietly, and on the opposite shore, there were many bright red flowers that gently swayed in the gentle breeze, causing ripples to appear. This world revealed an unparalleled suction force. It was like a storm. If one was really sucked into this world, they would simply be destroyed. However, Primal Chaos Heavenly God expanded the area of the Primal Chaos Gate infinitely, causing the Paramitha world to expand infinitely as well. Until it was so huge that it completely blocked Heavenly God Luya's path. It was like a shield of death in front of Heavenly God Luya. The Paramitha world is so beautiful. You can go in and take a look. Primal Chaos Heavenly God smiled strangely. He did not retreat, but advanced instead. He brought the Paramitha world within the Primal Chaos Gate towards Heavenly God Luya. The space here was limited. To be honest, if he really pursued like this, Heavenly God Luya would not be able to escape. However, he did not even think of dodging. Even if the Paramitha world was strange, he had the eightfold worlds with the Supreme Divinity Pearls as its core. Without a word, he charged forward. The eightfold worlds were like a long sword in his hand. At that moment, they collided with the Primal Chaos Gate. Boom boom boom. Storm, lightning, mountains, waves, sea of fire, and so on. 8 different powers instantly spread and swept towards the Paramitha world. Break! Heavenly God Luya shouted coldly. The 8 supreme divinity pearls trembled violently and stabilized the eightfold worlds. The eightfold worlds were like the muzzles of cannons, exploding with endless power. Rumble. At that moment, Primal Chaos Heavenly God truly experienced the power of his opponent. His expression changed. Perhaps it was because he was unwilling to submit, but Heavenly God Luya became extremely crazy. He released all his power. Bang! The Paramitha world within the gate of primal chaos resisted the power of the eightfold worlds. Finally, it was destroyed. Heavenly God Luya's eightfold worlds won and broke the gate of primal chaos Heavenly God. A small portion of the power landed on primal chaos Heavenly God. Dang! A crisp sound was heard. The silver sun blocked the attack, but Primal Chaos Heavenly God was still sent flying and slammed into the Origin Oregon. This time, it was clear that Heavenly God Luya won. Seeing such a grand scene and the terrifying Supreme Divinity pearls, the gods and demons were overjoyed. They could not help but cheer. Heavenly God Luya, Heavenly God Luya. They cheered the name of the winner who had the upper hand. On the side of the Chaos Gods, seeing that Primal Chaos Heavenly God was defeated, their faces darkened. The resentment in their hearts grew. Only the Primal Chaos Heavenly God Luya did not mind. They still had smiles on their faces. Especially Primal Chaos Fire Dance, she was still sneering. If not for the fact that she suddenly met Long Chen's gaze, she would not have stopped sneering. This shocked Long Chen. In reality, Heavenly God Luya was clearly stronger. Why was he so arrogant? Brother, be careful. The expression of the Primal Chaos Heavenly God Luya is a little strange. Long Chen reminded him. After all, this battle was too important. Understood. Heavenly God Luya was completely cold-blooded. At that moment, the basically uninjured Primal Chaos Heavenly God flew up from the Origin Oregon. The gate of Primal Chaos was still behind him. Primal Chaos Heavenly God stared coldly at Heavenly God Luya and said, "You are really not bad. You actually suppressed me. It seems like I am going to lose." However, could the Chaos Gods accept losing 2 battles in a row? Purgatory Flame. Primal Chaos Heavenly God was right in front of Heavenly God Luya. He took out his 3rd original incipient level creation divine weapon. Looking closely, what suddenly appeared in his hand was a folding fan shrouded in gray death flames. The fan was made entirely of gray bones. It was ferocious and strange. On the fan was a drawing of a cold skull. The skull's eyes were burning with death flames. The silver sun, the gate of primal chaos, and the purgatory flame. 3 original incipient level creation divine weapons appeared one after another. Now, Primal Chaos Heavenly God held the purgatory flame in his hand, a strange smile on his face. Above the purgatory flame, gray flames swirled and brewed into a gray death flame storm. At that moment, an invisible whirlwind exploded. Everyone who was watching the battle could smell the scent of death. I said, "Today, I am going to kill." However, Heavenly God Luya was too lazy to care about what he said. Actually, after the previous attack, the eightfold world was slightly damaged and needed time to recover. He roughly knew what realm Primal Chaos Heavenly God was at. Therefore, without a word, he took out his ultimate attack. Come out, Mirror of 3 Realms. This was the original incipient level creation divine weapon that Heavenly God Luya valued the most. In his hand, a small prism appeared. It was transparent and pure. No one would have thought that this small prism would have such terrifying power. This Luya is the scariest, ancient god Savage Wilderness couldn't help but praise. In an instant, the Mirror of 3 Realms expanded in front of Heavenly God Luya and Primal Chaos Heavenly God, releasing a dreamy light. In this Mirror of 3 Realms, Primal Chaos Heavenly God saw many things. However, he was too lazy to care. His opponent only had 2 original incipient level creation divine weapons. In terms of numbers, he had already lost. His purgatory flame was already brewing and would explode in an instant. Heavenly God Luya's strongest points were still his eyes and ears. Now, the 8 trigrams in his eyes were spinning rapidly and flashing. In reality, there was also the 8 trigrams in his ears, just that they couldn't be seen. Buzz. At this moment, in front of the Mirror of 3 Realms, Heavenly God Luya's eyes underwent a huge change. The space around his ears, time, and everything else, began to shake violently. Myriad worlds heavenly eyes. Cosmos divine ears. This was the foundation of his ability to see through worlds. Not only could he see through worlds, but he could also display the destructive power of death. At this moment, 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes and shot toward the Mirror of 3 Realms. Buzz. The mirror of the three realms vibrated and sent the two beams of light back to heavenly god Luya's side. They were swallowed by his ears and exploded in an instant. After these two transformations, the power of the light was at least doubled. And this was only the beginning. Next, its speed reached an extreme. In the blink of an eye, billions of transformations had occurred. The terrifying lethality of the light had reached an extreme. Heavenly deity Luya was simply demonstrating that gazes could also kill. Chapter 3159. That was the use of heavenly god Luya's double rule. When the rule light shone on the mirror of three realms, the mirror of three realms exploded with infinite power. Under the light, even Long Chen could not help but close his eyes. The seven-colored light shone through the void, changing the color of the origin brilliant stone. Everything was aimed at chaotic heavenly stem. Chaotic windstorm. With the hellfire in hand, chaotic heavenly stem wielded the primordial incipient hellfire, combining the chaotic and windstorm rules, almost reaching Long Chen's level of integration of the two rules. It formed a death-like force. The power of the chaotic windstorm combined with the power of the death windstorm. As soon as it appeared, it formed a force to resist the seven-colored light. Boom. The strongest confrontation. Although heavenly god Luya's mirror of the three realms was extremely stunning, the chaotic storm of the chaotic heavenly stem was extraordinary as well. With a wave of the purgatory flame, a grayish-black tornado of death condensed in the void. In the tornado, countless skeletons swept around like weapons, countless vengeful spirits wailed and howled, and countless filth pounced towards heavenly god Luya. In the end, it collided with heavenly god Luya's seven-colored light rule. Chi-chi. As the light and windstorm collided, heavenly god Luya's seven-colored light was slightly stronger. It gradually suppressed the chaotic windstorm, chaotic rules, and windstorm rules. Within the light, the chaotic windstorm gradually formed a hole in front of everyone's eyes. From this, we can see that Brother Luya is still better than his opponent in terms of rules. This time, we have basically won. Long Chen speculated based on the current battle situation. After he finished speaking, heavenly god Luya's rainbow-colored eyes were magnified by the mirror of the three realms, and he seemed to have gone mad. He tore through the chaotic storms and forced primal chaos heavenly stem to retreat continuously. He could not help but hit the origin incandescent stone. At this time, primal chaos heavenly stem's expression was undoubtedly very bad. He was a ruthless person and could not tolerate failure. It turns out that this fellow is really stronger than me. He admitted that point, but he laughed in his heart. He was not worried at all. At that moment, the chaotic gods were already quite depressed. Some could not help but despise chaotic heavenly stem. On the myriad realms side, the divine emperors and ultimate gods were extremely excited. If they could win the second match, they only needed to win the next 3 matches and the pressure would be much less. Luya succeeded. The heavenly Tao divine emperor and the others were sincerely happy for god Luya. Primal chaos heavenly root, I'll give you one last chance to admit defeat. If you still don't recognize me, I won't be able to control my attacks. Heavenly god Luya used the mirror of the three realms and the rainbow gaze to completely suppress his opponent. The rainbow light compressed the chaos storm to the extreme, to the extent that it was about to pierce through the chaos sky. Since his opponent had no intention of surrendering, heavenly god Luya could only remind him. If the other party didn't listen, then there was nothing he could do. Old ghost, let me tell you, I'm going to lose. In exchange, primal chaos heavenly stem smiled strangely. At that moment, primal chaos heavenly stem's expression turned crazy. He opened his arms and shouted, Origin incandescent stone, grant you the power of the people of chaos. As soon as the sound of his voice faded, a resplendent rainbow light shot out from the Origin's opulent stone and instantly fused into the primal chaos heavenly stem. All of this happened in an instant, and Long Chen was dumbfounded. What was the other party trying to do? After fusing with the rainbow power, Primal Chaos Heavenly Stem changed. His body rippled with rainbow light and the purgatory flame in his hand burned with rainbow light. His face was filled with a strange smile as he suddenly ignited the purgatory flame. Rumble. The giant flame appeared. The entire chaos storm, under the support of the origin incandescent stone, instantly turned rainbow. Adding on Primal Chaos Heavenly Stem's original power, the two powers fused and the power of the chaos storm doubled. Originally, it was still being suppressed by Heavenly God Luya, but at that moment, the chaos storm exploded and swept out with lightning speed. Heavenly God Luya was extremely shocked. Before he could even react, he was unable to escape. His opponent had already broken through his laws. The rainbow storm swept out like a wild gale and pounced on Heavenly God Luya at that critical moment. Forget Heavenly God Luya, even Long Chen had not recovered from this huge change. By the time he realized that something was wrong, Heavenly God Luya had already been hit by the terrifying chaos storm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The chaos storm, accompanied by Primal Chaos Heavenly Stem's wild laughter, dealt a devastating blow to Heavenly God Luya. In that short moment, Heavenly God Luya let out a few muffled groans and then simply vanished into thin air. Whoosh. Death. Ashes and smoke. Leaving behind the mirror of the three realms and the supreme God Pearl. Even the eightfold worlds were annihilated. This scene caused the gods and demons of the myriad worlds to be dumbfounded. The members of the Chaos God clan couldn't help but laugh wildly. Chaos Fire Dance also chuckled. Obviously, everything was within her expectations. I've said it before. Today, I'm going to start a massacre. So, I'm going to do it. Everyone, please don't treat me like an outsider. Of course, today's second battle is my victory. Primal Chaos Heavenly Stem's face was full of smiles. He looked at the gods and demons with disdain. His indifferent expression enraged the crowd. The more angry they were, the more comfortable Primal Chaos Heavenly Stem felt. Where's Long Chen? Among the crowd, Long Chen had already disappeared. Primal Chaos Heavenly Stem was shocked. He sensed Long Chen's presence and tilted his head to look. What he saw shocked him, because he saw Long Chen rushing into the center of the chaos storm that had already dissipated. Under the attraction of a jade-green light on his palm, countless fragments began to condense. The eightfold worlds returned, the supreme God Pearl and the three realms mirror also returned to his palm. Then, Heavenly God Luya reappeared in front of him. Rise from the dead. Heavenly God Luya and the rest knew that Long Chen had such an unimaginably terrifying rule. He really didn't expect that he would need to use such a rule today. Now that he was back in the world, Heavenly God Luya was furious. But he still apologized to Long Chen. I'm sorry, I didn't expect him to use the Origin Brilliant Stone. Origin Brilliant Stone. Who would have thought? Rise from the dead, this is the rarest rule in your world, right? How terrifying, I'm impressed. Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord's voice was indifferent. One couldn't tell that he was truly impressed. Now, after a period of silence, the gods and demons erupted in anger. Long Chen had to stand up at this moment. He looked at Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord and said, Heavenly Lord, do you think this is appropriate? This is clearly a personal battle. How can you help Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord? If that's the case, what's the point of these 9 battles? That's right, how can you do this? It's clear that Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord isn't strong enough, he's about to lose. You used the Origin Brilliant Stone to help him, that's completely against the rules. This was what all the gods and demons were thinking. Now, the 4 rulers were by Long Chen's side. No one was willing to accept Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord's last resort. Under Long Chen's rebuke, Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord replied unhurriedly, You're wrong, Long Chen. The Origin Brilliant Stone is actually a continent of our Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord. I don't control the Origin Brilliant Stone, it's like my home, I can't control it. After he said that, Long Chen noticed that the origin brilliant stone was really ownerless. But even so, everyone was still furious, especially when they saw Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord and Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord's smug expressions. They wanted to laugh at them. Both sides clashed again, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Everyone knew that if the Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord didn't give a sufficient explanation, this battle would be meaningless. They might as well start the War of the 10,000 Realms. Even if it's ownerless, it's relying on its own strength to fight. How can it rely on its position to borrow the power of the origin brilliant stone? It's not its own strength, how can it be considered a fair battle? If we weren't fighting in the Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord's position today, it would be Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord's defeat. Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord wasn't worried, he slowly replied, "You're wrong again. First of all, the origin brilliant stone is the birthplace of my Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord. Any Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord can borrow the power of the origin brilliant stone to attack. Secondly, this has nothing to do with position. My Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord can borrow the power of the origin brilliant stone anywhere. So, this is part of their strength. There's one more important point. As long as it was a Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord, they could borrow the power of the origin brilliant stone at any time and any place. If this was true, then Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord had his reasons for doing so. Previously, when he fought against Lingxi, he used the silence curse too quickly, or he didn't have the time to use the Primal Chaos Fire Dance. The most important point was, the gods and demons could only calm down and listen to Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord. They had a premonition that today's defeat was inevitable. Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord said, "Most importantly, we, the Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord, have our own pride. We've agreed on 9 battles, and we definitely won't bully you in any way. After all, our original goal was to convince you. We were still discussing that we wouldn't let Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord use the power of the origin brilliant stone to protect your fragile pride. However, in the previous battle, that girl called Lingxi used your power. I can see, the reason why she used your power is the same as us using the origin brilliant stone. Without you, she wouldn't be able to use that curse. So, since you've already done so, why can't we?" Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord's words dealt a heavy blow to the gods and demons. Of course, Long Chen could get there. "Sure. What about you?" The God Master chuckled and said, We will depart in 4 days. All the Chaos Gods present will arrive on that day. That is your territory, so you should prepare to receive them. I also want to see for myself how big the gap is between a primeval incipient realm and an origin realm. It would only take him 1 day to bring all the Chaos Gods there. Very terrifying. Clearly, this was an opponent much more terrifying than Ancestral Patriarch. Basically, there was no one who was easy to deal with. He remembered that when Long Chen fought Ancestral Patriarch, he almost died in battle twice. The more terrifying the opponent, the more patience and dormancy were needed to defeat him. After realizing how terrifying the opponent was, all the anger in Long Chen's heart disappeared. Then it settled. The God Master was probably going to sleep quietly again. Fighting on Panga continent. It seems that the next battle is with the ancient god of wildness, the ruler of the Western Star region. At this time, among the 8 primal chaos saints, a middle-aged god beside Hundun Tiangue spoke. This person was wearing a tall hat, resembling the black and white impermanence of impermanence. He was also wearing a long robe that was so long that it reached the ground, making him look like a scholar. The strange thing was that his skin was split symmetrically from the middle, with the left side being silver gray and the right side being pure black. Even the right side of his lips was pure black. I am Chaos God, the ruler of the 3rd God continent, ancient god of wildness. I look forward to fighting with you. Chaos Shrine was very quiet and calm, completely different from the previous 2 arrogant Chaos Saint Venerables. From the beginning to the end, his eyes were cold, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Please enlighten me, ancient god of wildness replied. This man is more terrifying than the previous two. If he uses the power of the origin or, it will be inestimable. Wildness, are you confident? Chaos Demon Ancestor asked. Ancient God of Wildness said, no, I can only fight to the death. I'm not afraid of death. After all, even if I die, I have Long Chen. But no matter what, we can only fight. What happened today is the overall strength of the opponent has improved. We have no other choice but to hold on. Now that we have lost the first battle, we can't lose the next one. The first 5 battles were supposed to be the battles they were most confident in. Now that they had lost the second battle, let's go back first. Long Chen didn't want to waste any time. After returning to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time, everyone was in a very low mood. Today, they had gone out full of fighting spirit, but they had returned with a crushing defeat. Moreover, there was an insurmountable gap, the Origin Oregon. If that really happened, let alone winning the 5 battles that they were most confident in, there was a huge danger that they would lose the next 3 battles. Of course, Li Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang were even less confident. They had been arranged to fight with their lives on the line. It wasn't very likely that Li Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang were stronger than the 4 rulers. It was just that the uncertainty in their battles was greater, and there was a slight chance of victory if they were to fight later. Thus, it was even more inconvenient to change the order of the battles. The first few battles were still the most important. Damn. If this continues, we'll lose for sure. Not only do we have to be slaves of the primal chaos god race, but we also have to live under their contemptuous gazes for all eternity. Without dignity, how can we survive? No one would feel good at the thought of having a group of people riding roughshod over their heads at all times. After this battle, the gods and devils of all worlds had fallen from heaven to hell. The victory brought by Lingxi was completely ruined by today's defeat. Of course, everyone was still rational. They didn't blame Long Chen and Lingxi for this matter. If the primal chaos god race had the ability to do so, it would only be a matter of time. If today's news reached the gods and devils, it would be hard for them to explain to all the living beings and gods and devils. Everyone, the most important thing is the next battle. We are still a long way from losing. So, let's calm down and deal with the next battle according to the original plan. Of course, we still have to consider the origin incandescent stone when we make the plan. If anyone has a good idea, you can tell me. 13 years later, I'll bring you to Panga continent. This time, they were fighting in their own territory. All right. At the critical moment, Long Chen was still their backbone. Next, Long Chen temporarily gave up his own cultivation and mainly discussed and practiced with the 4 sovereigns. In fact, the last attack of chaotic heavenly Gui was mainly because it appeared too suddenly. The power of the origin or was also limited, and I didn't see it as terrifying. If I had known earlier, I might have been able to hold on, and maybe I would have won. Heaven God Luya said. Savage God's improvement is limited on Panga continent. After all, Panga continent is a primeval incipient world. So, it will depend on how much power they can absorb. In terms of strength, chaotic divine Gui should be stronger than chaotic heavenly Gui. 13 years had limited improvement for the ancient god of savage wilderness, mainly to adapt to the battle of the same level. Therefore, during this period, Long Chen and the other 3 had been practicing with the ancient god of savage wilderness. Li Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang were also working hard. After 13 years of adjustment, the atmosphere of despair had disappeared a lot, and at least everyone had the courage to participate in the second battle. The time was up. No matter what happens between me and the heavenly Tao, at least in this 3rd battle, you have Pangu's possession. You can win, said the demon ancestor of chaos. I know. Ancestor, don't give savage God any pressure. He knows what he is doing. The heavenly Tao's sacred emperor said. Pressure is a small matter. The ancient god of savage wilderness smiled and said, I must win. Long Chen was also ready. Let's go. At this moment, he brought everyone to the realm of life, and then they came out of the realm of life and were on Panga continent. When they arrived here, the chaos gods had not yet descended. To the outside world, it was only 5 days. But over the past 5 days, the people on Panga continent knew that the 5th battle would take place here, between their ancient gods of the savage wilderness and the chaos gods of the chaos gods. It was another battle that would decide the fate of all worlds. For the barbarians, this was an exciting and glorious moment. Everyone's blood was boiling, waiting for this battle. At this moment, all their faith was in the ancient god of savage wilderness. Chapter 3161. Perhaps, this was the first time the chaos gods had left the chaotic divine realm and descended into another world. The scene was indeed shocking. Above Panga continent, layers of clouds and mists were rolling. The silver-skinned supreme experts of the chaos gods descended with great momentum. The number of supreme gods and fiends was twice as large as the total number of worlds. Suddenly, the entire Panga continent was suffocated. Countless barbarians looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with uneasiness. They had long known that the chaos gods would descend. They had always been the top race in the myriad of worlds. Now that they had met an even more powerful race, their hearts were filled with awe. The arrogant chaos gods basically ignored Long Chen and the others. Their attention was focused on the entire Panga continent, comparing it with their chaotic divine realm. Of course, their hearts were filled with a sense of superiority. This is the world of original incipient realm. Compared to our chaotic divine realm, there is a huge gap. Such a weak world with such thin natural energy. No wonder the total number of experts in the myriad of worlds is only half that of our chaos gods. Such a weak world should be ruled by us, the chaos god race. The chaos gods laughed at each other and began to discuss unscrupulously. High above the clouds, they did not take Long Chen and the hundreds of god emperors and divine venerables seriously. Naturally, they did not take those ordinary barbarians seriously either. Long Chen looked around and saw that the 8 chaos sacred venerables had arrived, but he did not see the divine lord. Long Chen thought he could see the true body of the divine lord today. There's no need to look. There's no need to look. My grandfather is everywhere. Even if he's right beside you, you won't be able to see him. Hurry up and start. Stop wasting our time. I really don't know what's the point of a piece of trash like you trying to buy time for a few days. Do you want to spend time accepting and digesting the fact that you lost? The primal chaos gods race indeed didn't have much patience. After primal chaos fire dance finished speaking, the others started to clamor. They couldn't wait to see the primal chaos gods race torturing ancient god's savage wilderness. Of course, they also wanted to see the gods and devils of the myriad worlds sullen, desperate, angry, and helpless. Today, no matter what, we just have to give it our all. If the other party is truly invincible, we won't be of much use even if we force ourselves. The pressure was simply too great. Long Chen was worried that ancient god's savage desolation would put his life on the line. In truth, if he really couldn't win, he could just admit defeat. I understand, but this is Panga continent. Ancient god's savage desolation glanced at the homeland he had guarded for countless years. Today, all his people were watching him participate in an important battle. Thus, Long Chen could understand his feelings. Above the clouds of the starry sky, the third Primal Chaos Saint Venerable who controlled the Kobe continent, Primal Chaos Saint Venerable, descended from the crowd. His eyes were silver on one side and black on the other. He looked coldly at savage ancient god and said, "Come up, let's begin." Sure. Ancient god savage wilderness charged forward. This simple conversation caused the hearts of all the barbarians to boil. The moment they were looking forward to and feared had finally arrived. They were looking forward to ancient god savage desolation's victory in their own territory. But they were also afraid of losing. If he was defeated even with Panga's possession, then he would have to face an even stronger opponent. Moreover, if he didn't have the advantage of Panga's possession, then after the ancient god of the wilderness, apart from Long Chen, there wouldn't be a single person from the myriad world's side who had the slightest chance of winning. This battle was indeed going to affect myriad worlds to a real extent. Under the most nervous gazes, ancient god's savage wilderness's skinny body, compared to the barbarians, stood opposite primal chaos Saint Venerable in the starry sky. He was still on Panga continent. Primal chaos Saint Venerable, please. Both of them were men of few words. After the confrontation, they naturally struck out. Now, ancient god's savage wilderness was basically ready. However, primal chaos Saint Venerable wilderness was even faster. He was too lazy to talk. After nodding slightly at ancient god's savage wilderness, he struck out right away. He was going to win even more than ancient god's savage wilderness. Ancient god. On Panga continent, all the barbarians were going crazy for this battle. The blood of the barbarians was originally a strong fighting element, and such a pinnacle battle had aroused their blood. Even with countless barbarians cheering him on, ancient god's savage wilderness was still able to calm his mind and strike out decisively. His strike just now was the most important part of this crucial battle. Pangu's possession. It was the possession of Pangu, which belonged to ancient god's savage wilderness. At that moment it was as if a miracle was happening. The vast Panga continent shone with a terrible light that shook the heaven and earth. It was as if the soul of the continent had emerged and rushed into ancient god's savage wilderness's body. In that instant, his body and strength underwent a tremendous change. His tiny body expanded rapidly like an explosion, and it did not take long for a giant to appear in the starry sky above Panga continent. Although he was not very big compared to the entire continent, for Long Chen and the others, he was still too huge. On the giant's body, ancient lines flashed and flashed like a bloodline, stirring up all the barbarians and making them submit to him. After Panga's possession, ancient god's savage wilderness had undergone a tremendous change, and his strength had indeed improved tremendously. The situation was much better than Long Chen had imagined. Almost at the same time, Chaos Shrine also made his move. Although he was facing a 10,000 zhang tall giant, and it was an ancient, heavy, and mountain-like giant, his expression did not change at all. In fact, his expression even stiffened. However, his aura was not any weaker than that of the ancient god of desolation. In the blink of an eye, 4 items appeared in his hand. They were 4 original incipient grade divine artifacts. To the Chaos God clan, the original incipient grade creator divine weapon was like a worthless item. Originally, there were only around 10 of them in the entire universe. However, among the 8 saint masters of the Chaos God clan, even the top few had 3 or 4 of them. Not only Long Chen, but almost all the gods and devils were attracted by the 4 creation divine artifacts. They were a brush, a piece of white paper, an ink stick, and an inkstone. For original incipient grade divine artifacts, brush, ink stick, paper, and inkstone. The brush, ink stick, paper, and inkstone, even if it was just a piece of white paper, all had a common symbol. It was a black, round moon shrouded in clouds, ancient and strange. It was very similar to Chaos God's current aura. As soon as the 4 original incipient grade divine artifacts appeared, even ancient god's savage wilderness, who had been possessed by Pangu, felt a great pressure. There shouldn't be any creation divine artifacts of the same origin in the universe. My brush, ink stick, and inkstone only have one name, Dark Era. Brush, ink stick, paper, and inkstone were respectively Black, Dark, Era, and Origin. Forming and using them was the Dark Era. These were the so-called creation divine artifacts of the same origin that Chaos God had mentioned. The Ancestral Star had the Ghost Blood Curse, the Dark Ghost Curse, and the Dark Blood Curse. These 3 should be considered creation divine artifacts of the same origin. But the degree of compatibility was definitely not as good as Chaos God's Dark Era. The rules of Chaos Kobe were chaos and darkness. At this moment, the battle broke out. Chaos Shrine held the black brush named Black in one hand and the ink named Dark in the other. He placed the ink on the inkstone named Yuan and started to grind it. The piece of white paper named G slowly unfolded in front of Chaos Shrine like a shocking picture scroll. Ancient gods, savage desolation, there's no point in fighting. I'll use my strongest move to decide victory with a single move. The majestic voice of the primal chaos god was like the righteousness of a scholar, sweeping through the world. No matter how big the ancient god was, he lost the chance to be the center of attention. At this moment, the two original incipient grade divine weapons, the dark and the original incipient grade divine weapons, collided fiercely in Chaos God's hand, creating earth-shaking power. The ink on the inkstone was created by the original incipient grade divine power and Chaos God's own power. It was the combination of the two original incipient grade divine weapons. Then, Chaos God dipped the black brush on the inkstone and moved it in the ink, gathering the essence of the two original incipient grade divine weapons on the brush. Chaos God's eyes were like torches. He urged his power and started to write on the white picture scroll without saying a word. Buzz buzz buzz. Ancient characters began to appear on the white paper. Each character was like a world of its own, filled with countless creatures. The characters seemed to come to life. The exquisite usage of the four original incipient grade divine weapons was amazing. Compared to them, although the two original incipient grade divine weapons of the ancient god of savage wilderness weren't weak, they were subdued. Even if the ancient god of savage wilderness had more power at this moment, it couldn't make up for the gap between the two original incipient grade divine weapons. The 10,000-meter-tall giant held a heaven and earth axe in his hand. In front of him, above his chest, there was an ancient black cauldron floating above it. The ancient heaven and earth axe contained a tremendous will that could split the heavens and earth. As for the ancient cauldron, it was mysterious and majestic. If it wasn't for the dark era, they were destined to shine brilliantly today. Not long after that, before the ancient god's attack reached Chaos God, the cold and calm Chaos God had finished the scroll. Now, there were 6 ancient characters on the white paper. Dark Chaotic Era. It was a rule. All of Chaos God's rules were written in the Dark Era with the power of the 4 original incipient grade divine weapons. It wasn't hard to imagine how powerful they were. The divine weapons of the same origin could be compared to a half-enlightened origin grade divine weapon. As for the Dark Chaos Era, it was a terrifying law that combined the Chaos Law and the Darkness Law. This was the strongest law that Chaos Shrine had grasped. Chapter 3162. The Dark Age of Chaos. Catalyzed by the 4 original incipient divine artifacts, the laws of chaos were born on the white paper. A real, terrible world was born in front of Chaos God's eyes. Then, it expanded. It was a dark chaotic world, in which lived countless chaos beasts. Their bodies were black, and they soared in the dark and chaotic sky. With the cold control of the Chaos God, the whole chaotic world was growing larger and larger. At first, the ancient god of savage wilderness was huge, but in just a short moment, the world condensed by the dark chaotic era had expanded to the size of half of Panga continent. The power was a little exaggerated. Chaos God really wanted to decide the outcome of the battle with one strike. It was half the size of Panga continent, which meant that the dark age of chaos had blotted out most of the sky. When all the barbarians looked up, they found that the ancient gods of the savage wilderness had become extremely small, and in the dark age of chaos, chaotic airflows, all kinds of giant beasts, and endless terrible black storms could be seen clearly. It was as if a world full of death was standing right above everyone's head. Rumble. The sky was as dark as ink. Dark Age of Chaos, suppress. Under Chaos God's control, the entire dark sky pressed down on the ancient god of chaos. This was the true meaning of the sky collapsing, and a catastrophe was coming. Chaos God's attack was quite fierce. From this position, if the ancient god of chaos could not withstand it, then more than half of the billions of living beings on Panga continent would be killed or injured. This was simply an act of destruction. Boom! Boom! As the dark sky descended, everyone on Long Chen's side looked a little pale. The other three sovereigns could not help but shake their heads at Long Chen. They thought they could not withstand the dark age of chaos. He hasn't borrowed the power of the Origin Oregon. If we were fighting in the chaotic divine realm, I might be able to survive this law. This shows that Chaos God is at a higher level than the chaotic heavenly root. Even in terms of real strength, excluding the creation divine artifacts, Chaos God was estimated to be equal to the four sovereigns. But Long Chen. I feel that we have shot ourselves in the foot this time. It is true that fighting on Panga continent can make the barbarians stronger, but at the same time, Panga continent has become a problem for him. He has no choice but to protect the barbarians. We still lack information on the Chaos Gods. All of this was something that couldn't be changed after it was decided. If he hadn't seen it for himself, he wouldn't have known that Chaos Shrine would use such a method to suppress him. I have to say, his Fortune Divine artifact is really enviable. For original incipient grade divine weapons with the same origin. If Chaos God won the battle, the four original incipient grade divine weapons would be the foundation. Amidst the cold laughter of the Chaos Gods, the savage ancient god activated the two Fortune Divine weapons. He steadied his body with the ancient cauldron and soared into the sky. He approached the black sky, gripped the giant axe in his hands, and began to hack madly. Because of the amplification of the Fortune Divine weapons, the savage ancient god's rule had to explode with the power of several rule principles. Boom boom boom. The great axe of heaven and earth slashed wildly, causing the entire dark age of chaos to tremble violently and crack open. But even so, the horror was still descending, and the aura of death still enveloped Panga continent, causing all the barbarians to be terrified. Ancient God, they saw that their savage ancient god was using all of his power to tear the dark age of chaos. He did have the ability to do so. But at this moment, Chaos Shrine's face didn't change. He chanted, "Origin incandescent stone, grant me power." To be honest, it was the first time he felt so frustrated, especially when he shouldered the fate of the entire universe. If it weren't for his strong heart, he would have lost the courage to take control of the situation. I admit defeat. Savage Wilderness Ancient God didn't forget his agreement with Long Chen. If there was no other way, he could only admit defeat. After all, life was always the most important thing, especially when he was on Panga continent this time, where he had to consider many things. Panga's possession, which he originally needed to rely on, did not play the role he had imagined. Fine. Fortunately, Chaos Shrine had a good temper. Perhaps he had been waiting for this moment. When Ancient God Savage Wilderness said the word, admit defeat, he stopped his attack. It was easy to imagine just how heavy the word, admit defeat, was to Long Chen and the Ancient God of the Wilderness. After all, they were standing before all the berserkers and all the living beings in the universe at that moment. When Chaos Shrine withdrew his attack, the sky above Panga continent returned to normal. However, the loss and pain in the hearts of all the barbarians was not so easy to recover from. Thank you for letting me win, Ancient God Savage Wilderness. Thank you for going easy on me, Ancient God Savage Desolation. I took advantage of you this time, but the battlefield was chosen by you. If you're not satisfied, I can fight you fair and square in the future. Chaos Shrine put away the Dark Age, then returned to the team of Chaos Sacred Venerables. Panga continent was silent. After a while, the Chaos Gods were too lazy to sneer. Go back, all of you. It's boring. They are so weak that it's beyond our imagination. If this goes on, there are still 6 more matches. There's no point in fighting anymore. They are the most confident in this match, but they still lost. There's no point in watching the next matches. They are going to lose for sure. I've already said that they can only win 1 round. Sigh, don't you think we're too shameless? How sad are they going to be? If it was me, I wouldn't have the face to continue living. That's right. You're thinking too much. Weaklings don't have such a thing as dignity. Look at them, in order to survive, they directly admitted defeat. Do they still have dignity? The dignity of the weak is trampled by us, the strong. Look at their expressions, it's too funny. The Chaos Gods did not even have the mood to talk to Long Chen and the others. At this moment, Chaotic Dance of Fire saw Long Chen in the crowd. Without saying a word, she flashed and appeared in front of Long Chen, staring at Long Chen with her argenty eyes. Although there was no complacent smile on her face, the pride and satisfaction in her heart could not be concealed. Twisting her sexy waist, she walked up to Long Chen and whispered in Long Chen's ear, "My grandfather wants to ask you where you want to fight in the next match. You will be the one to decide the location." This was actually an insult. It meant that no matter where the battle was decided, he would still lose. That was why the clown kept changing the location. "Then let's fight in the chaotic divine realm, the divine lord continent." If he could defeat them, Long Chen would rather fight in their homes now, just like how they defeated the ancient gods of the wilderness on Panga continent today. Long Chen felt sorry for the barbarians at the moment. But he knew that victory was victory, and defeat was defeat. There was nothing else but revenge. No one was pitiful. It was normal for the weak to be insulted. After so many years, Chaotic Dance of Fire's little trick was not enough to make him lose his mind at this time. "How dare you choose the Divine Lord continent? I really admire you," Chaotic Dance of Fire breathed. Her posture so close to Long Chen was very ambiguous. "You have her smell on you. It smells so good." "Long Chen, I love to rob others." Chaotic Dance of Fire licked her lips and looked at Long Chen teasingly. "Take care of her for me. One day, she will come to my arms." At the end of her speech, Chaotic Dance of Fire's eyes had become much colder and fiercer. When she was done, she turned and left arrogantly. "Chaotic Dance of Fire, you are not a virgin at this age, are you?" Long Chen said, looking at her back. "What do you mean?" Chaotic Dance of Fire twisted her waist and looked back. It was a pity that there was something wrong with her body. "No, I guess you are so perverted because you haven't tasted the taste of a man. Get out of here." All the good interest of Chaotic Dance of Fire today was destroyed by Long Chen's words. She trembled with anger, but Long Chen ignored her. At this time, the chaotic gods had left, and Long Chen led everyone back to the Tower of Time. "See you in the chaotic divine realm." The gods and demons disappeared in front of Chaotic Dance of Fire. Of course, the ancient god of the wilderness was still here. He had told Long Chen that he needed a few days to accompany Panga continent. His home. Chapter 3163. In the blink of an eye, they returned to the Tower of Time. But their mood was completely different from when they left. The gods and demons were dejected. They had lost the battle they had the most confidence in. What would happen in the future? They didn't blame the four rulers or Long Chen. They could only say that the Chaos God race was just too strong. For example, the Chaos God race had 4 homologous divine artifacts, Dark Era, and the help of the Origin Incisor. They were so strong that it made people shiver. It was precisely because he didn't blame them that he felt even more despair in his heart. Out of the remaining 6 battles, he had lost 2 of the 3 that he thought he would win for sure. His advantage in the future was even smaller. The Chaos God race is right. I guess we can only win the next battle. Of course, maybe Long Chen has a way to win another battle, but that won't help. To be honest, although it's a good thing that we have a chance to fight, we have also achieved the Chaos God Lord's goal. We are completely convinced. The future world will belong to the Chaos God race. They are right. The weak have no dignity. Back then, we were all at the peak of the world. No one bullied us, so we forgot about our dignity. Now, we have lost it. Long Chen and the others couldn't stop others from saying this. Their morale had already fallen to the lowest point. In front of him, the Heaven Dao Divine Emperor and the Chaos Demon Ancestor had ugly expressions. The Chaos Demon Ancestor said, "I'll fight the next battle, but Long Chen, You and I both know that if an opponent stronger than the Chaos God appears and can use the Origin Incandescent Stone, I can only say that this old ghost will definitely lose. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Old Ancestor, this doesn't matter to anyone. It's not the end yet. If we lose these 9 battles, we'll at most lose our dignity. The infinite worlds are still the infinite worlds. The primal Chaos God race won't destroy our world. We'll have a chance to make a comeback. Long Chen was actually very open-minded. That's right, we are too narrow-minded. No matter what, we just have to fight. We will have to rely on you to get our dignity back in the future. The Heaven Dao Divine Emperor said. Since that's the case, I will try my best to fight. Without saying anything else, the Chaos Demonic Ancestor went to prepare for his battle. Long Chen, I don't think we have a chance of winning. What do you think? The Heavenly Law Holy Emperor asked in a low voice. Long Chen lowered his head in thought, then shook his head and said, no matter what, I won't give up until I truly fail. I saw the disappointment on Brother Manhuang's face today. No matter what, we can't let our world down. Well, no matter what, I will do my best in the 5th match. As for the rest, I will leave it to fate, after experiencing this battle, not to mention the ordinary people of the myriad worlds, not to mention the deity emperors and godly venerables. Even the 4 great hegemons had lost hope under the powerful assault of the Chaos Gods, let alone the others. In any case, the Chaos Gods would not let go of any opportunity to humiliate Long Chen and the others. Now, when the news spread to the 10,000 worlds, the 10,000 worlds sighed, lamenting the arrival of a new world, an era of slavery. Now, even the experts of the myriad worlds beside Long Chen had lost their luster on their faces. The way they looked at Long Chen had become lifeless. All the efforts of the 4 great hegemons seemed pitiful. Within the Tower of Time, 13 years later, the Chaos Demonic Ancestor fought. As expected, the Chaos Demonic Ancestor was about the same level as the Chaos Gods. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor was in a stalemate for a long time and even injured the Chaos Demonic Ancestor. But in the end, because the Chaos Demonic Ancestor used the power of the Origin Stone, the Chaos Demonic Ancestor was defeated. 4 battles, 1 was won and 3 were lost. The 10,000 worlds were in despair once more. The morale of the 10,000 worlds fell once more. Almost no one wanted to watch the battles. Every time they watched, it was a humiliation from the Chaos Gods. The God Lord's request for them to all come was actually a humiliation to them. He wanted them to deeply understand that they were no match for the Chaos Gods. He wanted them to be convinced. This was the goal of the Chaos God Lord in these 9 battles. He didn't think that the 10,000 worlds had a chance of winning at all. Out of the 5 battles he was most confident in, they had already lost 3 out of 4. 3 great hegemons were defeated consecutively, and only the Heaven Law Divine Emperor was left. If they lost 4 out of the 5 matches, there would be no need to fight anymore. If there was another match, the chaotic gods would win, and the chaotic gods would be stronger. Long Chen, Li Xuanji, and Mo Shaolang would not be able to win. The 5th battle of the Heaven Law Divine Emperor was very crucial. If the Heaven Law Divine Emperor won, although he would still lose in the end, at least the 10,000 worlds would regain some face. If he lost, it would be endless humiliation. The 10,000 worlds would willingly submit to the powerful Chaos Gods. The battle of the Heaven Law Divine Emperor came when the 10,000 worlds were at their lowest. His opponent was the Chaos Immortal Firmament, which was even stronger than the Chaos Gods. An intense battle erupted in the Chaos God world. The Chaos Gods were still laughing in that battle. They were too lazy to laugh at the Heaven Law Divine Emperor. The consecutive victories made them feel great. Especially when they saw the helpless and sad expressions of the 10,000 worlds, they couldn't help but laugh arrogantly. Honestly speaking, the Heaven Law Divine Emperor's performance was quite outstanding. Even though he had a third of the creation-grade divine weapons, he was still able to suppress the Heaven Law Divine Emperor. This gave the 10,000 worlds hope. But not long after, the Chaos Immortal Firmament added the power of the Origin Incandescent Stone into the battle. 6 original incipient-grade divine weapons and the Origin Incandescent Stone. Even though the Heaven Law Divine Emperor didn't have Ancient God's Savage Desolation's apprehension, he was still heavily injured. In the end, it was Long Chen who used revival from the dead to save his life. The battle ended. The first 5 battles were the most confident, but they had lost 4 in a row. The 4 great hegemons had all lost to the Origin Incandescent Stone. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape the same outcome. Especially the Heaven Law Divine Emperor. In order to win, he had sacrificed his life, but he couldn't change the outcome. At the end of the battle, there was silence at first. Then, there was a burst of laughter. The primal chaos gods gathered together and laughed like crazy. They had lost 4 out of 5 battles. In front of them, the gods and devils of the myriad of worlds were simply a bunch of clowns. The faces of the 10,000 worlds gods looked like they had been splashed with feces. They didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. They didn't even have the face to refute the chaos gods. If they stayed here, they would at most be humiliated. There was no need to list those humiliating words one by one. I'm sorry. The Heaven Law Divine Emperor looked at the Chaos Immortal Firmament helplessly and said to Long Chen. Actually, all of this was within Long Chen's expectations. He shook his head and said, "We didn't need to apologize before. We've completely lost." If this continued, the Chaos Gods would only need 1 more battle to win 5 battles. That would basically be equivalent to winning. Long Chen wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. He wanted to say that he, Li Xuanji, and Mo Xiaolang were almost ready for the next few battles, so there was still hope. However, he thought it would sound ridiculous, so he held back. It was not that he was not confident, but it was useless to say more in this situation. Looking back, all the gods and demons were dejected. The faces that Long Chen was familiar with were the Heavenly Ape God Emperor, the High Bliss God Emperor, the Changxing Emperor, the Yuehua God Emperor, the 9 Swords God Emperor and the Manhuang Sect Leader, the Immortal Phoenix, the Tai Hao Divinity, the Mother Beast, etc. Everyone looked at him anxiously. They wanted Long Chen to leave as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be humiliated by the Chaos Gods. However, Long Chen was unwilling to give up. He took a deep breath and decided to stay. He had to know who his next opponent was. Even if everyone else gave up, he still wouldn't give up. Even if he lost the next battle, Long Chen would still insist on fighting to the end. He wasn't afraid of losing, but he was afraid that he wouldn't have the spirit to fight. The primal chaos fire dance was here again. She had lost twice, and the anger in her heart could only be vented by constantly humiliating Long Chen, especially after she found out about Lingxi. Now, she and Long Chen were tit-for-tat opponents. She was all smiles, twisting her graceful body as she came before Long Chen and said, "Aya, it's going to end soon. Time really passes quickly. I still want to keep these happy days going. Let me ask you a question. After you lose the next battle, although the Chaos Gods will definitely win, there are still 3 battles left. Will you fight?" Normal people wouldn't choose to fight, because they had lost too badly and been humiliated too badly. If they had already lost, there was no point in continuing to fight. They would only be repeatedly humiliated, and they might even lose a few more battles. It would be nothing more than a deathbed struggle. But the gods and demons were very worried. They understood Long Chen's personality. With Long Chen's personality, he would definitely continue to fight. They didn't want that to happen. Even the 4 rulers felt that there was no point in doing so. They would only lose even more miserably. But Long Chen replied, "After we lose the next battle, you can ask me that question again." Primal Chaos Fire Dance couldn't help but laugh. She used her jade-like hands to cover her mouth as if she had heard the most unbelievable thing. She said, "I didn't hear wrongly. The 4 rulers you had the most confidence in were defeated by the 5 weakest Primal Chaos Saints. The remaining 3 aren't on the same level as us. Could it be that you, as the leader of the myriad of worlds, are going to fight in the next battle? The gods and demons knew that according to Long Chen's plan, the next battle would be against Li Xuanji. They naturally didn't have much confidence in Li Xuanji. They didn't know much about Li Xuanji. Who will fight in the next battle? Long Chen's gaze swept across the last 3 primal chaos saints. Actually, he had an answer in his heart. The remaining 3 were 2 men and 1 woman. Even among the primal chaos saints, they had a transcendent status. At least in terms of seniority, they were much higher than primal chaos fire dance. Chapter 3164. Her chances of winning were even smaller than the 4 sovereigns' battles. Therefore, the gods and demons of myriad worlds didn't have any hope of winning. At the very least, Li Xuanji's chances of winning the next battle were much lower than those of the 4 rulers. He was still a little weaker, while his opponents were a little stronger. It was very likely that the remaining 3 rulers had half-incipient grade destinable artifacts in their hands. After all, the Chaos Immortal Firmament had 6 original incipient grade creation divine weapons. The remaining 3 weren't on the same level as the Chaos Immortal Firmament. How could Li Xuanji deal with them? In the eyes of the remaining 3, only Long Chen was worthy of their attention. The remaining 3 are my father, my uncle, and my aunt. The remaining 3 are my father, my uncle, and my aunt. The next battle is against my aunt, the Primal Chaos Ghostly Dance. She is the strongest woman in the Primal Chaos God clan. Even you have no chance of winning against her. Are you sure you want to be humiliated again? If I were you, I would choose to run away now. I have never seen a person who loves to be humiliated so much. The Primal Chaos Fire Dance giggled. Primal Chaos Ghost Dance. The woman in front of him was only 1 word different. However, Long Chen looked at the woman in a black dress and veil. She was the strongest woman in the Chaos God clan. Her level was far above the Chaos Immortal Firmament. Under the veil, a pair of penetrating eyes stared at Long Chen. Long Chen could smell the scent of death. She probably also thought that Long Chen would finally fight in the next battle. When Long Chen saw her, he had a basic estimation of her. In any case, she was much more terrifying than the chaotic fire dance. She was a rather difficult opponent to deal with, and he basically had no chance of winning. God Lord, see you in 5 days. After saying this, Long Chen left with the gods and demons of myriad worlds. The humiliated gods and demons could finally hide in the Tower of Time. They finally let out a sigh of relief. More than 700 people were sucked into the Tower of Time by Long Chen. Time became extremely long again. Fire Dance, come back. The woman among the Chaos God clan waved her hand. Yes, Aunt. Chaos Fire Dance ran over cheerfully. In fact, the Primal Chaos God clan was the most terrifying clan in the entire Primal Chaos God clan. Their grandfather was the Primal Chaos God Master, and he controlled everything. The second generation consisted of 3 people. The eldest son was Primal Chaos Fire Dance's father, the second son was Primal Chaos Fire Dance's uncle, and the last daughter was Primal Chaos Fire Dance's aunt. In the younger generation, there was the Primal Chaos Fire Dance. They all came from the Primal Chaos God Master's bloodline. Apart from Primal Chaos Fire Dance, who was still young, the other 4 were the strongest in the Primal Chaos God clan. Apart from the 4 of them, the strongest Primal Chaos Immortal Firmament was also a distance away from Primal Chaos Ghost Dance. Long Chen's remaining 4 opponents were the 3 children of the Master Chaos God. The last battle would be the Master Chaos God himself. Long Chen, are you still planning to let Miss Xuanji go? What we mean is that you can participate in this battle. At the very least, you have a greater chance of winning this battle. Then, at least, you can raise the morale a little. The 4 sovereigns cautiously said to Long Chen. As for the other gods and demons, after returning to the Tower of Time, they didn't say much and just dispersed. At least for now, we have no hope of winning. They have also given up. Indeed, apart from Long Chen, the other gods and demons had already given up. They had no chance to take revenge for the humiliation they had suffered. Now, they only wanted Long Chen to win this battle. At the very least, they could retain some dignity. Long Chen turned around. He understood the four sovereigns' thoughts, but he still had to say, "My plan will not change. Don't worry, the three of us are the same as you. Even if we lose the next battle, we will still go up. For the remaining time, I will properly plan with Xuanji and Xiaolang. The four of you must be tired recently. Have a good rest." Beside him were Li Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang. Compared to the three children of Master Chaos God, the three of them were simply too inferior. It was hard for the gods and demons to have confidence, especially when they had lost so badly. "All right, stick to yourself." The Heavenly Tao Divine Emperor was the first to speak. "I forgot that you are the creator of miracles. I hope that you can give us the greatest miracle." The savage desolation ancient god said. "The four of you, I will be leaving first." Under the complicated gazes of the gods and demons, Long Chen left their realms. He gathered with Mo Xiaolang, Li Xuanji, and Lingxi in a corner of the third floor of the Tower of Time. Long Chen said, "Half of the 100 years have passed, and Kitten still hasn't woken up. There will be some urgency and danger later on. However, we are in trouble now, and we can't pay attention to the last battle. Let's plan for these three battles first. The order will not change. The next battle will be Xuanji, the next battle will be Xiaolang, and the second last battle will be me." Long Chen had long discovered that the second son of Master Chaos God cultivated the fire rule principle, and it accounted for most of his power. Therefore, he had arranged for Mo Xiaolang to be his opponent from the beginning. Mo Xiaolang said, "I have just reached the complete realm of godly venerable realm, and I have just cultivated the original incipient level boundless divine technique. I am definitely not as good as my opponent in terms of creator divine weapon and power. However, I have recently awakened a sun-devouring demonic wolf rule principle. I have 25 years, and I think it is enough for me to completely excavate it. Even if there is a possibility of my battle, it will be very tragic. However, with Big Brother coming back from the dead, I am not afraid at all." Mo Xiaolang was also a creator of miracles, especially when fighting against enemies who specialized in the fire rule principle. "Long Chen, do you think we can still defeat the Chaos God race with just the four of us and Kitten?" Li Xuanji suddenly asked. She didn't dare to ask this question in front of the four dominators. If others heard it, they would probably think it was funny. Little she only won one battle. All our other losses were actually due to the origin incandescent stone. If we lose the remaining 4 battles, the possibility of Kitten waking up is too high. I am confident in the other 3 battles, and I am also confident in you guys. Even if we can't defeat the Chaos God race, we will at least tie the battle before the Master Chaos God takes action." Even at this time, Long Chen didn't give up his desire to fight. "So, I won't let you down," Li Xuanji said firmly. Currently, in this world, even the 3 people who supported Long Chen the most were standing by his side and fighting side by side with him. In their young eyes, there was an unyielding fighting spirit and the spirit of not giving up. This kind of spirit flashed in Long Chen's eyes. "In this battle, it's time to put our lives on the line. Xuanji, I'll leave the opening battle to you." The battle between the 4 dominators was on a different level. At the beginning, Long Chen believed that at that level, the possibility of victory was very high. But when the safe method failed, they had to go all out. Of course, Long Chen's opponent was already decided. He was going to fight the strongest person below the Master Chaos God. Mo Xiaolang was also fated to fight the only fire rule. Li Xuanji moving to the front might not be beneficial, because they still lacked the rule. After 50 years of training, Long Chen, Li Xuanji, and Mo Xiaolang all had great ideas about the new rule. They were almost at the end of the breakthrough, especially Long Chen and Li Xuanji. The rule between them was almost the same. 2 people comprehending it was equivalent to 1 person comprehending it. Then, let's start the battle. Little Shi, I'll leave Yen, in your care. Lingxi had already won 1 battle, so there was no need for her to participate in their desperate battle. Don't worry. While the 3 of them were in closed-door cultivation, Lingxi would handle everything in the 3rd level of the Pagoda of Time. As for the myriad worlds, there wouldn't be any changes in 5 days. The news of the Heavenly Law Holy Emperor's defeat spread across the myriad worlds. Endless sighs could be heard. No one complained that the 4 dominators were too weak. They could only say that the Chaos God race was too strong and was destined to enslave the myriad worlds. The gods and demons of the myriad worlds looked at each other with bitter gazes, speechless. Where's Long Chen? I heard that he went into closed-door cultivation with Lady Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang. They've also decided to fight the next 3 battles. Given Long Chen's personality, I think so. He's still so resilient after suffering such a setback. I'm really convinced. However, as the Chaos God Lord wished, I'm even more convinced of the Chaos God race. Long Chen, let Lady Xuanji fight the strongest woman of the Chaos God race, the one called Primal Chaos Ghost Dance. From what she said, this Primal Chaos Ghost Dance should be much more terrifying. Lady Xuanji seems to be Long Chen's woman. He's willing to let his loved one fight. This is his responsibility to the myriad worlds. No matter what, we should respect him. But even if we want to cheer him on, we don't have the strength. Only now do I understand that he doesn't need to cheer us on. We need to cheer the most. Victory and hope had left them the moment the Heavenly Law Holy Emperor was defeated. But they didn't know that to Long Chen, the real battle that belonged to them had just begun. Now, the 3 of them seemed to have forgotten about the battle and were immersed in the ocean of laws. But the pressure brought about by the sacred war became their motivation and courage to explore the laws. The ocean of laws was endless. Li Xuanji pursued the laws of the looming shadow dream charm dragon. From the moment she inherited the essence blood of the looming shadow dream charm dragon, she had stepped on the path of laws. It was just that her talent wasn't as good as Long Chen's, so her progress was slower. She could barely keep up with the other 6 laws of Long Chen. It was equivalent to 1/6 of Long Chen's. But even if it was 1/6, after such a long period of training, the new laws were more or less emerging in front of Li Xuanji. This was the result of her long period of hard work, her blood, sweat, and tears. As for Long Chen, in these 50 years, besides consolidating the eternal vortex, he had always had a bold idea, and that was to fuse the laws together. In the past, he had fused the Death World's slaughter tribulation with the Karma Thorn, which had resulted in the rebirth slash. But Long Chen's current mental state was one of life and death, and endless tribulations. What he needed to do was to fuse the laws of slaughter, life, and tribulation together. Whether he succeeded or not depended on fate. After all, the fusion of 3 laws was unprecedented. Long Chen had even thought of the name of the law, endless life and death calamity. Chapter 3165. Life, Death, Retribution. These 3 words contained the true essence of the 3 rules. Life was life, death was death, and retribution was retribution. Life and death were the combination of the life realm and the death realm. They were used almost at the same time in the past, but Long Chen was now thinking about how to completely fuse these 2 rules. However, completely fusing them wasn't enough. He could predict that the power of fusing them wouldn't be much different from the rebirth slash. Life and death are the most opposite forces in the world. The fusion of life and death will surpass the rebirth slash, but it probably won't surpass it by too much. It won't reach the level of the eternal whirlpool. The reason why the eternal whirlpool was so powerful was because Long Chen had a deep understanding of time rules. It was also because the time tunnel was slightly different from the life and death realms. The time tunnel was more mysterious. Therefore, these 2 rules are related to retribution. Then, I will fuse the retribution rules of the Calamity Dragon in the universe, stabilize the two conflicting rules of life and death, and then amplify them. It was conceivable that if he succeeded, Long Chen's attainment in the rules would reach a new level. At least the four rulers definitely didn't have such a level of rules. For the endless life and death tribulation, Long Chen had been preparing for about 50 years. Starting from his first battle with Lingxi, he had fought 5 consecutive battles, all the way until now. Now, he still had 13 years of time, which was more than 50 years of endless life and death tribulations. It seemed that the day when he could truly fuse them together was not far off. Fusing the rules required Long Chen to make continuous attempts. He vaguely felt that the Jade Dragon seal would interfere and adjust, making Long Chen's new rules develop in the right direction. While everyone was dejected about the upcoming battles, Long Chen, Li Xuanji, and Mo Xiaolang were working hard for the next 3 battles. There wasn't even a moment to rest. Li Xuanji's opponent was the Chaos Ghost Dance with the Chaos and Ice rules. And Mo Xiaolang's opponent was the Chaos Scarlet Sky with the Chaos and Fire rules. As for Long Chen's opponent, it was hard to see what sort of laws he used. It was a primal Chaos Divine Might. The 3 children of the Chaos Master. Among them, the Chaos Divine Might was Chaos Fire Dance's father. He was also the strongest expert below the Chaotic God Master. Time passed in a tense atmosphere. Finally, at a certain moment, Long Chen opened his eyes. The primordial dragon's sword appeared in his hand. On the primordial dragon's sword, 3 colors were rapidly fusing: blood, green, and gray. This was his endless tribulation of life and death. The word endless was added because this life and death calamity wasn't just a single one. It was endless, and the slaughter didn't stop. The life law provided an endless source of power within this law, becoming the driving force of the law. Meanwhile, the slaughter law became the weapon of this law. In the end, the calamity law was magnified to the extreme. Its complexity and power far surpassed that of the rebirth / Done. At that moment, Long Chen couldn't help but roar in anger. The surging passion in his heart erupted. The tension that he had been suppressing for a long time had finally been vented. Boom! The entire 3rd floor of the Tower of Time rocked once. What happened? The gods and demons of the myriad worlds looked in Long Chen's direction. The 4 rulers glanced at each other. Ancient God Savage Desolation said, "I feel that, even if it's impossible to win, with Long Chen's current state, he should be able to win even against the final Chaotic Divine Might." Heaven Dao Divine Emperor nodded. To be honest, there's nothing wrong with Long Chen. I have absolute trust in him. It's just that they're too young. However, with him around, we won't lose too much face. The 6th battle is about to begin. No matter what, I hope that Lady Xuanji can create a miracle. I can see that Long Chen has made a new breakthrough. I think it's in the laws. I heard that Lady Xuanji can use all of his laws. If that's the case, it can be said that Lady Xuanji has made a breakthrough, God Luya said. Although the gods and demons of the myriad worlds didn't have much faith and were suppressed by the chaotic gods, the 4 rulers wouldn't be so easily convinced. Long Chen was immersed in the laws of the life and death calamity. It was as if he was swimming in the ocean of laws. After a long while, he came back to his senses. So at this moment, a new law surged into his heart. Heavenly Nether Realm. This was Li Xuanji's harvest. Not long after Long Chen succeeded, her hard work finally paid off. However, it wasn't a law of transformation, but a law of hallucination. The Umbra Dream Demon Dragon was a dragon of hallucination and transformation. Of which, the law of transformation was the main while the law of hallucination was the auxiliary. Even so, in terms of the law of hallucination, the Umbra Dream Demon Dragon was top-notch. This is a top-notch law of hallucination. In the heavenly nether realm, the opponent will fall into a deep sleep, forget themselves, and even lose their strength. Moreover, the heavenly nether realm is an attack on the Yuan spirit level. Only those with a strong Yuan spirit can resist it. Otherwise, they will be affected and even lose themselves. Although it doesn't have any real offensive power, it's very useful in battle. Listening to Li Xuanji's explanation, Long Chen pondered for a while. He had already mastered the law of the heavenly nether realm. He nodded and said, "That's right. It's very useful when used in real situations." The heavenly nether realm wasn't a very strong law and didn't have any offensive power. However, the effect of the auxiliary attack was very strong. Of course, this was only for the chaotic saints. If Li Xuanji used it on all living beings, if it was on the dancing fire continent, she could make all the chaotic saints fall into a deep sleep. Think about the life and death calamity. In the remaining 2 to 3 years, they focused all their energy on these 2 laws. To be able to complete it before the battle, it could only be said that this was the result of 50 years of accumulation. Xiao Lang is still working hard. Let's not disturb him. In the blink of an eye, the time for the battle was approaching. The gods and demons were like ants on a hot pan. Finally, it was time for the battle that would reveal their fate. They were still very nervous and afraid. Of course, they all knew that the fate of defeat had long been decided. Long Chen brought Li Xuanji back to the group. Seeing the pale and helpless eyes of the gods and demons, Long Chen didn't blame them. If it was the chaotic saints, they would have done the same. Today, it's your stage. He held Li Xuanji's slender hand and raised it in front of the gods and demons. He scanned the crowd and said, "Everyone, the time is up. Today, I have a request for all of you." Everyone became serious and waited for Long Chen to speak. Long Chen enunciated each word clearly. "Today, I ask everyone to forget everything that happened in the past, and don't think about what will happen in the future. All you need to do is to look at today's battle with a calm and indifferent attitude. I don't want to see everyone's dejected faces when we turn around and work hard." Everyone felt warm and guilty. Even if they lost, Long Chen didn't give up. It was really bad for them. "I'm sorry. We are too weak." Luya saw this and shouted, "All right, we are all old men who have cultivated for tens of millions of years. Stop acting young. Just do as Long Chen says. No matter how big the setback, as long as we are alive, it is the same. We were just humiliated a few times, it is not a big deal. It is probably because we haven't been humiliated in a long time and are a little unfamiliar with it. Let's get over it. Today, it is the lady who is fighting, why are we being so shy?" Hearing Lu Ya's words, the gods and demons felt ashamed. They weren't that weak, it was just that they hadn't been humiliated in a long time. Now, their eyes finally lit up. "Lady Xuanji, no matter what, we admire you. Even you are so brave. We are really muddle-headed." Finally, there was a change. Long Chen and Li Xuanji looked at each other and smiled. Actually, their sadness didn't affect them much, but they had to be in a good mood to fight. "Let's go." Just like what Long Chen said, today was not the end, but a new beginning. Long Chen led the gods and demons, and together with Li Xuanji, they suddenly landed near the Origin Oregon. The Chaos Gods were naturally still there. 5 days was just an instant to them, it was just a chance for Long Chen to rest. "These useless fools are here again. Yeah, it seems like one more battle today and it will be over. But I heard that Long Chen will continue even if he loses. Today seems to be the battle between Long Chen and the dancing ghost Saint Sage. This should be interesting. Let's hope that the so-called leader of the worlds doesn't lose too badly. It'll be fine as long as he doesn't end up like the previous few." In the blink of an eye, the gods and demons of the worlds and the chaos gods faced off in the air again. With Long Chen's previous words, the gods and demons weren't dejected. But under the sharp and disdainful eyes of the chaos gods, it was hard for them to go against the chaos gods. It was hard for them to have the confidence and passion they had in the first battle. "Today, I'll leave it to you to start." Long Chen's heart was cold as he said to Li Xuanji, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Li Xuanji enjoyed Long Chen's trust in her. On the side of the chaos gods, the veiled dancing ghost saint's black dress fluttered in the wind. Without a doubt, this was the coldest woman Long Chen had ever seen. Her gaze could freeze even the strongest gods and demons. Of course, one couldn't sense the slightest bit of cold aura from her. "Tell your men to back off. It's starting." The voice of the dancing ghost saint was like that of a young girl, soft and pleasant to the ears. Compared to the dancing ghost saint, she seemed much younger. It was a stark contrast to her extremely cold gaze. Of course, the gods and demons wouldn't forget her title as the strongest woman of the chaos gods. She thought that her opponent would be Long Chen. With the four rulers here, Long Chen was probably the only one left. Unexpectedly, Long Chen gently let go of Li Xuanji's hand at this moment. Then, he quietly retreated with the gods and demons of the myriad realms, leaving Li Xuanji, who was as tranquil as a black lotus, in front of the chaotic ghost dance. Only when Long Chen retreated far away did the dancing ghost saint react. Could it be that Long Chen wanted to use Li Xuanji as the opponent of the dancing ghost saint? I understand. He knows that he will lose, so he randomly sent someone to die. The dancing ghost saint blurted out. However, her eyes were fixed on Li Xuanji. The cold expression on the other party's face made the dancing ghost saint's gaze change gradually. "Once again, I wish everyone a happy May Day." Her dress fluttered in the wind, and her coldness swept the entire Chaos Gods world. Every time this happened, the billions of Chaos Gods race would know that this was one of the supreme gods, the chaotic ghost dance Saint Sage, raging. The instant she made her move, a fortune divine artifact condensed in her hand. The primal chaos ghost dance had a unique characteristic. No matter how weak the opponent was, as long as she was willing to make a move, she would use her full strength. This was especially true in such a crucial battle. She was not in the mood to dawdle with Li Xuanji. Epic Divine Sword. The moment the fortune divine weapon appeared, many chaos gods were looking forward to it. They all knew that the chaotic ghost dance was one of the four existences who had a half-origin fortune divine weapon. Of course, the primal chaos god lord, the primal chaos divine weapon, and the primal chaos crimson firmament all had one. The epical divine sword, a semi-original level destination level divine weapon, was condensed in the chaotic ghost dance's hand. It was a magnificent holy sword, different from the transparent primordial dragon sword. The epical divine sword was magnificent, decorated with many bright gems. Its shape was exquisite, and its hilt was even more magnificent. However, the epical divine sword was not just for show. The moment the chaotic ghostly dance grabbed the epical divine sword, its chances of success doubled. This was the first time Long Chen saw a half-origin fortune divine weapon in the hands of the chaos gods race. This holy sword was the same as the primal dragon sword. It didn't have a strong attribute, but it had a stronger fortune divine power. In terms of fortune divine power, it could instantly crush the combination of many original incipient divine weapons. The 6 original incipient divine weapons of the Chaos Immortal Firmament combined couldn't compare to this epic divine sword. A beauty and a divine sword danced proudly in the sky. The epic divine sword had transcended eras and came from the ancient times. It had a destructive fortune divine power. Its degree of destruction was almost unparalleled. As soon as the epic divine sword appeared, more gods and demons from the infinite worlds were shaken. Even if Long Chen wasn't worried about Li Xuanji, they were worried about Li Xuanji. However, in the eyes of the chaotic ghost dance, Li Xuanji's eyes didn't change from the beginning to the end. Suddenly, she turned into a beautiful shadow dream charm dragon, flying around in the void, attracting the eyes of the chaos gods race. It was the first time a divine dragon appeared in front of the chaos gods race. What kind of giant beast is that? Why is its aura so terrifying? The chaotic ghost dance didn't care so much. After controlling the epic divine sword, under the expectation of the crowd, he decisively made his move. The epic divine sword shone with boundless radiance, illuminating the heaven and earth. Under the divine might of the epic divine sword, the crowd trembled and bowed down. The chaotic ghost dance was like the emperor of the infinite worlds, looking down on the world. Li Xuanji was like a nightmare. She changed endlessly, appearing and disappearing. Just as the chaotic ghost dance made his move and the divine world shook, the rules that she was familiar with burst out quietly. Heavenly Secluded Realm. The heavenly secluded realm was the pinnacle of psychedelic rules. It changed endlessly. Even though the chaotic ghost dance was holding the epic divine sword, he was still enveloped by the heavenly secluded realm. The heavenly secluded realm couldn't be seen at all. It was silent and formless. Its target was the primordial spirit. Therefore, the Chaos God's race only knew that Li Xuanji was using the rules, but they didn't know where the rules were. Psychedelic. The chaotic ghost dance, who was about to make his move, suddenly stopped. The Chaos God's race, who were cheering, were startled. Now was the most exciting time. Everyone was excited, but they suddenly stopped. Li Xuanji was as cold as iron. The two of them had similar temperaments. They didn't communicate at all. All of her will was affecting her opponent. The heavenly secluded realm was showing endless power. The chaotic ghost dance was in a psychedelic state. Not only did it lose the position of Li Xuanji, but it was also difficult to break the illusion. It gave the chaotic ghost dance a headache. At this moment, Li Xuanji suddenly showed her human form in front of the chaotic ghost dance. An illusory sword appeared in her hand. It looked simple, but it was mysterious. It was on par with the epic divine sword and didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. This isn't Long Chen's semi-origin fate divine weapon, the chaotic ghost dance exclaimed. Primal chaos fire dance cried out in surprise. Li Xuanji's hallucinatory rules had surprised her, but when the primal dragon sword appeared, everyone was shocked. The primal chaos gods were shocked, and for a moment, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. For a mere Li Xuanji to use a semi-origin destinable divine artifact, she was just like Lingxi. She could only be considered lucky. It wasn't hard to understand, but this belonged to Long Chen. How could she control it in such a short time? Logically speaking, a destinable artifact of this level was at the limit of her limits. If she really wanted to use it easily, it would definitely not be easy. Back then, when Di Jun borrowed the Gate of the Universe, he had spent a lot of time before he could truly use it. But the surprise only lasted for a moment. Because in an instant, the battlefield could be said to be ever-changing. As soon as the primordial dragon's sword appeared, Li Xuanji naturally wanted to finish off the chaotic ghost dance that was controlled by the tranquil sky realm. The rule power was already gathering on the primordial dragon sword. But at this moment, perhaps because of the danger, or perhaps because she was desperately resisting the tranquil sky realm, the chaotic ghost dance suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her eyes were cold and bloody. The epic divine sword, which had stopped, suddenly moved. The rule power, and creation divine power that belonged to her burst out. The attack that had been prepared for a long time gave birth to the terrifying cold power of death. Instantly, the nervous chaos god's race became excited and cheered for her. Chaotic ghost dance. Kill her. The scene was like a volcanic eruption. The chaotic ghost dance was bone-chilling. She temporarily got rid of the tranquil sky realm and gathered her power to the limit. The epic divine sword rushed into the sky and violently attacked. Ice Age. The most powerful rule power of ice burst out from the epic divine sword. Wherever the epic divine sword went, a huge river of ice appeared between heaven and earth. This river of ice fell from the sky. The rule power had not yet arrived, but the terrible coldness descended. Instantly, the temperature of the entire Chaos God's realm dropped rapidly. The 9 layers of chaos continents were frozen for billions of miles. At this moment, it was truly the Ice Age. Not only was the divine body cold, but the primordial spirit was also bone-chilling. There was a deathly stillness. Many gods and demons of the myriad worlds could not bear such a close distance. The ice river under the epic divine sword was really terrifying. Happy May Day again. Chapter 3167. Ice Aeon affected the chaotic divine realm. Under the ice, time seemed to stand still. The chaotic ghost dancer was the queen of ice and snow, dancing in the ice and snow. And at this moment, Li Xuanji, who had the upper hand, was instantly exposed to extreme danger. Under the ice river, her long black hair was covered in white frost. The ice and snow in the sky were like the white fur of a giant beast, dancing in the air. But even in such a crisis, under the cheers of the chaotic gods, her expression was still as cold as ink. She knew how important this battle was to Longchen, to the entire world. Longchen didn't want to lose, and neither did she. She was going to return all the losses and all the humiliation she had suffered to the chaos gods today. She was the kind of person who was so tenacious that she would definitely put her life on the line if she wanted to accomplish something. Although it was done quietly, she was definitely someone who would put her life on the line. Xuanji. Long Chen's voice sounded in her mind. I know. Under the terrifying power of Ice Aeon, Li Xuanji quickly retreated. Eternal whirlpool. The rule of time was like the waves of the vast sea. With Li Xuanji as the center, it spread at a terrifying speed. The eternal whirlpool of time that belonged to Long Chen was born on Li Xuanji's body. In a short moment, the entire space of the godly continent was filled by the eternal whirlpool. The distorting power of time shuttled through all spaces, swirling between heaven and earth. Whether it was the gods or the chaotic gods, they were all tumbling in the whirlpool. And the chaotic ghost dancer, who had performed Ice Aeon, was at the center of the whirlpool. Isn't this Long Chen? The chaotic fire dance was speechless. The current Li Xuanji was like the previous Long Chen. Whether it was the primordial dragon sword or the eternal whirlpool, they were both the means that Long Chen had used to defeat her. But because of this, she was even more interested in Li Xuanji. Even in the storm of time, her scorching eyes were still fixed on the center of the eternal whirlpool, on Li Xuanji, who appeared blurry under the distortion of time. What power! The degree of time is actually so great. How is that possible? On the side of the chaos gods, under the influence of the same time power, everyone was shocked. The turbulent waves of time rampaged. At this moment, time was like an ocean under a storm. It was possible to increase or decrease the time by 10,000 times. Li Xuanji couldn't use 10,000 times to resist the Ice Age and the chaotic ghost dance, but she could release the time of a passage by 10,000 times in an instant. Swoosh. This was a speed that was countless times faster than instant movement and the space laws. In an instant that could not have been any shorter, Li Xuanji had completely disappeared from the attack range of the chaotic fire dance. She had even completely disappeared from Li Xuanji's perception. Ice Aeon completely missed its target. Apart from freezing the entire void, it had no effect whatsoever. The eternal vortex continued, and Li Xuanji, who had turned into a speck of dust, reappeared in front of the chaotic dancing ghosts, completely unscathed. The heavenly nether realm. The psychedelic laws were like maggots in the bones. The chaotic ghost dance's face had become very ugly. She was struggling to resist the heavenly nether realm. At the same time, she had to sway in the eternal vortex, unable to control her speed. Her opponent, Li Xuanji, was still unscathed. She had never expected that Li Xuanji would be so difficult to deal with. She was confident that she could easily kill her opponent. However, under the influence of the eternal vortex and the heavenly nether realm, whether she could attack Li Xuanji was the biggest problem. All of the primal chaos gods were aware of this huge problem. What's going on with this woman? Psychedelic laws and time laws. Although they don't have much lethality, their hindrances are so great. It will really take Saint Senior Ghost Dance some time to deal with her. They are all unorthodox methods. Attack is the foundation of an expert. Just watch. As long as Saint Senior Ghost Dance has a little bit of a way, this woman will be killed instantly. The chaotic gods were still very confident about this. To be honest, the heavenly nether realm and the eternal vortex were rapidly consuming Li Xuanji's power. The chaotic ghost dance knew that she didn't have much time left. However, she wanted to destroy Li Xuanji in an instant. I've underestimated you. The chaotic ghost dance said coldly. Her voice was so cold that it reached the depths of Li Xuanji's heart. The chaotic ghost dance's Ice Aeon move from the epic divine sword had completely surpassed the primal chaos immortal dome. Unfortunately, Li Xuanji wasn't so easy to hit. I won't be polite. After the chaotic ghost dance found that Li Xuanji was difficult to deal with, she immediately upgraded from the state of exchanging pointers to the highest state. It was a state of life and death. Only in this way could she break the troublesome eternal vortex and the heavenly nether realm and defeat Li Xuanji. Otherwise, she would be very unhappy. Li Xuanji was too similar to her. They were so similar and so difficult to deal with. The chaotic ghost dance's heart was filled with murderous intent. She really didn't expect that besides Long Chen, there would be someone as difficult to deal with as Li Xuanji. Even if she fought against the four rulers, it would be easier. The four rulers didn't have the heavenly nether realm and the eternal vortex, nor did they have the semi-origin primordial dragon sword. At that moment, the cold light in the chaotic ghost dance's eyes shifted to the origin incandescent stone. She didn't need to say anything. The origin incandescent stone erupted with colorful power and poured into the chaotic ghost dance's body. It instantly raised her level, allowing her to reach the peak state of her life. I thought that I wouldn't have to use the origin incandescent stone today, but I have to say that Long Chen's plan is not bad. The chaotic ghost dance knew that everything Li Xuanji had was created by Long Chen, but it didn't matter. What she wanted now was to defeat her opponent. Otherwise, the glory of the chaotic god clan might end in her own hands. That would be very embarrassing. With the support of the origin incandescent stone's power, the primal chaos ghostly dance's body instantly erupted with a rainbow-colored light. That peak power descended, and the nearby eternal whirlpool trembled under this power. The power of time was unable to suppress the primal chaos ghostly dance at this moment, let alone greatly changing the opponent's time. It's over. The chaotic ghost dance held the origin incandescent stone with both hands. Let's try. Before this, Long Chen had already told Li Xuanji about the bold attempt in his heart. This was said before going on stage, so no one knew. Now that Long Chen had reminded Li Xuanji, she knew what to do. To be honest, the chaotic ghost dance had the epic sword and the origin incandescent stone. Even if Li Xuanji had everything that Long Chen had, she would still be defeated after a head-on clash. It was quite disadvantageous for her to drag on for a long time. Therefore, the chances of Li Xuanji winning were actually quite small. However, as long as it was a guess, Li Xuanji still had a huge possibility of winning. You must succeed. You must win. This was the cry of Li Xuanji, Long Chen, and all the gods and demons in the myriad worlds. The chaotic god clan had trampled on their dignity, and they had to get it back. Wait. Just as the chaotic ghost dance was about to attack again, Li Xuanji suddenly said these two words, which made the chaotic ghost dance a little dazed. Under such circumstances, was she going to admit defeat? What answered her was Li Xuanji's action. Under the curious gazes of the chaotic god clan, Li Xuanji's divine body changed. In a short moment, under the rule of myriad reverberations, she changed into the appearance of the chaotic ghost dance. Not only her appearance, but the transformation rules of the chaotic god clan's bloodline and the shadow dreaming dragon were also a kind of replication, a complete replication. Now, with the primordial dragon sword, Li Xuanji might be able to use the icy century. Of course, it was also a kind of replication, and its power would definitely not be as good as the other parties. However, to transform everything into the chaotic ghost dance, it was not to use the other party's rule, but even Long Chen could not see the difference between the two chaotic ghost dances. It was just that one of them had a 7-colored light on his body. Even Li Xuanji's power had transformed into the same as the chaotic ghost dance. At this moment, Li Xuanji did something that made the chaotic god clan dumbfounded. Origin incandescent stone, grant me power. Boom. Under the eager and nervous gaze of Long Chen, the origin incandescent stone shook again, and the power that was almost equivalent to the previous one rushed out and descended on Li Xuanji's body. It actually integrated into the chaotic god clan's bloodline. Miracle. Success. Not to mention the others, even Long Chen himself was suffocating. The only reason for success was that the ancestral dragon's transformation rule was heaven-defying. Legend had it that other than transforming into other ancestral dragons, the shadow dreaming dragon could transform into anything. When Li Xuanji transformed into the chaotic god clan, the degree of her transformation was so thorough that even the origin incandescent stone could not distinguish it. Impossible. Even the master god of chaos was speechless. Every member of the chaotic god race looked at Li Xuanji with trembling eyes. They knew that Li Xuanji wasn't a member of the chaotic god race. However, her rules were too heaven-defying. To the chaotic god race, this was an extremely dangerous signal. The origin incandescent stone was their greatest reliance. However, its power had been used by their opponent. In fact, this also proved the fact that the master god of chaos did not control the origin incandescent stone. Otherwise, even if Li Xuanji became a chaotic god, without the permission of the master god, she would not have the support of the origin incandescent stone. In an instant, there was dead silence. Under the 7-colored light, the two chaotic ghost dances looked at each other in the dead silence. The only difference was that one had the primordial dragon sword, and the other had the gorgeous era divine sword. His guess was correct, and this was the biggest reward for Long Chen in this battle. The chaotic ghost dance did not have the advantage of the origin incandescent stone, and in her current state, Li Xuanji could take revenge. Xuanji. Li Xuanji's repeated reminders were the endless motivation in her heart. Under Long Chen's roar, her eyes suddenly turned blood-red. Shouldering all the anger and dignity of the gods and demons of the myriad worlds, she gathered all her strength on the primordial dragon sword. That was the most depressing time for the chaotic god clan. It was also the time when the chaotic ghost dance itself was the most shaken. Li Xuanji clenched her teeth and held the primordial dragon sword with both hands. 3 kinds of rule power rushed crazily and condensed on the primordial dragon sword. Now, before the real chaotic ghost dance broke out, Li Xuanji reversed the situation and attacked first. Her targets were the eternal whirlpool, heavenly nether realm, and the extremely shocked chaotic ghost dance. Chapter 3168. From the moment Li Xuanji transformed into the chaotic ghost dance to the moment she absorbed the power of the origin incandescent stone, only a split second had passed. Before this, the chaos gods had thought that Li Xuanji only knew the rule laws of the eternal whirlpool and the nether realm, and that she didn't have the power to defeat her opponent. Of course, the chaotic ghost dance, who had been tortured by the eternal whirlpool and the nether realm, thought so too. This time, Li Xuanji was the first time the rule laws that Long Chen had comprehended appeared. The primordial dragon sword combined 3 rule laws. Death, life, and calamity erupted at the same time. The power of the 3 ancestral dragon bloodlines perfectly combined into one. Blood, green, and gray, the 3 powers converged. Now, Li Xuanji, who was surrounded by the 9-colored light, had become the focus of the chaos gods. Even the chaotic fire dance, the chaotic heavenly root, and the chaotic shrine were dumbfounded. How is this possible? The origin incandescent stone of our chaos gods. Before the chaotic ghost dance could finish his words, Li Xuanji's rule laws had reached the extreme and was released before the chaotic ghost dance. The sword that condensed the anger, honor, and humiliation of the gods and demons of all worlds slashed down violently. Endless life and death calamity. The pinnacle of the rule laws had never appeared on the ancestral dragon. This was the first time Li Xuanji had achieved it. Especially after absorbing the power of the origin incandescent stone, Li Xuanji's strength skyrocketed, reaching a level that surpassed Long Chen's. The endless life and death calamity was a circular sword light. Like reincarnation, it rotated continuously. The cycle of life and death was endless. As soon as this rule law appeared, the evil qi and killing intent filled the air, as if the ancestral dragon's anger had erupted. The light flashed, tearing the eternal whirlpool apart. Its true lethality was much simpler than it looked. Before the endless life and death calamity was born, the primal chaos ghostly dance took a deep breath when it saw Li Xuanji absorb the power of the origin incandescent stone. No matter how great the impact of this matter was, the primal chaos ghost dance forcibly suppressed it. Without another word, she brandished the epic divine sword. She originally wanted to rely on the origin incandescent stone to kill Li Xuanji. Even though the situation had changed drastically, it did not change her determination and steps. In the endless coldness, the chaotic ghost danced with his long sword, tearing apart the eternal vortex like a fairy in the black and snow. The epic sword burst into a dazzling brilliance, which was not inferior to the primeval dragon sword. Eternal icebound sacred sword. The rules of chaos and ice fused together. The epic sword pierced forward. Instantly, countless gray chaos aura condensed into ice around the blade. After the destructive chaos power condensed into ice, it possessed extraordinary lethality. Without a doubt, this was the most terrifying killing move of the chaotic ghost dance. It was also the most terrifying part of her. All of a sudden, the chaos power froze into ice, increasing the size of the epic sword by 1,000 times. Under the eternal icebound sacred sword, as long as one was hit, one would be frozen for eternity. It was almost the same as the silence mantra. The chaotic ghost dance, together with the power of the origin incandescent stone, was not inferior to the silence mantra cast by the original ancestor. At this moment, the chaotic ghost dance was a super ruler at the same level as the original ancestor. In a flash, the endless life and death calamity from Li Xuanji and the eternal icebound sacred sword of the chaotic ghost dance clashed fiercely in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Under the endless life and death calamity, the chaotic ghost dance didn't look like much, but in fact, she had suffered terrible damage. Her life was completely in the hands of Li Xuanji. As long as Li Xuanji controlled the endless life and death calamity power in her body, she could destroy her instantly. The most obvious thing was that the chaotic ghost dance's hands were trembling and couldn't hold the epic sword. In fact, her face was already pale. It was just that her face was covered with a veil, so it couldn't be seen clearly for a moment. Everything stopped in an instant. The heavenly nether mirror and the eternal whirlpool disappeared at this moment. The entire void suddenly became quiet, leaving only Li Xuanji and the chaotic ghost dance facing each other. Li Xuanji was no longer a chaotic god but her original appearance. Many people actually didn't see what happened clearly, but the chaotic ghost dance's trembling and Li Xuanji's indifference were obviously telling them the outcome of this battle. However, it was simply a dream. This dream came too suddenly. For the gods and demons of the myriad domains, if they were ordinary mortals, it was like they had been poor for half their lives and suffered for half their lives. Suddenly, they picked up a large sum of money and made a fortune. That excitement and absent-mindedness made them, as divine emperors and ultimate gods, feel unbelievable. Many people were stunned. However, Long Chen knew what had happened. This was the endless life and death tribulation, the rule that he was most confident in. It was the combination of 3 rules that produced such an effect. It was precisely these 3 rules that surpassed the 2 rules of the chaotic ghost dance. Not only was it the life and death tribulation, but it was also the perfect combination of the 3 rules of life, death, and tribulation. It was endless and endless, just like Long Chen himself. The endless life and death tribulation rule, as long as it wasn't instantly defeated at the beginning, it would become stronger and stronger until it crushed and destroyed its opponent. Therefore, Li Xuanji, who used it for the first time, didn't expect that she would cause such a grand scene. However, she calmed down. The battle was over, and she still controlled the power of the endless life and death tribulation. Facing the chaotic ghost dance that was gritting its teeth and struggling, Li Xuanji said something that made the chaotic gods despair. Your life and death are in my hands. Struggling is useless. You have lost. The chaotic ghost dance raised its head and stared coldly at Li Xuanji. It said coldly, you said it's in your hands, so it's in. Before she could finish her words, Li Xuanji's expression changed. The endless life and death calamity changed drastically, wreaking havoc on the primal chaos ghostly dance's body. In that instant, the primal chaos ghostly dance cried out in pain. Even though she was a primal chaos saint sovereign, she still lost her composure at this moment. This could only prove that Li Xuanji was right. Alright, this battle is the loss of our chaotic gods. Congratulations, you have become a miracle on your side. The chaotic god lord made the final decision and made all the chaotic gods realize this fact. At this moment, the infinite world's gods and the chaotic gods had completely different reactions. On the chaotic god's side, some were angry, some were depressed, and some were embarrassed. On the infinite world's god's side, after a moment of disbelief, they, who had been suppressed to the extreme, finally cheered. At this moment, even if they were the strongest godly venerables, even if they were the four great rulers, they could only have tears in their eyes. They had lost so badly that they had lost all hope. Today, they came to accept the fact that they had lost, but in such a battle, something miraculous had happened. Under Long Chen's arrangement, Li Xuanji had won. Even the chaotic god lord had admitted it. The depression that had been suppressed for many days had exploded at this moment. They could finally raise their proud heads in front of the chaotic gods. At this moment, there was no need to fight back against the chaotic gods, no need to take advantage of them with words. Li Xuanji's victory was a slap in the chaotic gods' face. All their arrogance had been forcibly withdrawn. The chaotic ghost dance was quite unwilling. She had indeed been affected by the fact that Li Xuanji could use the power of the origin incandescent stone, slightly affecting her performance. Otherwise, the result might not have been like this. Li Xuanji's gaze did not change. She stretched out her hand and easily withdrew the endless power of the life and death calamity from the chaotic ghost dance. Her mission was completed. When she turned back to look at Long Chen saw her joy and the beads of sweat on her forehead. She had endured too much in this battle, but at last, she had completed it. I'm proud of you. Long Chen pulled her back. Don't be so witty. I won, and I used your strength and your rules. I didn't win, you won. Li Xuanji rolled her eyes at him. She was so charming that Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. The chaotic fire dance saw this scene deeply. She had been arrogant in front of Long Chen for so long, but Long Chen had never fought back against her. But this scene, this victory, was Long Chen's counterattack. At that moment, the chaotic fire dance felt a burning pain on her face. It was not only because the other side had won and Long Chen could be arrogant again, but also because he and Li Xuanji looked at each other, that ambiguous gaze. That gaze made chaotic fire dance feel as if there was a fire burning all over her body. She clenched her fists tightly, and her eyes were about to burst into flames. Fire dance. The chaotic heavenly genie shouted and pulled her back. At this time, Long Chen had already led the gods and demons, preparing to leave. Chapter 3169. The Battle of Primal Chaos Ghost Dance was the biggest surprise since the start of the Sacred War. To the chaotic gods, they had lost a battle that seemed simple. Thinking back to how they had mocked the gods and demons of the myriad worlds, the chaos gods felt their faces burning. Although no one was willing to accept it, it was a fact that they had been defeated. They thought that the battle would be over after today. They were ready to celebrate. But now, they could only swallow their happiness. Under the gaze of the gods, they felt like ants were crawling on their faces. They didn't even dare to raise their heads. What are you all so nervous about? It's just a victory. What's the big deal? Could it be that they have someone who can defeat the gods? If that's the case, there's no need to arrange a battle. We can just fight. Primal Chaos Fire Dance was angry. She couldn't help but turn around and scold the chaotic gods. They've already lost a battle. No matter what, this is their fate. A slave is a slave. They might not be able to overturn the heavens. If they lose another battle, their fate will be sealed. Let alone the gods, even my uncle, Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament, and my father won't be able to pass. The eyes of the Chaos Gods lit up when they heard the fiery voice of the Primal Chaos Fire Dance. Today's defeat was too sudden, and they had lost control of themselves. But when they thought about it carefully, it was true. This was just a desperate counterattack from the opponent. It was nothing. Holy Sage Fire Dance is right. A slave is a slave. What are we worried about? Really? They only won one battle and they still dare to be arrogant in front of us. These idiots are really funny. After being scolded by Primal Chaos Fire Dance, they thought about the following battle. The ones blocking Long Chen's group were the three strongest existences of the chaotic gods. What was there to worry about? For a moment, the chaotic gods became arrogant again. They sneered. Even though the gods had won one battle, they still looked down on them. Of course, it was useless to say more. The following battle was more important. When Long Chen was about to leave, one of the two strongest chaotic holy sages, Chaos Scarlet Firmament, who had a beard that almost took up half of his face, said with a rough, suppressive voice, "Long Chen, I guess you won't attack me in 5 days, right?" The Crimson Sky Primal Chaos was probably proficient in Primal Chaos and Flame rules. Flame itself was incomparably hot, which made it difficult for the Crimson Sky Primal Chaos to approach. The flames soared into the sky, but because of the mysterious nature of the Primal Chaos rules, after fusing with the flames, it achieved a wondrous state. The power of the flames was still there, but it didn't feel as hot. Even so, the chaotic Crimson Firmament was still terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the mysterious chaotic ghostly dance, and its ability probably surpassed that of the original ancestor. Why? Long Chen asked faintly. The chaotic Crimson Sky Primal Chaos laughed. His voice was loud, and he said, "It's very simple. You are proud and arrogant, and the opponent you want is at least my big brother. I saw your eyes, and it seems that you have set your sights on my big brother. Even if you can't bring out an existence that can defeat my father, you still have to defeat my big brother and save your face, right?" The chaotic Crimson Sky Primal Chaos hugged his thick, fiery arms and smiled, revealing his dazzling white teeth. His beard was so thick that it was hard to see his mouth. "Since you are so sure, what else is there to ask?" Now, the gods and the chaotic gods were paying attention to their conversation. The chaotic Crimson Sky Primal Chaos waved his hand and said, "I mainly want to know who my opponent is. I'm very curious. I haven't fought for a very long time, and now I'm very afraid. I know that your target is not me, so I'm worried that you can't find an expert. If you randomly arrange an opponent for me, then it won't be interesting at all." There was a strong desire in his eyes. Generally, existences who were proficient in the law of fire were more direct and hot-tempered. The chaotic Crimson Sky Primal Chaos was like Long Chen in the past, a battle maniac. Long Chen never lacked opponents, but the chaotic Crimson Sky Primal Chaos did. More than the other 7 chaotic saints, he was looking forward to an evenly matched opponent. However, did Long Chen still have anyone by his side? At first, they thought that there were only 4 rulers in the myriad worlds, and then there was the addition of Long Chen, which was already surprising enough. When fighting, there was the addition of Lingxi, Li Xuanji. Could there be more? Facing the chaotic Crimson Sky Primal Chaos question, Long Chen said indifferently, "Don't worry, I'll give you a surprise. I hope it's not a shock. At least, he has to be more miraculous than this little girl today." The chaotic crimson sky primal chaos was extremely enthusiastic. He had to say it. He was really worried that there would be no one on the side of the myriad worlds, making it difficult for him to perform well. Crimson Sky, don't be too excited. If you lose, then this battle will be fun. In contrast to the chaotic Crimson Sky primal chaos, the chaotic divine might was somewhat similar to the chaotic god, like a scholar, gentle and elegant. Although the chaotic divine might was like a scholar, his heart was dark and he was like a ghost, but the chaotic divine might was not. No matter what they said, every moment in the outside world was a long time in the Tower of Time. Long Chen returned with the myriad world's gods. Only by returning to this place would they be absolutely safe. After returning, Li Xuanji had already fused into Long Chen's body to rest. In the myriad worlds, all the god emperors and god venerables looked at Long Chen with admiration and even reverence. Unbelievable. The heavenly Tao divine emperor said these 4 words, expressing everyone's thoughts. No matter how emotional they were, they had to continue fighting. Long Chen said, "Everyone, we have already done our best today. There are still 3 more battles in the future. As long as we don't completely lose, we still have a chance, right?" Originally, no one had any confidence at all. But now, with Long Chen, they finally had confidence. Of course, the chaotic divine might and the chaotic crimson sky primal chaos still had a chance of winning. As for the chaotic god master, he was too mysterious. However, as long as they could win 2 more battles, even if they lost in the end, it would be a glorious loss. At least, Long Chen had helped them get back their lost dignity. So, at this time, everyone forgot about victory and defeat. There was only faith in their hearts. Don't worry about the future. We just need to focus on the next battle. We must win the next battle. If they kept watching the later battles, they would think too much. Yes. After this battle, Long Chen's position as the leader of the myriad worlds was established. Not only was he strong, but he also had 3 people who were comparable to rulers. Individually, they had surpassed the sum of the 4 rulers. Speaking of which, it's really embarrassing. The 4 of us were defeated, but the 2 young ladies won. I really can't help but be convinced. At the start, the chaos demonic ancestor didn't get along so well with Long Chen and the others. But now, he was convinced. Ancestor, the origin incandescent stone was an accident. Without the origin incandescent stone, you might not lose to them. Even if we lose in the end, we only lost to the origin incandescent stone. Long Chen said. That's right. This group of arrogant chaotic gods relied on external forces. Time was limited. Long Chen also had to prepare for the battle of chaotic divine martial. Now that Mo Xiaolang already knew that Li Xuanji had won, he was still immersed in the awakening of the rules. This was a relatively good state. Chaotic scarlet firmament, chaotic divine martial, and finally the master chaotic god. At this time, Long Chen still hadn't given up the hope of winning. At least, Long Chen had great confidence in himself in the first 2 battles. Mo Xiaolang relied on his own efforts. As for the master chaotic god, it all depended on whether Kitten could wake up in the remaining 40 years or so. The 3 were about 13.5 years. Mo Xiaolang was preparing, and so was Long Chen. Now that the Nether Realm and the Endless Life and Death Calamity had displayed unparalleled power, especially the Endless Life and Death Calamity, its power could only be described as amazing. This was simply the pinnacle of the rules for Long Chen. However, he wasn't satisfied with his current self. He wanted to go higher. Therefore, he began to retreat and ponder over other rules. Now that he had reached the eternal whirlpool, it was difficult for him to make a breakthrough for the time being. The Endless Life and Death Calamity had fused massacre, life, and calamity. Therefore, he focused on the 3 rules of karma, fate, and change. Among these 3 rules, besides karma, which had a certain lethality, fate and change were actually not very good at killing. However, it seemed that it was difficult for him to make a big breakthrough in each of them. Even if he comprehended a new rule, it was still at the same level as the Nether Realm. It was difficult to play a decisive role like the eternal whirlpool and the endless life and death calamity. Therefore, fusing the rules is a path that I have to take. He determined his goal. At first, it was a 2-on-2 combination. Later, he became bolder. With the experience of the endless life and death calamity, he thought, why not use 3 directly: karma, fate, and change? However, it didn't seem that easy to find the relationship between these 3. At least, it wasn't as easy as the endless life and death calamity. Karma is everywhere. It's like a ball of thread that's densely interconnected. Even the slightest bit of it can change everything. Fate isn't actually a straight line. Rather, it's the possibility of future dangers. It's karmic luck. Finding the relationship between the 3 and establishing a point was the first thing to do. However, it didn't seem easy. Therefore, he had to spend time thinking. A long time passed. Long Chen was stuck in the thinking stage. After a long time, he still had no idea. This made him understand that some rules couldn't be solved by thinking. It needed an epiphany. Sometimes, epiphany was very important. Therefore, Long Chen gave up on cultivation and went to accompany the people he protected, Lingxi, Li Xuanji, and his lovely daughter, Long Yan. He was also waiting for Kitten to wake up. This unreliable guy is always like this. Long Chen could only sigh. Chapter 3170. It was rather difficult to complete this rule in 13 years. But Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. Actually, if the Chaos Gods hadn't descended so suddenly, he would have had endless time to ponder over the rules after obtaining the Tunnel of Time. With the endless life and death tribulations, he would at least have some confidence in fighting against the Chaos Divine Might in the future. Especially since Li Xuanji had successfully borrowed the power of the Origin Incandescent Stone, this meant that Long Chen could do the same. The Chaos Divine Might didn't have the advantage of the Origin Incandescent Stone. Even though Long Chen was still mysterious, at least this battle wasn't something that Long Chen should be worried about. He was more worried that Mo Xiaolang wouldn't be able to complete the rule before the time was up. He was also worried that Kitten wouldn't be able to wake up before the time was up. The hope of the gods and demons' victory rested on the 3 brothers. In the Tower of Time, the deities and demons of various realms felt like years. They couldn't help them and couldn't bear it. Therefore, Long Chen sent them to the life and death realms. In the life and death realms, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 5 days, they became anxious because Long Chen had not brought them out of the life and death realms yet. Long Chen, what's going on? The Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor asked anxiously. Xiao Lang hasn't been dealt with yet. We can only delay for a bit. Don't worry, the Chaos Gods won't mind. All right. The gods and demons waited for another half a day. Since the last time they returned, a total of 15 years had passed in the Tower of Time. During these 15 years, the Chaos Gods had waited for another half a day. They didn't have much patience and were probably arguing by now. But there was still no news from Long Chen. The gods and demons couldn't help but feel anxious. The Chaos Gods must have thought that we didn't dare to participate in the battle and escaped. No, we just won a battle. It's time for us to go all out. Of course, with their personalities, they'll mock us. But in the end, it still depended on the outcome. Even if they didn't have confidence in the current situation, they believed in Long Chen's ability to create miracles. In the Tower of Time, Long Chen stayed by Mo Xiaolang's side, waiting quietly. It had been 15 years since then, and Mo Xiaolang had entered a very deep state in the last few years. It was obviously unwise to disturb him at this time. In 16 years at most, the primal chaos god race will probably cause a ruckus. Fortunately, after 3 months or so, Mo Xiaolang finally came out of seclusion. It was difficult to see any huge changes in the comprehension of laws from the outside, but the state Mo Xiaolang was in right now really made Long Chen feel that he had completed a metamorphosis, which was already very good. How was it? Did you succeed? Fortunately, it worked. Mo Xiaolang revealed a clear and sunny smile. Are you confident? Perhaps in terms of creation divine artifacts and strength, I am far inferior to my opponent. However, in terms of laws and my characteristics, should be able to suppress my opponent. However, all of this is uncertain. Only by fighting will I be able to understand. Mo Xiaolang was different from Long Chen. Long Chen's performance was quite stable. He was strong, but Mo Xiaolang himself wasn't strong. He had just stepped into the ruler level, but his combat strength was very likely to be weaker than Primal Chaos Fire Dance. But if he was strong enough, it was very likely that he could defeat Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven. Therefore, he didn't have absolute confidence against Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven and Long Chen. His confidence wasn't as great as the battle with Li Xuanji. But he and Mo Xiaolang were willing to surpass their limits. Let's go. The Primal Chaos God race is probably anxious. Long Chen instantly summoned the gods and demons from the life and death realms and returned to the Primal Chaos God realm. The vast army of gods and demons descended on the God Lord continent once again. Of course, they were slightly late. They made the Primal Chaos God race wait for more than half a day. As soon as they came out, the Primal Chaos God race completely suppressed the gods and demons with their fierce fighting spirit and cold eyes. This was their first show of strength. You're here. I thought you were so scared that you ran away and didn't dare to come again. Actually, there's no need to wait for 5 days. You can just continue after every battle. These bastards are so troublesome. Last time, they won by luck and must be happy. But today, Primal Chaos God race will beat them back to their original state. Amidst the mockery of the Primal Chaos God race, the gods and demons returned. This time, they were not weak, but the Primal Chaos God race was still wild and frightening. Especially on this day, the one who came out to battle was simply the third strongest of the Primal Chaos God race, Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven. The ruler of the Crimson Heaven continent. Long Chen, you've made me wait for a long time. Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven's rough voice was like an explosion of gunpowder. It instantly locked on all the gods and demons, making them breathless. Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven remained in his original position. Oh, I see my opponent, a perfect realm ultimate god. Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven's eyes instantly locked on Mo Xiaolang. Now that Mo Xiaolang had changed and was standing beside Long Chen, Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven immediately found him. His eyes never left Mo Xiaolang after he locked his gaze on him. After a while, he applauded and said, "Wonderful, it's wonderful, but it seems a little immature. Of course, I'm already very satisfied that your myriad worlds can still send out such an existence to be my opponent." Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven's fiery eyes seemed to see Mo Xiaolang as his prey. This is your demon race, but it seems a little strange. Primal Chaos God Master was naturally also paying attention to Mo Xiaolang. However, he did not understand the existence of the Sky-Swallowing clan, so he naturally did not understand Mo Xiaolang. Whether it's really strange or not, you'll know after fighting with me. Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven laughed heartily and walked out from the crowd around the 8 Primal Chaos God Masters. Among the 8 Primal Chaos God Masters, only Primal Chaos God Master could suppress him. The other Primal Chaos God Masters were very respectful towards him. They were all Primal Chaos God Masters, but their cultivation and combat power were different. If that's the case, as you wish, let's fight. Long Chen believed that Mo Xiaolang could handle all of this. He led the gods and demons of the myriad realms out of the battlefield, leaving Mo Xiaolang in front of chaotic Crimson Heaven, letting the two of them confront each other. On the Divine Master continent, Mo Xiaolang and Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven were facing off. Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven was fiery, like a scorching sun, while Mo Xiaolang was cold, quiet, and pure, like a proud flame. After my battle, the gods and demons of the myriad worlds will be defeated. To you, this battle is also very important. However, I don't think it's that interesting. There must be life and death in a battle. I think that's the kind of battle that I, Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven, desire. Before the battle, Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven suddenly laughed coldly. Of course, you can kill me. No one can stop you, Mo Xiaolang said. Crimson Firmament shook his head and said with a wry smile, of course I know, but the problem is that your elder brother has the ability to resurrect the dead. Even if I take your life and kill you, he can resurrect you. That's so boring. Then, what do you think is interesting? Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven smiled and said, it's simple. I like to bet with others when I fight with them. If it's an insignificant battle, it's not interesting at all. I haven't reached my limit yet. If I don't reach my limit, I don't know how terrifying I am. That's why I like to put my life on the line since I was little. I even put everything on the line. That way, my real potential can be stimulated. It's been my habit for many years. Although this battle is related to the outcome of the 9 battles, I don't think it's important enough. I want this battle to be more important to you. Therefore, I want to take your life and make a bet. If I kill you, I hope your big brother can keep his promise and not use the ability to resurrect you. Of course, if he doesn't keep his promise, my father will make him keep his promise. And you can make a request of me. For example, if you defeat me, you can kill me. My father will respect my bet. Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven sounded like a madman. But it was true that only a battle that one couldn't lose could stimulate one's limit. Only then would the battle become particularly interesting and exciting. Long Chen didn't expect Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven to do this. If he didn't agree to this request, it would weaken his momentum. But in fact, Long Chen hoped that Mo Xiaolang could win. He didn't interfere with Mo Xiaolang's decision. It was up to him to decide what to do in the future. Of course, if it were Long Chen himself, he would choose to bet because he wanted it more than Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven. Under everyone's gaze, Mo Xiaolang said indifferently, why would I want your life? It's useless. So, you're going to refuse? No. Mo Xiaolang shook his head decisively and said, if I win, I don't want your life, but I want your semi-origin creation divine weapon. From now on, it belongs to me. You have to accept your loss and don't take revenge. His words shocked the chaotic gods. They didn't expect that not only was Mo Xiaolang not intimidated by the bet, but he also made a request that was really useful to him. Semi-origin creation divine weapon. That was what Mo Xiaolang desired and lacked. He was too lacking in terms of creation divine weapons. Smart. Long Chen smiled. Mo Xiaolang's decision was very like his style. He was forcing himself into a dead end, but he was also fighting for the biggest reward for himself. What he wanted most was not Mo Xiaolang's life, but his treasure. Then it's settled. What a bold young man. Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven couldn't help but laugh loudly. The bet was settled. Because of this bet, the atmosphere on the battlefield instantly doubled. It was almost suffocating. Now everyone was looking at them. Mo Xiaolang turned around and looked at Long Chen. His gaze was asking Long Chen to believe him. Big brother, if I lose, please keep your promise and don't come to save me. Are you sure? I'm sure. I want to be in a desperate situation and I want to be reborn. Chapter 3171. This battle between Mo Xiaolang and chaotic Crimson Heaven broke out. An unprecedented battle had erupted. For a moment, everyone quieted down, waiting for the terrifying visual feast. Chaotic Crimson Heaven was very satisfied with his little opponent's courage, but he absolutely had no sympathy for him. Since you've taken a fancy to my fortune divine artifact, I'll let you have a good look. Chaotic Crimson Heaven stretched out his thick arms and opened his palms. In his palms, 7 colored flames condensed. The aura of a semi-origin creator divine weapon was born. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless flames condensed. In a short time, there were almost 100,000 divine flames. All of them condensed into a flame symbol. Each flame symbol was different. In the end, those flame symbols condensed into a black flag that appeared in chaotic crimson heaven's hand. That was a gigantic black war flag with 100,000 divine flames burning on it. Majestic flame energy swept out. The entire chaos divine world was frozen in ice during the previous battle. But now that the black war flag appeared, the ice instantly melted and the temperature rose. The primal chaos crimson heaven had destroyed everything created by the primal chaos ghost dance even before he attacked. Floating flame flag. It was another semi-origin creator divine weapon. Although it was still original incipient level, it had surpassed it. The god incantation ring, the primordial dragon sword, the epic divine sword, and the floating flame flag were all outstanding creator divine weapons. 100,000 divine flames had endless power. Most importantly, Long Chen saw that the 100,000 divine flames condensed into a pattern that looked like a divine dragon and imprinted on the floating flame flag. Dragon. Although it was just a flash, Long Chen still saw it. It woke him up. Before this, I focused on the competition with the chaotic divine clan and forgot about the second ancestral dragon. Tai Su said that the second ancestral dragon might be here. If that's the case, it should be related to the floating flame flag. Therefore, after suddenly realizing this, Long Chen's only desire was for Mo Xiaolang, who had pushed himself to the extreme, to win. As long as he won, the floating flame banner would be his. Then, it would be much easier for Long Chen to track him. Mo Xiaolang was only focused on the terror of the floating flame flag, so he had an even stronger desire. Under everyone's gaze, he turned into the sun-devouring demon wolf and paced in front of the primal chaos scarlet firmament. He stared at his opponent with an intense desire in his eyes. In truth, Long Chen did not know what his battle plan was. But it must be, desperately. However, Mo Xiaolang did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he circled around Crimson Chaos Firmament. Of course, Crimson Chaos Firmament would not be courteous with him. Therefore, Crimson Chaos Firmament immediately attacked. He roared and waved the floating flame flag like a giant. 100,000 divine flames danced and combined with Crimson Chaos Firmament's rules. Buzz. Primal Chaos Crimson Heaven's attack caused a huge commotion. The myriad domains were completely engulfed by the sea of flames. Long Chen and the 4 hegemons had no choice but to protect all the gods and demons of the myriad worlds. Otherwise, many of them would probably be burned to death. Yin Yang Fire Hell. Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament waved the black flag. The power of rules, his own divine power, and creation divine power combined. Together with the 100,000 divine flames, the black flag waved and released flames to form a wall. A total of 2 attacks. 2 walls of flames. One was Yang, the other was Yin. The 2 flames attacked from the left and right, leaving the sun-devouring demon wolf nowhere to escape. Each wall of flames contained the lethal power of primal chaos scarlet firmament. Boom. The 2 walls formed a fiery hell. Yin and Yang attracted each other and collided with each other at lightning speed, forming terrifying Yin and Yang flames. Mo Xiaolang was in the middle of this sea of flames, and he was at the core of the flames. He's dead. The chaotic god race, who knew the power of the Yin-Yang fire hell, could not help but guess. After all, Mo Xiaolang had been submerged without any resistance. Under such a sea of flames, let alone him, even chaotic divine might would not dare to resist it. Buzz. The Yin-Yang fire hell condensed into a huge sphere, and Mo Xiaolang was in the center of it. Hoo-hoo. The flames were like devils, compressing inwards. The 100,000 divine flames compressed to the extreme. Obviously, they wanted to completely destroy Mo Xiaolang. So useless. Fight with me. Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament was going crazy. He did not expect Mo Xiaolang to be so weak. If Mo Xiaolang was defeated in one move, he would be furious. He would be furious that Long Chen was playing with him, arranging such a useless opponent for him. Just as he was about to explode, the yin-yang fire held discovered something inconceivable. To Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament, he felt that a huge mouth or a terrifying vortex had appeared in the deepest part of the yin-yang fire hell. In just a short moment, the yin-yang fire hell, which was originally compressing inwards, actually accelerated and disappeared. Hoo-hoo. The majestic yin-yang fire hell was actually swallowed. In the original position of the yin-yang fire hell, a colorful demon wolf appeared. His body was burning with 100,000 kinds of divine flames. He was extremely huge, as though he would explode at any time. Even his eyes were filled with flames, as though he would explode at any time. Boom boom. The flames on his body were constantly exploding. Interesting. Crimson Heaven Chaos couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that his opponent would actually eat his attack. Although Crimson Heaven Chaos looked like he would explode at any time, at least he gave Crimson Heaven Chaos a surprise. The gods and demons of the myriad worlds were worried. Mo Xiaolang's move was really too risky. Perhaps it was because he had followed Long Chen for a long time. Now, his style of doing things was getting closer and closer to Long Chen's. You want to eat, right? In that case, I'll let you eat until you're full. Now I understand why Long Chen sent you to deal with me. It's because you can swallow flames. However, you have to know that not all flames in this world can be swallowed by you. Chaotic Crimson Firmament's wild laughter reverberated in everyone's ears. He was already excited. If he had not been so fanatical, his expression would not have been so exaggerated. At this moment, he held the floating flame flag with both hands again and waved it with a whistling sound. This was a brand new rule. It was not just the power of flames, but also the fusion of the chaotic rule. The primal chaos principle was a kind of principle that could easily fuse with other principles. Therefore, in the chaotic divine realm, every primal chaos saint master would fuse principles. Primal chaos hell flame. At that moment, primal chaos scarlet firmament roared. The primal chaos and fire principles in his hands exploded. As the floating flame flag danced, everything condensed into a gray flame. This gray flame was the primal chaos hell flame. It seemed to be the core of the world. As soon as this flame appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. The primal chaos gods all knew why primal chaos scarlet firmament used the primal chaos hell flame. This primal chaos hell flame had the power to explode. Once it exploded, it could easily destroy half of an original incipient grade world. It looked small, but in fact, it was because it had condensed to the extreme. Don't you like swallowing flames? Do you dare to eat this? Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament held his belly and laughed. The Primal Chaos Hell Flame instantly reached Mo Xiaolang. Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament was confident that once Mo Xiaolang swallowed it, he could turn Mo Xiaolang into ashes in a short time. Then, this battle would be over. However, as long as one wasn't a fool, he would obviously resist the Primal Chaos Hell Flame instead of swallowing it. However, the result surprised Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament. In his eyes, Mo Xiaolang was simply crazy. When the Primal Chaos Hell Flame descended, he didn't say a word. He directly jumped over and opened his wolf teeth. His throat was like a vortex, directly swallowing the Primal Chaos Hell Flame. Buzz. He already had 100,000 divine flames. Now, with the addition of the Primal Chaos Hell Flame, his god body was simply a gathering place of flames. The Primal Chaos Hell Flame instantly exploded under Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament's will. This was the power that could destroy half of an original incipient grade world. Boom. Everyone could see that Mo Xiaolang's body began to crack under the gray flame. Countless bloody scars appeared on his body, and he would turn into ashes at any time. Even Long Chen felt distressed when he saw this. He kind of knew what Imo Xiaolang was going to do. It was impossible to defeat Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament directly. He had to risk it. Today, his body was almost shattered. He was about to explode. Even the power of the Sky-Swallowing clan couldn't suppress this flame. It was like a beast eating a beast that was 10 times its size. However, at the most critical moment, the primal chaos green flame burned and resisted the power of the explosion. It continuously healed Mo Xiaolang's body and made him immortal. In fact, inside his body, the other 4 ancestral flames had controlled the power of the primal chaos hell flame. They had passed the most difficult time. In fact, at this moment, Mo Xiaolang had controlled his body and everything he wanted. He had endured 2 deadly attacks. In exchange, he had the terrifying flame power in his body. These flames were turning into his power. He's not dead. Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament was stunned for the first time. All the other members of the Chaotic God clan were the same. The pace of this battle was too fast. In just a moment, they had reached this stage. It was like Mo Xiaolang had endured 2 attacks from Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament, but he was not dead. Not only was he not dead, but he was also healing. Amazing. Amazing. Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament's eyes turned red. He was so excited that he was trembling. Only now did he understand what an interesting opponent Long Chen had given him. An opponent worth fighting to the death. Long Chen, thank you. Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament roared. He retreated thousands of meters and suddenly appeared next to the Origin Incandescent Stone. He hugged the Origin Incandescent Stone and pressed his body against it. At that moment, the power of the Origin Incandescent Stone surged violently into his body. The Origin Incandescent Stone has given me endless power. Boom, boom, boom. The colorful power almost burst his body. After accumulating enough power, Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament was now a nightmare. He held the floating flame flag and returned to confront Mo Xiaolang in the void. Life and death depended on this moment. Chapter 3172. Naturally, Mo Xiaolang could not obtain the support of the Origin Incandescent Stone like Li Xuanji. But all his previous efforts and preparations had been for this moment. Amidst the nervous crowd, Crimson Firmament descended. 7-colored light encircled his body, majestic divine might. The 7-colored waves swept out, forming an unimaginably huge impact that suppressed the gods and demons of all worlds. Similarly, the chaotic gods found it hard to bear. Life and death hung by a thread. Crimson Firmament could not be bothered to care about Mo Xiaolang. In his eyes, this was a giant beast that only knew how to devour flames. He would not tolerate anything else. This time, of course, he wanted to stuff Mo Xiaolang to death. Whoosh. Terrifying flames were born on Crimson Firmament's body. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he used the creation divine power of the floating flame flag, the power of the Origin Incandescent Stone, and his own power to fuse the 2 laws. Crimson Firmament, in his strongest state, was born at this moment. Immortal Chaotic Sacred Fire. The primal chaos and fire nomological laws fused to the deepest parts. In front of the god fiends, the primal chaos Scarlet Firmament's sturdy body actually started to transform from a human into a fire. Most importantly, he used the floating flame flag to surround himself. During the transformation process, the semi-source grade floating flame flag completely overlapped with him. Then, in a very short time, they fused together. In the end, the 2 completely fused. The man and the creation divine weapon transformed into a 7-colored flame. Different from the seed of the ancestral fire, this was a truly mature flame. The power of the light wheel was much more terrifying than the chaotic hellfire. Boom. The flame spread. This is my immortal chaotic sacred fire. How are you going to devour it? The 7-colored sacred fire contained endless flame power. Now that crimson firmament had turned into a flaming man, few in the world dared to approach him. Everywhere he went, even space, time, and everything else was melting and vanishing. Buzz. Under the gaze of the crowd, crimson firmament charged towards Mo Xiaolang. However, from the beginning to the end, Mo Xiaolang did not move at all. He had been suppressing all the flames that he had swallowed earlier. To outsiders, it seemed like he was still struggling for his life. The chaotic crimson heaven's new killing move descended once again. However, at this moment, Mo Xiaolang did something that shocked everyone. He ignored the raging flames on his body. Facing the chaotic scarlet firmament that was rushing towards him, he howled like a wolf and charged towards the chaotic scarlet firmament. In an instant, Mo Xiaolang had been waiting for this moment for far too long. It was at this point that the primal chaos crimson heaven flames appeared, as if they were being guided out of his body. It wasn't just the primal chaos hellfire, but the endless god fire. In the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaolang saw a sea of 7-colored flames. Rumble. In the next moment, 5 types of flames were born on Mo Xiaolang's body and merged into the sea of fire. They were 9 Underworld Demon Ancestral Fire, Heavenly Emperor Ancestral Fire, Chaotic Green Fire, Chaotic Fire of 10,000 Calamity, and Eternal Sacred Fire. The 5 types of ancestral fire became the center of the 100,000 God Fire. When the 2 of them merged into one, it was also the moment when the chaotic crimson heaven flames descended. He actually triggered my flames. He endured my flames just now for this attack. The chaotic crimson heaven flames guessed correctly. Mo Xiaolang endured silently just for this moment. For the rule power that came from his sky-devouring clan bloodline. From silence to explosion. In that instant, the 5 types of ancestral fire engulfed the 100,000 God Fire. He was in the center of all the flames. Sky-devouring fire diagram. A new set of rules appeared in his bloodline, and he used the 5 sets of rules to unleash them. The power of the rules fused with all the flames, and in the blink of an eye, the sea of flames transformed into a huge whirlpool that began to spin. It spun at a high speed. It was terrifyingly fast. Buzz. An unprecedented devouring power descended. The devouring power from the sky-devouring clan. When Mo Xiaolang grew to such a level, the devouring power that came from the 5 types of ancestral fire and the power from the chaotic crimson heaven flames appeared, exceeded everyone's expectations. Explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The flames formed a whirlpool. All the force was concentrated on the chaotic crimson heaven flames that rushed towards Mo Xiaolang. Unlimited acceleration. This devouring power. In an instant, even though he had turned into the immortal chaotic sacred fire, the chaotic crimson heaven flames' expression changed drastically. He felt as if he had fallen into Mo Xiaolang's trap. After he turned into flames, the devouring power of the sky-devouring fire diagram increased several times. There was not much time for him to think and make a decision. The chaotic crimson heaven flames had a chance to return to his human form and escape. However, he was unwilling to give up. It was not easy to use the immortal chaotic sacred fire to such an extent with the help of the Origin Oregon. How could he just let it go like this? Since you dare to be so bold, I won't hold back. The chaotic crimson heaven flames did not believe it. Not only did he not escape, but he also rushed into the sky-devouring fire diagram with terrifying power. The moment he got close, the sky-devouring fire diagram wrapped him up and sent him into Mo Xiaolang's mouth in an instant. Boom. All the flames entered, including the chaotic crimson heaven flames and the floating flame flag. Burst him. He's too bold. He even dares to swallow the scarlet firmament saint. In an instant, everyone from the chaotic gods race burst into laughter. They could almost see the scene of Mo Xiaolang bursting. Because of their bet, if Mo Xiaolang was defeated, Long Chen would not be able to save him. This is known as the Sacred War of the 10,000 Realms. It doesn't make sense that no one has died yet. Today is the final battle. People should die. That's right. Let this little fellow use his life to put an end to the freedom of the 10,000 realms. From now on, the 10,000 realms will be our world. The entire world will be ruled by us, the chaotic gods race. Everyone was looking at Emo Xiaolang. On the side of the 10,000 realms, everyone's hearts were in their throats. They were on the verge of tears. Dead silence. Everyone saw that the sun-devouring direwolf had stopped. However, the hundreds of thousands of flames, including the ancestral flame and the undying chaotic sacred flame, were clustered around his body and started to arrange themselves. In the end, all the flames formed an ancient diagram. The flames swam around it. This was the real sky-devouring fire diagram. Logically speaking, the flames that Emo Xiaolang had swallowed should have been enough to kill him several times. However, when the sky-devouring fire diagram appeared, the flames swam around and arranged themselves. It was as though they were being guided by some mysterious power. They gradually became docile and were under Emo Xiaolang's control. Even the undying chaotic sacred flame seemed to have calmed down. In just a short moment, there was no trace of the chaotic scarlet firmament. What's going on? Why isn't the scarlet firmament saint exploding yet? The chaotic gods race had been laughing and waiting to see a good show. However, as time passed, Emo Xiaolang became quieter and quieter. The chaotic scarlet firmament saint's breath was disappearing. Impossible, impossible, even the people from the chaos immortal firmament were in disbelief. They could not believe their eyes as they stared at Emo Xiaolang. Why was there no reaction? For a moment, there was even more dead silence. Emo Xiaolang turned to look at Long Chen. Long Chen could see the sincerity in Emo Xiaolang's eyes. Emo Xiaolang had tears in his eyes. Emo Xiaolang was full of passion and fighting spirit. He had succeeded. Long Chen was overjoyed. His sky-devouring fire diagram had succeeded. No matter how strong the chaotic scarlet firmament saint was, or how fierce the flames were, Emo Xiaolang could tame it. This was the nomological power that came from the sky-devouring race's bloodline. Heaven-defying. He had won a total of 3 rounds. Now, they had won a total of 3 matches, and they were only 1 match behind the chaos gods. Big brother, can I not spit him out? Emo Xiaolang said helplessly. If this guy swallowed him, not only could he control his opponent's flame nomological power, but he would also become much stronger. No, the chaotic gods race will not let this go. After all, this is a critical moment. Long Chen shook his head. All right. Emo Xiaolang didn't care at all. In front of all the chaotic gods, he opened his mouth and spat out a strange object. It was a person. It was the unconscious chaotic scarlet firmament saint who had lost his ability to fight. Don't worry. He will wake up in 2 hours. Emo Xiaolang's calm words completely ignited the Chaos God clan. Coupled with the miserable state of the Chaos Crimson firmament, all the Chaos God clan members sucked in a breath of cold air and widened their eyes. They even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had seen wrongly. Just like that, the other party won. How did he do it? What exactly was that last rule of his? Confusion, depression, anger. The chaotic gods race had all kinds of expressions. The gods and demons were ecstatic. They looked at Long Chen and his brother with tears in their eyes. They had seen a miracle again. Even though they were gods or rulers, at this moment, they believed in Long Chen and his brother. Miracle. Unbelievable. To the Chaos God race, the celebration of the gods and devils was a slap in the face. It was a humiliation. At this moment, none of them dared to raise their heads. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to face the excited gazes of the gods and devils. If the defeat of the Primal Chaos Ghost Dance was an accident, now that the Primal Chaos Scarlet Firmament God race was defeated, what kind of situation was this? Chaotic Scarlet Firmament Saint was the 3rd strongest expert of the Chaotic Gods race. In fact, out of the 9 battles, the gods and demons of the myriad worlds had won 3 battles and were only 1 away from winning. Previously, losing 4 battles in a row was indeed a humiliation. But now, they had won the most important 2 battles. This was a humiliation for the Chaos Gods. Those who look down on others will eventually be looked down upon by others. I thought the Chaotic Gods race was very capable, but who knew that they were just a so-so in the end? Yeah, it's quite embarrassing for them to lose. Anyway, I think it's very funny. For example, Chaotic Scarlet Firmament Saint was really arrogant before, but now, he's like a dead dog. After being suppressed for a long time, the gods and demons couldn't bear it anymore. Of course, it was all because of Long Chen. Chapter 3173. The gods and demons had created 2 miracles with Li Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang. Every time, it was like a heavy hammer hitting the Chaos Gods' heads. They wanted to cry but had no tears. If the Primal Chaos Heavenly Stem, Primal Chaos God, and other Primal Chaos Saint Venerables were defeated, then it would be fine. But just like how the Primal Chaos God race had the most confidence in the 4 great rulers, the Primal Chaos Ghost Dance and the Primal Chaos Crimson Firmament God race had the most confidence in the Primal Chaos God race. They had the most confidence in the Primal Chaos Ghost Dance and Primal Chaos Crimson Firmament God race. This was retribution. The gods and demons had returned the same humiliation to the Chaos Gods. Even if they lost the 9 sacred wars, they would not lose their dignity and would not be unable to raise their heads in front of the Chaos Gods. The reversal of the 2 battles had played a crucial role. All the living beings in the myriad worlds were in an uproar after learning about the news of the 2 battles. The haze from before was swept away completely. Now, it was the Chaos Gods' turn to be unable to raise their heads. Chaos Crimson Firmament had not woken up yet. Outside the God continent, Chaos Crimson Firmament had returned to the Chaos Gods. Master Chaos controlled it and fused it into the Origin Incandescent Stone. Chaos Crimson Firmament was recovering rapidly. Of course, the outcome had been decided. Shut up. Chaos Fire Dance could not bear the discussion of the gods and demons. She was about to go mad with anger. What are you so arrogant for? Didn't you just win 2 battles? Even if there are only 2 battles left, it is impossible for you to win. How are you going to deal with my father and grandfather? So, you are destined to lose miserably. You are destined to be enslaved by the Chaos Gods. So, what is there for you to be proud of? You are just a bunch of useless fools. Indeed, on the side of the Infinite Realms, with the exception of Long Chen and the other 3, the Infinite Realms originally only had 4 sovereigns. After the war started, it was almost equivalent to having 8 sovereigns. That was why they could contend with the 8 Saint Venerables of the Chaos Gods. But even so, the fate of the worlds could not be changed. As long as Master Chaos was there, even if Long Chen defeated Chaos Divine Martial, he could not win. Furthermore, the chaotic divine martial art had yet to reveal the slightest clue. It seemed to be a level more terrifying than the Primal Chaos Scarlet Heaven and Primal Chaos Ghost Dance. After being scolded by Primal Chaos Fire Dance in such a sharp voice, the gods and demons of the myriad realms shut their mouths. However, the smile on their faces was still the most ingenious mockery towards the Chaos Gods. It also made Primal Chaos Fire Dance feel as if there was a flame burning in her heart. Everything that they had previously given to the gods and demons of the myriad worlds, they had now returned. Primal Chaos Fire Dance looked at her father, who was still calm. She suddenly laughed and said, "All right, let's just say that you've won this battle by luck. Even though you've used all sorts of boring methods, so what? Do any of you know who my father is? Do you really think that Long Chen is my father's match if you know nothing?" The gods and demons of the myriad worlds did not know what transcendent status the Chaos Divine might had. Wasn't he just the strongest person below the Divine Master? "We'll know in 5 days whether I'm a match for him or not," Heavenly God Luya said. In this way, the Chaos Gods laughed. From their expressions, it could be seen that they had an unexpected confidence in the chaos divine might. It seemed that as long as he took action, there was nothing in this world that couldn't be accomplished. My father. He isn't someone uncle and aunt can compare to. When my uncle was still young, my father was already a chaotic saint master. Tell me, how can he be the same? When Primal Chaos Fire Dance talked about her father, a kind of pride and satisfaction was written on her face. The next battle was very clear. It would be Long Chen against the Chaos Divine Might. Other than the Chaos God Master, the two of them were already the strongest experts. Especially Long Chen, he directly represented the peak of the myriad worlds. The next battle would simply be a clash between the strongest experts. Whether Long Chen would catch up with the Chaos Gods or the Chaos Divine Might would end the sacred war of the myriad worlds, would depend on 5 days later. Naturally, it would be a matter that would happen 13 years later. Long Chen looked at the Chaos Divine Might again. The opponent in front of him was quiet and peaceful, as if he wasn't on the battlefield, but walking in front of a calm lake. He was relaxed and aloof. His body was filled with endless mysteries, and he could vaguely sense one of them. It was the power of space, and it was very similar to Lingxi's power of space. This person is indeed beyond the primal chaos crimson firmament. He's very difficult to deal with. At that time, we must be extremely careful. Even if no one fights against the Chaos God Master, we will still win this battle. Heavenly Law Divine Emperor said softly. I understand. He didn't have any information about the Chaos Divine Might, but the Chaos Divine Might had a certain understanding of Long Chen. However, Long Chen knew that the Chaos Divine Might was simply him from 100 years ago. 5 days later, remember to come early. Chaos Divine Might said. Definitely. Staying here any longer was a waste of time. Make more preparations and enjoy your last 5 days. If you force my father to make a move, you won't have a chance to survive. Chaos Fire Dance was still shouting when Long Chen and the others left. It seemed like she was being ruthless, but it was actually because she had confidence in her father. Otherwise, it would be a slap in the face. Returning to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time from the Primal Chaos Divine Realm. Everyone looked at Long Chen anxiously. The Chaos Demon Ancestor said, Long Chen, we really feel that it's a miracle that we won this battle. To be honest, even I admire you guys now. Actually, we didn't have the slightest hope of winning, but now that we've won 2 battles, there's only 2 left. If we can win them, it'll be a huge opportunity for our myriad worlds. Heavenly Law Divine Emperor said, although the Chaos Divine Might is powerful, you aren't weak either, so there's a chance. But the final battle with the Chaos God race, it seems, until now, Kitten still hadn't been defeated, and there was no news at all. This was far beyond their expectations. No one knew that Kitten's awakening would take so long. Long Chen took a look, and indeed, Kitten didn't move. There were still 26 years left. If he still didn't move, the myriad worlds would definitely lose. Even if Long Chen and the others won a few battles, the myriad worlds wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being enslaved. However, Long Chen could only wait. After all, he could only fight the Chaos Divine Might at most, and the current situation was that someone had to be able to defeat the Chaos God Master for the myriad worlds to have a chance of winning. Everyone, now that things have come to this, we can only resign ourselves to fate. I will naturally do my best in this battle. No matter how capable the Chaos Divine Might is, I will strive to obtain victory. If there's really a final battle, we can only wait for my brother to awaken. If we can't make it in time, there's no other way, we can only lose. Heavenly God Luya said, actually, we've already prepared to lose. It's just that these 2 battles have given us hope. Long Chen, don't feel pressured, just do your best. In any case, we all believe in you. All the gods and devils had trust in Long Chen. Not a single one doubted Long Chen. This was already the greatest recognition for Long Chen. All right. Long Chen nodded. In these 13 years, Long Chen had even more important things to do. No matter what happens in the future, we will always be your staunch supporters and followers. Everyone looked at Long Chen with this gaze. At this moment, Long Chen had already become their absolute core. Of course, the most important thing was to prepare for battle. After Mo Xiaolang returned, he mainly went to take care of the half-origin floating flame flag. This creation artifact was extremely useful to him. After chaotic Scarlet Heaven was defeated, the other party was too embarrassed to ask for it back because of the bet. In fact, if not for Long Chen not wanting the Chaos Gods to go crazy, it would be reasonable for Mo Xiaolang to devour chaotic Scarlet Heaven. After all, chaotic Heavenly Gui had once tried to kill him. How is it? Big brother, it's strange. I can control this floating flame flag like you and Sister Lingxi, but I can't find its fortune heroic spirit, just like you. Do you think it's possible that fortune divine weapons of this level don't have fortune heroic spirits? Long Chen shook his head and said, I don't know about that. Take a look and see if there's any news about the second ancestral dragon in the floating flame flag. I'll take a closer look. It's hard to find anything for now. If there is, I'll tell you immediately. All right. Previously, in the hands of chaotic Scarlet Heaven, the 100,000 divine flames on the floating flame flag had formed the image of a dragon. Long Chen believed that he had not seen wrongly. After dealing with these miscellaneous matters, Long Chen focused on preparing for the ultimate battle 13 years later. The battle that everyone was looking forward to. Naturally, it was also the most crucial battle since the start of the battle. At least for the current Long Chen, there seemed to be too many variables in that battle. He could not predict what the outcome would be. Chaotic Divine might always give him a feeling of uncertainty. Drifting about unpredictably might be part of his strength. However, even if he drifts about unpredictably, I will not budge. The eternal whirlpool and the endless life and death calamity had matured quite a bit. There was definitely a huge difference between what Long Chen used and what Li Xuanji used. Long Chen's attention was focused on his previous thoughts. Fate, karma, and change. What kind of effect will the combination of these three produce? The endless life and death calamity is an attack, a pure, endless attack, rules. The most important thing was the idea. He had set his goal. However, Long Chen did not have a clear goal now. Therefore, he did not have a direction to move forward. Long Chen had a premonition that if he could not settle this rule within 13 years, he would most likely lose the battle against the chaotic divine might. And he would lose miserably. After all, the chaotic divine might knew all of his rules. The more anxious he was, the less effective it would be. Relax your mind. If you really have no clue, come and accompany me in Yen, Lingxi waved at him. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.